Chapter 23:17. Supreme was the name of the merit law earlier, but to be more exact, it was one of the 9 heavenly scriptures. After Wuxia created a new cultivation system and opened a new page, the thought scripture became something new. This merit law could utilize aspects from the user or the enemies. In the blink of an eye, he used what is considered supreme in the matron's mind, which was martial ancestor. Because of this particular thought in her mind, martial ancestor came into being and performed river-crossing elephant. It utilized the ancestor's prime state, resulting in a superior version. If it wasn't for Bingning, just this one thought alone could have crushed the matron earlier. Of course, he could also create what his mind considers to be supreme. However, the result would be horrifying beyond words. This matter was not worthy of him doing so. A prerequisite was having a tough Tao heart. For example, if Wuxia's heart couldn't handle the creation of martial ancestor, he would be the victim to this summon instead. Naturally, this was impossible. His Tao heart was tougher than anything else. Emulating a progenitor was insignificant as a burden. Supreme was now the name of the heavenly scripture previously known as thought. He used it to defeat the matron without lifting a single finger. People knew that this was no illusion, but it couldn't be considered a merit law either. What merit law in this world could summon martial ancestor and his techniques? The crowd was justifiably shaken. Some dropped to the ground, others soiled their pants. This supreme power was beyond them until death. It has to be magic, an ancestor thought. To add on to the confusion, Wuxia was not a disciple of Vermilion. If he was actually someone who trained in this system's merit laws, then after reaching a certain level, perhaps he could summon an intent or will of the ancestor. This wasn't the case in reality. They didn't know that the scene earlier actually stemmed from the matron's mind. Wu Bingning heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that the matron was still alive. Nevertheless, this old woman's mind was in disarray. She and her group thought that an outsider had just summoned an intent of their progenitor. The big question was, how? Wuxia casually uprooted a tree and broke its branches. He looked at the matron and said, "If I see you one more time, no one will be able to beseech for your life. I'll decapitate you then." Having said that, he swung the tree and blew the matron flying towards the horizon like a shooting star. "Don't dawdle around, go find her or some beasts will have a nice meal." He smirked at the remaining experts from Vermilion. They woke up from their stupor and immediately ran towards the same direction as the matron. They were scared out of their mind, thinking about her becoming the victim of some beasts. How could they go back and answer to their sect in that case? Bingning had conflicted feelings. From now on, she had cut all ties with her system. Like the matron had said, this was a traitorous act. Despite her determination, it was still her home. Leaving all of a sudden resulted in a void in her heart. "You have trained in our merit laws?" She thought about something else and asked Wuxia. She shared the same sentiment as the other ancestors, that he summoned the progenitor from the knowledge of their merit laws. She believed this even more than the other due to his previous claim of knowing the 12 variations. The summoning wasn't an impossibility if he actually knew all 12. "You're overthinking it." He smiled. She started contemplating. Wuxia didn't need to lie, but then how did he summon their progenitor? Where did he get the 12 variations? The answers continued to elude her. Meanwhile, those who knew about his past exploits were greatly affected. He's a monster, the leader of Insane Court and first disciple of Longevity Valley. How he can summon something from Vermilion too? Don't tell me he knows all merit laws in this world." An elder speculated. One person knowing the merit laws of 3 systems was too much to take. Few in this world could actually do so. "I heard something fun was going on here. Is it over?" A smile as bright as the sun appeared. The speaker had a straightforward and friendly tone. Who else could it be but Conqueror Young Noble? Sigh, looks like I'm late. He said with regrets. Don't worry, it'll get fun. A cold voice sounded from the top of a peak. Sword Sovereign. People recognized him right away. Not long ago, these two had a big fight and Sword Sovereign ran away. Thus, his appearance here was unexpected. It'll be fun for sure. People whispered after seeing these two together. You want a rematch? Conqueror smiled, not surprised. Brother Conqueror, no need to be so hasty for a fight. Another powerful voice came about from a different peak. It was a youth with hair fluttering to the wind, handsome and gallant with a majestic aura. The most notable thing was his 8 hands. They were bright, seemingly cast from gold. Coiling Dragon Young Noble. A spectator shouted right away. 2 of the 3 young nobles are here. A high elder was caught off guard. All eyes were on these youths, waiting for the inevitable fun show. Coiling Dragon was rumored to be a pseudo-true emperor. He was also the successor of Coiling Dragon system. This was a great genius from the 8-armed tribe. His arms have been trained enough to have this golden glow, quite mighty in combat. You want to fight too? Conqueror's attitude didn't change, still as jolly as ever. Both of them came from Coiling Dragon. Some said that Miracle was no match for these two in terms of cultivation and battle potential. It was his alchemy that earned him a spot as one of the 3 young nobles, just barely. Due to the animosity between the 8-armed dynasty and Conqueror Young Noble, a fight should be inevitable. Chapter 23:18, Coiling Dragon's eyes flashed like a heavenly lamp. He said, Brother Conqueror, you have killed thousands of disciples on top of the Emperor of 5 saints. This had ruined the orders of the system. You need to give a reasonable answer. No need for this unctuous act. Conqueror shook his head, if you want to fight me, just do it. Be a man instead of looking for excuses and justification. It's very simple to say that you want to kill me, but if you don't even have the courage to do so, you won't be able to accomplish anything. Conqueror directly broke the false pretense without any hesitation. The crowd certainly knew about this matter. 8-armed dynasty and Coiling Dragon Young Noble would only have peace of mind after eliminating Conqueror. As long as he was around, he would always be a ticking calamity. The problem was the main branch of the progenitor. His descendant could appear and retake the authority of the system. After all, Premoon didn't have strong claims to the system. Once Conqueror could prove his legitimacy, it would be a great blow to their sovereignty. Under this assumption, Conqueror should be the next leader of Coiling Dragon system, not Coiling Dragon Young Noble. If such a day were to come, Conqueror would garner many followers. Thus, before he could become a true emperor, they would come up with ways to eliminate him. Otherwise, his ascension would also shut the door on their dynasty. In fact, they have tried repeatedly to end him, albeit not out in the open. Ambushes were done in secrecy, but this only resulted in failure and death. Because of this, the dynasty became increasingly nervous. Some members thought that he could use the power of their system, or that he had some great masters protecting him. The latter would be preferable because in the former case, it would mean that he could actually be a true descendant of the progenitor. Speak as you please, but I'm the successor of Coiling Dragon with responsibilities to uphold order. It is undeniable that you have slain many disciples of our system, and you must answer to the great powers. That's what I am here for. Coiling Dragon slowly said. His stance erred on the side of justice and logic, since Conqueror did indeed slain his fellow cultivators. Feel free to try, but you alone won't do. Even your 7 murder has been put down by me. You think you are stronger than him? How far away are you from becoming a true emperor? Conqueror didn't lose his smile. 7 murder true god. The astonished crowd knew this name. A while back, news regarding the untimely death of General 7 Murder from 8-armed dynasty became public. Everyone found it surprising that such a being would die from an illness. But now, they finally found out that Conqueror was the culprit. During the previous conquests, this general was already a second-level true god, an ascender. Some believed that he could even be at the third level. Did this mean that Conqueror was a true emperor? People found this impossible because the commotion of an ascension would be great, impossible to keep under wraps. But if he was only a pseudo-true emperor, killing a third-level true god would be prohibitively difficult. Brother Conqueror, you're forgetting that this place is not our system. You have no advantages to speak of here. Coiling Dragon spoke with grace. He tried to pry into Conqueror's power with this statement. Everyone else was also eager to find out whether Conqueror could use the system's power or not. Though impressive if he could, it would be unwise to fight here since this wasn't Coiling Dragon's system. I can still take you down all the same. Conqueror replied without any hesitation. Coiling Dragon's eyes became serious with cold, murderous intent. Though they were in the same classification, his status far exceeded Conqueror, so he wouldn't stand for such blatant disdain. Nevertheless, the crowd focused on the revelation. Conqueror had just admitted that he could use the system's power. This was a big deal. Looks like you're quite confident, Brother Conqueror. Coiling Dragon's inflection turned aggressive. Conqueror shook his head. It's not that I'm confident, but rather your Premoon sect is weak from birth. Your merit laws consist of the inessential branches from Coiling Dragon, possessing no real grasp on the orthodox Grand Tao and the true secrets of the progenitor. If it wasn't for the excellent Coiling Dragon True Emperor, your sect wouldn't have been able to take over the Tao source. Coiling Dragon's expression soured as he struggled to breathe, feeling as if someone had punched him right in the heart. The comment pointed out the flaws of the current dynasty. More and more felt that Conqueror was indeed a descendant of the progenitor, or he wouldn't speak with such certainty. After taking over Coiling Dragon's system, Eight-Armed Dynasty found many merit laws and added to their collection over the long years. Plus, they have produced many true emperors. Their merit laws weren't weaker than the other great powers. Alas, one must admit that they had very few arts from the actual progenitor. Perhaps only his descendants could truly have the complete versions. However, these descendants disappeared along with the arts. The dynasty had tried to find them for generations now. I want to see how many merit laws of the progenitor you have learned. Coiling Dragon challenged. Conqueror remained dismissive of his foe. I don't think you're my match, so you won't be able to figure out anything. If some of your ancestors are here, come together, then maybe there's a chance. Humph. Coiling Dragon became dissatisfied. What if I join too? Sword Sovereign finally spoke, our feud is not over. Let's settle it today. Coiling Dragon looked over at him and didn't refuse. The crowd believed that if these two were to team up, Conqueror would be at a great disadvantage. However, he laughed and accepted right away, sure, come together. I also want to see how much you have learned from Sword Grave. Some took a deep breath after hearing this. Conqueror was fierce indeed, wanting to go 1 versus 2. You speak as if you have learned everything from your system's progenitor. Sword Sovereign shared the same dissatisfaction as Coiling Dragon. Coincidentally enough, Sword Sovereign's branch was also not the direct one in Sword Grave despite being in charge right now. Chapter 23:19, Of course not, just scratching the surface, but that's more than enough to take on the two of you alone. Conqueror smiled. The other two naturally didn't take this in stride. They were famous on the same level, and the strongest among them has yet to be known. But now, Conqueror wanted to fight alone on top of boasting like this. How could they take this sitting down? A few spectators were shocked too. They thought that these three were evenly matched, but this didn't seem to be the case today. Was Conqueror really much stronger? I hope you have an ancestral treasure with you, or this place will be your grave. Sword Sovereign's eyes became as sharp as a divine sword, representing his fury. Clank. He unsheathed his sword and illuminated the entire area, pouring all of his energy into it. A majestic figure appeared behind him with rays of imperial power oozing out. A pseudo-emperor. Everyone could sense this aura. At this moment, the sovereign didn't hold back at all and revealed his true strength. "I will overestimate myself and see what you can do then, brother conqueror," Coiling Dragon young noble coldly said. With that, he raised his 8 arms as they became dazzling, seemingly capable of shouldering a falling sky. Most importantly, each hand was performing a different seal before holding a weapon. These 8 weapons were mighty, pagoda, spear, halberd, divine bell. They belonged to the imperial and eternal classification. The hands themselves poured out endless strength, resembling 8 gigantic dragons with a terrifying presence. What about Conqueror? Everyone looked over at Conqueror, wondering which race he was from. They speculated that he could be from the 8-armed tribe as well because their progenitor was also one. If he was a true descendant, he should be from this race. He still only had 2 arms at this moment, but this didn't mean that he wasn't from this race. This particular physical characteristic wasn't an absolute requirement. This tribe had numerous cultivation methods. They could have 8 arms at birth, but through training, 1,000 or 10,000 arms would be possible, as well as just 2. Let's go, we'll see who will be the last man standing. Conqueror also unsheathed his sword. In the past, he only used his bamboo sword but no more. This showed how serious he was against these 2. A golden glow shimmered on the blade with a hint of rippling waves under the sunlight. It looked like a soaring dragon. Roaming dragon. Coiling Dragon blurted out in astonishment after seeing this sword. It really is Roaming Dragon. A few ancestors took a careful look and confirmed it. That's a divine sword from Coiling Dragon. Another spectator revealed. This wasn't an ancestral treasure but it enjoyed plentiful fame. Later on, it disappeared along with the descendants of the progenitor. This seemed to be proof of Conqueror's identity. People didn't find this particularly surprising due to the rumors. Coiling Dragon young noble was affected the most, for this was the last thing he wanted to see. His dynasty felt the same way. The consequence of this wouldn't be pretty. Let's go all out. Conqueror roared. R.A. A large dragon coiled around the youth, seemingly capable of tearing out the sky vault. Coiling Dragon blessing, Coiling Dragon young noble's expression became unsightly. This was a top technique of the progenitor, they didn't have this one either. He's the real thing. Someone murmured. Conqueror's identity seemed to have been confirmed. Buzz. Suddenly, the back of his neck exuded a Buddhist radiance and endless chanting. Impossible. Numerous elders and ancestors couldn't believe their eyes. Even his 2 foes were caught by surprise and had a strange expression. Heavenly Buddha tribe. Just when people thought they have figured it out, Conqueror revealed his race. Heavenly Buddha was also another big tribe in Myriad. Their members were born with a Buddhist light behind their head, showing that Conqueror was not an 8-armed member. He couldn't be the descendant of Coiling Dragon progenitor. Didn't expect this, did you? Conqueror smiled deviously, seemingly quite pleased with the reactions. The crowd realized that Conqueror had just taken them for a ride since the beginning. Who cares if he's a descendant or not, kill him. Sword Sovereign unleashed a technique filled with sword intent. 8 Planes Sword God. In the blink of an eye, he split into 8 identical copies and slashed at the same time. Each slash could rend the world. A technique from Sword Saint. A keen-eyed ancestor recognized the move. Ling Shima stared intensely at this move, a supreme art from her progenitor. She hasn't trained it yet. Die. Coiling Dragon attacked with his 8 treasures, causing loud detonations as they flew towards Conqueror. Break. Conqueror ordered. The coiling dragon became his line of defense versus the other young noble. At the same time, his sword soared to the sky, full of spirituality. It dragged the spatial fabrics near it upward along with the 8 sword sovereigns. Dragon roams the sky. It successfully pulled and nullified the 8 slashes. Wind of the depth. Coiling dragon young noble tried again with a roar. His 8 hands formed the same seal. The 8 treasures combined into an explosive palm, heading straight for Conqueror. Sword Sovereign raised his sword and created a rain of divine blades. Their only target was Conqueror. Conqueror retaliated by swinging his roaming dragon in a circular pattern. Curtains of swords appeared to stop the incoming attacks. Rumble. Though this particular stance was incredible, these barriers were collapsing one by one under the relentless onslaught. Sparks were beautiful just like fireworks in the night sky. Despite his prowess, Conqueror was at a disadvantage against the 2 powerful foes. Nevertheless, he managed to hold on without losing just yet. Chapter 23:20, Boom. Conqueror, Coiling Dragon, and Sword Sovereign punished the sky. Their attacks destroyed the stars and made the earth tremble. Conqueror was being repeatedly pushed back by the combined effort of Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign. There was no doubt that he was at a disadvantage despite holding on. Brother Conqueror, you won't be able to survive today without an ancestral treasure. Coiling Dragon paced forward while using all 8 treasures. It's fine. Conqueror was still all smiles and casually responded in the face of danger, truly an admirable showing from him. I'm taking you down. Sword Sovereign let his sword intent and Dao roam free, showing zero mercy with one fatal slash after another. On the other hand, Coiling Dragon didn't wish to kill Conqueror just yet because he wanted to see the guy potentially taking out an ancestral treasure. He had allies here, and if such a thing were to happen, they would pay any price to seize it out of necessity. Possessing such a weapon would bolster their foundation and claim to the system. Rumble. The fight maintained the same course with Conqueror on the back foot, injured. Nevertheless, he didn't take out a stronger weapon. Everyone could tell that in a one-on-one fight, Conqueror would definitely win against either of these 2. Even if he isn't a descendant, he should be closely related to Coiling Dragon progenitor in some other ways. He had inherited some skills. This is enough to affect the 8-armed dynasty. An ancestor murmured after seeing Conqueror using multiple arts from that system's progenitor. In fact, Coiling Dragon was both furious and jealous since his dynasty didn't have any of them. Once Conqueror's wings grew strong enough, it would be a great blow to the dynasty. Boom! A combination attack finally blew Conqueror flying while vomiting blood. Right when Conqueror lost his guard, a saber's cold glint flashed. This saber intent appeared with the shade and flow of Mercury. This culminated in a blade appearing next to Conqueror's neck. This ambush came too quickly, wanting to put an end to Conqueror. Inches before death, Conqueror's body became ethereal and extended almost like a shadow, just like a dragon breaking the shackles of space. World-leaping dragon. Coiling Dragon shouted after seeing this movement technique. Splush. Despite the ability to leap through time, Conqueror didn't fully evade the slash. It cut his chest and left behind a wound deep enough to see the bones. Blood stained the front of his robe. Everyone gasped after seeing the deadly ambush. They looked over and saw a youth materializing in the air. He wore a long robe, quite tall in stature yet curved like a peeling knife. He looked cold and tough while emitting a dark saber energy, the appearance of a messenger from the underworld. Saber Devil Crown Prince. Someone bellowed. Upon hearing this title, another commented, "He's here too?" All 3 young nobles and the sword-saber duo are present today then. Of course, this was not counting the late miracle. Sun Yichen. Those who have fought against him before staggered backward with fear. The Crown Prince of Heaven Start System, Sun Yichen, was famous alongside Sword Sovereign. He was different from his peers. Despite being from an official system, his conducts were more questionable in nature. Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign always put up a good act regardless of what they have done in secrecy. This wasn't the case for Saber Devil. He was morally ambiguous on top of being an assassin. The other two have done so as well, but they would never let their identity be exposed during the act. Meanwhile, Saber Devil had just publicly tried to ambush Conqueror. Thus, one couldn't really treat him as a system successor. His style and ambushes instilled fear, hence his title. And here I thought it was someone else. Conqueror laughed at Saber Devil instead of looking at his wound. Don't blame me for this, someone else paid for your dog life. The Crown Prince's voice was both chilling and nefarious. The price must have been something. I guess I should be happy that my life is worth so much. Conqueror nonchalantly said. The truth was that many didn't understand this Crown Prince at all. Heavenstart was already very powerful with a progenitor who eventually ascended to the imperial level. In Myriad, they were a first-rate system, albeit not on the same level as Vermilion. Someone with such a prestigious upbringing shouldn't lack money. Alas, he became a saber for hire, confusing everyone else in the process. Coiling Dragon's group had an implicit understanding. He and Sword Sovereign attacked from the left and right, creating a massive flame wave. Earth-rending dragon. Conqueror crazily shouted and turned into a massive dragon. It tore apart the flame wave, suffering damages in the process. Right at this second, another undetectable slash came from Saber Devil. Though Conqueror was using his elusive movement technique, his back still got cut with blood gushing out. There was no doubt that Saber Devil's techniques were more vicious and terrifying compared to the other two. Again. Conqueror fearlessly rushed forward once more. Boom! He collided with Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign, but Saber Devil continued to loom in the background. Each ambush was a vicious and fatal slash. That Crown Prince is too cruel. A big shot from the last generation shook his head and said. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't as strong as his current allies. However, these other two didn't have the real legacies from their system and had few merit laws from the progenitors. This wasn't the case for him. He possessed the legacy of Heavenstart Saber Ancestor. Each slash contained this progenitor's Tao, boosting their effectiveness. His merit laws were superior to the other two. Conqueror could handle the other two for a while, but once the Crown Prince joined the mix, more and more injuries added up. I don't think Conqueror can last for much longer. Everyone felt that his defeat was inevitable. Chapter 23-21. It didn't take long before he was full of wounds and bloodstains ruining his robe. The majority were cut marks. There was no chance for him to win now once the Crown Prince joined in. It was too difficult to predict and react to the ambushing attacks, so he was left with dozens of gashes. Whoosh! Another successful ambush resulted in a deep wound on Conqueror's legs. This slash nearly severed them. Nevertheless, Conqueror became fiercer like a desperate dog. Explosions detonated. It didn't take long before another severe injury, one slash nearly decapitated him, leaving a cut on his neck. Clank. Next, Conqueror stopped Sword Sovereign's thrust, but the Crown Prince successfully pierced through him. Boom! Coiling Dragon took advantage of this and made him go flying with battered flesh. Conqueror took a long time before getting up. His wounds made it hard for him to stand, requiring using his roaming dragon as a prop. The speechless crowd glanced at each other, realizing that he alone couldn't handle the other three and would die here. Alas, no one was willing to save him. Some knew him, but they were strictly acquaintances. Plus, even his friends couldn't save him from these three. No one else in the young generation was their match. Furthermore, they represented three systems. Assisting now meant antagonizing these systems. Not even good friends would try to do something so foolish. He just lacks a strong backing. An old master gently sighed. If Conqueror had the same background as the other three, his ancestors would have helped him right now. The fate of a lone wolf was unfortunate. Looks like Saber Devil Crown Prince is worthy of his reputation. The bright smile didn't disappear from Conqueror's face. I also admire your courage, it's a shame that the price was too high. The Crown Prince uttered coldly. It's fine, this isn't decided just yet. Conqueror, bloodied yet still leisure, struggling to stand yet still smiling in such a charismatic and charming manner. What's unfortunate is that you don't have all the merit laws and an ancestral treasure. Coiling Dragon shook his head. Your plan is too obvious. I won't let you have what you want. Conqueror laughed and shook his head. Then I will send you off. Coiling Dragon's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Don't worry, just one blade from me. It won't be painful. The Crown Prince added. The trio circled around their prey with an ultimate move ready in order to kill him. I suppose having so many wanting to kill me is an honor of sorts. Conqueror said. Clank. The Crown Prince unsheathed and pointed his saber at Conqueror, no longer attacking from the shadows. The atmosphere became tense since it could be Conqueror's last moments. The party's over. Suddenly, a lazy voice broke the solemn air. Everyone looked over and saw Wuxia lying on a different peak. Ling Shima had found a reclining chair since who knows when. He seemed to be sunbathing in that spot and didn't even bother looking at the group while speaking, still half asleep. The trio froze for a bit before staring back at him. In the past, they wouldn't give a damn, but remember, he had just suppressed Windchaser Matron, an 8th-level true god. His words carried a lot of weight now. Even if they went all out, they wouldn't compare to her. This was an existence that could challenge a low-level true emperor, and they weren't at this level just yet. Brotherly, this is our personal feud. I hope you won't interfere. Coiling Dragon said with a serious glare. Sword Sovereign couldn't say anything either. His target, Shima, was standing right there. She possessed the keys in finding the sword tomb, but he pretended to not see her. After all, he wouldn't dare to mess with Wuxia before being absolutely confident in victory. So what? If I tell you to leave, do it. Wuxia replied. The crowd smiled wryly at this domineering attitude. He seemed to be treating the trio as insignificant beings, not something many could do. Of course, this guy challenged the #1 expert of Myriad. These three young nobles and sword-saber duo weren't enough to deter him. Brotherly, aren't you being too unreasonable? Coiling Dragon became annoyed. Killing Conqueror now would let them rest easy. Indeed, that's my style. Wuxia answered plainly. The Crown Prince furiously responded, you think you can handle antagonizing our 3 systems? Just 3 systems? Wuxia slowly turned his gaze towards the Crown Prince. Intimidation is useless since I wouldn't bat an eye going against all of Myriad. The speechless crowd didn't find this too surprising since he had done so back in Insane Court as well. The alliance virtually represented all of Myriad. Brotherly, your interference in our business is truly, Coiling Dragon blurted out. In this blink of an eye, the glint of a sword flashed, then came a clunking noise. Wuxia casually unsheathed the iron sword on Shima's back, but with such speed that no one could see how he did it or what happened next. In fact, the true order was actually a clank before the flash of the blade. His speed broke the order of time itself. Upon seeing the flash, the trio became tense and wanted to retaliate. It was already too late. They felt pain on their shoulder. Blood oozed out of their wound and stained their robe red. Wuxia had cut them and returned the sword back to the sheath before they could even think about retaliating. He sat there, looking slothful as ever. The trio was scared out of their mind and instinctively took several steps back, a useless action. Once the outcome became clear, the spectators gasped in response while feeling tingling on their head. Even the trio didn't have a chance to defend themselves before Wuxia. It had nothing to do with his cultivation and power, his speed was simply insurmountable. Chapter 23-22, The Unbeatable had nothing to do with cultivation and Tao profundity, and especially not reliant on the quality of the treasure, or the sword in this case. Speed was the main and only focus. Exceeding speed itself allowed him to break the shackles. Techniques and merit laws became useless, just one swing alone could take care of the enemies. This paragon gave everyone goosebumps since it had nearly surpassed all boundaries. In a direct confrontation, even an ascender wouldn't think they could stop it. All are meaningless before understanding the creations, fortunes, and profundities of the Grand Tao. Wuxia said plainly. The trio all had an austere expression. Even the crown prince who had cultivated his progenitor's arts became serious with a touch of confusion. They lost all confidence after seeing that slash. There was no sure way of stopping it, and failure also meant death. Leave, I won't repeat this again, the next slash will kill. Wuxia casually stated. All eyes turned towards the trio of top geniuses in Myriad. They were qualified to become true emperors, but a choice must be made right now. Either to give up or to die. They glanced at each other, unwilling to spare Conqueror just like that. After all, he was a fish on the platter now. A chance like this might not present itself again in the future. Worst of all, they were famous experts. Calling themselves unbeatable might be too much, but they were still the top existences of the young generation. If they were to concede to Wuxia's threat just now before everyone, their reputation would go down the drain, something quite hard to swallow. After all, it was humiliating for successors and even leaders of a system to be treated like this. Eventually, Sword Sovereign coldly said, "There is always tomorrow." He had the urge to back off since he wasn't sure of receiving an attack from Wuxia without suffering damage. He didn't wish to die in this place before enjoying his life as the leader of Sword Grave. There would be other chances at taking Conqueror down as long as they were alive. Brother Conqueror, consider yourself lucky today. It won't happen again in the future. Coiling Dragon also begrudgingly backed off. The Crown Prince glared at Wuxia before leaping forward and disappearing into the horizon. Sword Sovereign returned his sword to its scabbard and scowled at Conqueror. He didn't wish to linger around and return back to his peak. Uttering some strong rhetoric was useless at this moment. It couldn't reverse the tide, so keeping quiet was the better course of action. This meant that Conqueror was saved. Most didn't find this surprising because Wuxia's slash was horrifically strong. This person was unfathomable. Opposing him right now was quite unwise. Nevertheless, a few still found this strange because these geniuses have been unstoppable. Older true gods still needed to be polite towards them, not to mention their powerful backings. Strong and domineering enough to be matchless among the young. An old expert was lost in admiration. Not necessarily, young Lord Mu is still around. A good friend of the trio snorted and countered. That's true. Another expert shuddered after hearing this name. I've heard about his numerous abilities and matchless talents. I'm sure he has some heaven-defying items too since he comes from above. One ancestor commented with a contemplative stare. A copious number of people feared him. Powerful systems also felt the same way. Conqueror could finally breathe easy, so his wounds recovered quite a bit. He bowed towards Wuxia and said, "Thank you for your assistance during perilous moments. I owe you my life and will pay you back in the future, brotherly." Wuxia waved his sleeve dismissively as if it was no big deal. Conqueror stood up and soared to the horizon. The situation here was unfavorable, so he needed to leave. The atmosphere calmed down after his departure. Though Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign were still around, they played nice on their respective peak and didn't say anything. Though they had ancestors around, this wasn't the time for them to show off their real strength. The main goal was still Coin Beast City, so saving their strength was crucial. All eyes turned towards the distant ocean. People finally remembered why they were here. Faster, faster, the beast should be coming out any time now. An experienced ancestor claimed. He took out a bunch of coins at the true god level and scattered them in front. Ancestor, why are we doing that? A junior was perplexed. Don't forget we're in Moneyfall. It's impossible to enter Coin Beast City without money. The ancestor smiled. Take out coins and split up for a better chance. Third elder, you lead one group, same with you sixth elder. Remember, after entering the city, all disciples must obey the elder's command. The ancestor warned his fellow disciples. The elders also took out true coins and piled them up in front. In just a short time, experts prepared and made a pile of coins, some offered more, others fewer. Of course, others preferred to just watch from a high vantage point. Master, what are we doing? One disciple asked his teacher. The only way to enter is to ride the beast, or so I've heard. Brute strength is impossible. The master said, an ancestor told me that we just need to present our coins. The beasts will pick the coins, the stronger ones will require more. How are they different? The disciple asked for elaboration. I'm not sure, but that ancestor told me that the powerful beasts can take you deeper into the city, so better chance at good eggs and Dao bones. Of course, it'll be safer too, so consider this as a protection payment. More and more people dropped coins down on the ground, waiting for the beasts to come. A few ancestors went all out. Their pile of true coins was blinding, making everyone else envious and jealous. Of course, the ones who could afford to do so were no slouches. They were either true gods or came from powerful systems. No one dared to try and rob them. Chapter 23-23, Coiling Dragon. Young Noble and Sword Sovereign also spent their coins in an extravagant manner. The pile of imperial coins certainly represented a monstrous sum. What a showing! People took a deep breath after seeing this. They surpassed many ancestors with this enviable move. But this didn't come as a surprise after a moment of reflection. Coiling Dragon was a successor while Sword Sovereign was directly in charge. They had the power of a pseudo-true emperor, the pillars of their systems. Coiling Dragon's system is truly wealthy. A few people voiced their admiration. Though the two put on an aloof expression, they were enjoying these comments. Such vanity was comforting since it represented their prestigious status and wealth. The shock and awe only added to it. Coiling Dragon was still young and competitive. After showing off his imperial coins, he looked at Wuxia with contempt. They still didn't get over the humiliating defeat earlier, so now, he felt superior on the wealth front, enough to sneer at Wuxia. Others noticed his expression and turned to look at Wuxia. It was clearly a challenge, letting the guy know that he was rich and influential. People naturally became interested. They wondered to see how much Wuxia can handle. This venting quarrel will be quite a show, we'll see who can pile up the most coins. One expert murmured. Everyone knew that the two weren't a match for Wuxia in terms of power. Perhaps competing in wealth could yield a different result. Thus, the atmosphere became intense again. Sword Sovereign also noticed this. He didn't have that many imperial coins on the ground, so he decided to add more. Coiling Dragon didn't back off either and did the same. It didn't take long before a wall of coins was formed in front of them. This naturally impressed the crowd, no different from throwing gold away. It's nice being rich. A few systems can't even produce that amount. Another commented. Both Sword Sovereign and Coiling Dragon stared at Wuxia in unison. They had no competitive drive in the beginning, but the change in atmosphere turned this event into something beyond gaining entry to the city. They wanted to get some face back after losing to Wuxia earlier by suppressing him with money, letting him know that he couldn't compare to them in other aspects. Wuxia seemed immune from the stares. His eyes were closed, seemingly asleep on his chair. Shima didn't dare to say anything, this amount was already sky-high to her. Meanwhile, Binjing only chuckled and remained quiet. The two didn't shout at Wuxia but only snorted in an arrogant manner, clearly displaying their thoughts. Humph, pretending to be asleep because he has no money. A few youths who were fans of the duo didn't like Wuxia. Just be real, no need for this. Another sneered. You're both wrong, he's the ant feeder guy who spent a lot of coins for those ants. An older cultivator reminded them. Those are only low-level coins, can't reach the apex. Coiling Dragon Young Noble and Sword Sovereign are using imperial coins right now, one is worth 1 million of his. Plus, it's not like he can compete with the soaring Coiling Dragon system. Another supporter laughed. In fact, people were eager to see what Wuxia would do. A concede from the start would be quite boring. Will he go big? The crowd eagerly awaited. Judging by his ant-feeding antics and bewildering palace, he shouldn't lack money, but I don't know if he can take out imperial coins. An old man analyzed, after all, imperial coins are too precious. He might be the leader of Insane Court, but that system has been in a long decline. They haven't produced a true emperor in a long time, maybe they have spent all of their imperial coins. As for him being the first disciple of longevity? That's hard to say too, his role seemed to be in name only, more of an advisor. The valley can't give him that many imperial coins. Of course, the other two's imperial coins aren't the best type, but nevertheless, few in Myriad can take out that much. Even if he can take out some coins, I think both the quality and quantity will be limited. This analysis was both logical and well-informed. You're right, that's why he's pretending to be dead right now. A contemptuous response sounded. Everyone felt that Wuxia wasn't as rich as Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign. They could still sympathize because of the difference in background. At this moment, Wuxia finally opened his eyes, still looking quite drowsy. He looked at the sky and said, "Not much time is left, the beasts are coming on shore." He then took out a little spatial pouch and tossed it at Shima. "Little girl, I have some pocket money here, scatter them on the ground as payment for the beasts." Everyone stared at Shima and the pouch in her hand. This was the first time experiencing something like this for her, so her hands were trembling while holding the pouch. She opened it and took out everything, amounting to about a dozen coin in her palm. Pfft, that's it? Even if they're at the imperial level, that can't compare with the young noble and sovereign. Someone said with disdain while watching from far away. Indeed, lacking quite, wait a minute. A sect elder felt the same way, but something told him otherwise. That's not imperial coins. Those are progenitorial coins. Say what? Everyone became startled upon hearing this. They stretched their neck forward to get a better look. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, each coin in Shima's palm was filled with true energy and an aura capable of crushing the firmaments. Chapter 23-24, The progenitorial coins astounded everyone. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the ancestors from the great powers never got the chance to see them. The lucky ones only got to look, never actually touching one. Though Ling Shima was only holding 10 or so coins, this was more than enough. Unless one could take out the highest grade of imperial coins, a pile was still worth less. Her hand was shaking, this was her first time seeing and holding them. She could sense the power emanating from them, as if each coin was a separate world with boundless power, more than enough to crush the heavens and suppress the gods. They have been refined by progenitors and wrapped by true energy. Otherwise, someone as weak as her wouldn't be able to hold one. The girl carefully laid down each one on top of a large rock, not daring to show any slight as if that would mean being disrespectful to the progenitors. No one would make fun of her slow actions because they would definitely do the same, afraid of breaking them. These several coins were enough to grant a lifetime of benefits and wealth. Who wouldn't be careful around these peerless pieces? Even Wu Bingning, who was mentally prepared, was shaken. She thought that Li Qiye would take out a large number of imperial coins, perhaps even those from 12 palace emperors. The extravagant nature of this act surpassed her expectations. People held their breath, palpitating while watching the scintillating coins gestating 1,000 stars within. The ancestors salivated with greed. Myriad had 10,000s of system, but few actually had progenitorial coins. The ones that did would treat them as precious ancestors. The low-ranked ancestors never had access to them. After all, these systems have been passed down for so long. Even if their progenitors have left some coins behind, most would have been expended already. Moreover, time kept on changing, same with the ruling parties. The descendants of the progenitors might no longer be the ones in charge of their systems. Thus, the chance of these systems possessing the coins was even less. In the case of Coiling Dragon System and Sword Grave, they weren't the descendants of their system's progenitor. Taking out imperial coins for transactions was one thing, but using progenitorial coins was a different story. Their treasuries might have some, but they weren't qualified to use them and could only dream about it. Coiling Dragon Young Noble and Sword Sovereign turned black. They were bragging about their imperial coins earlier to the point of provocation. Meanwhile, Ling Shima took her time displaying each one in an orderly manner, but it wasn't to show off. She was simply showing respect. Alas, in the duo's eyes, it looked like she was bragging and slapping them on the face. Li Qiye just needed to throw some coins down and immediately took them down a notch in a ruthless manner. Each coin laid down by her was a resounding slap on their face. The longer she took, the more the two became more awkward and embarrassed. Once all of them were lined up, the duo looked away, not wanting to see the dazzling coins. Bingning couldn't help but smile. Shima didn't do it on purpose, but this was a great blow to the other two. At the same time, the cultivators who laughed at Li Qiye earlier didn't dare to say a single word, feeling the same way as Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign. Just spending money? An ancestor bitterly smiled. I could try my whole life and wouldn't be able to get this much spending money, not even a single coin. His domination was out of control right now, robbing everyone of their breath. Acting tough in front of him now was asking for trouble. This move from him concluded the wealth competition. Who else would dare to try right now? Boom! In the faraway ocean, the wind and waves roared. Gigantic tidal waves appeared, signaling the coming of a storm. It was as if the entire ocean was being lifted up. They're here. One ancestor spotted with his heavenly gaze. Rumble. More detonations came from the distant, seemingly taking a long time for the sound to arrive. Finally, the ocean was being lifted like a carpet. The dark expanse at the bottom was rushing towards shore and engulfing the sky. The coin beasts are coming. An ancestor could see 10 million miles away with his gaze and saw the dark tides. Others followed suit, and sure enough, countless coin beasts got on shore and began running like crazy for this city. Some spread their wings and started flying. There were too many of them, so they looked like a land tsunami. Plus, more and more were still leaving the ocean with no end in sight. Who knows how many beasts were actually living under the sea, but it looked like doomsday right now. Rumble. The entire area was quaking. The terrifying tide of beasts rushed through everything in its path. Nothing could stop it. The towering trees and lush thickets were green once, but not for long. Moreover, the large beasts slammed through the mountains. Debris went flying, resulting in a magnificent scene. People gasped and finally understood the flat pathway before the city connecting straight to the ocean. It wasn't man-made, the tides of beasts were the culprit. Chapter 23-25, Rumble. Even when the beasts were quite far from the city, a storm of dust formed due to their massive number. Oh Lord, the crowd realized how horrifying this was and quickly left the main path, afraid of being drawn in. As the tide grew closer, people finally saw them clearly. In fact, they weren't different from other beasts, relatively similar in appearance. Some had strange and unfamiliar forms, but they were fewer in number. One impertinent bull was entirely red, around 3 meters long. It ran like crazy and left behind 4 large hoof marks. Another one resembled a snow leopard, not as impressive in size but it was as fast as lightning, leading at the front. Mist and frost formed on its path. One more looked like a monkey and rode a beast. Its mount followed all of the orders. The diversity of beasts astonished the crowd. However, they all had one similar characteristic, a particular rune on their head. The mark was a golden coin, hence their name, Coin Beast. The colossal ones were unbelievably strong. An ape taller than the highest mountain traveled 1,000 miles with each step, leaving gigantic footprints behind. Geographic barriers didn't deter it at all. The real victims were the other beasts, trampled and crushed into mincemeat. Nevertheless, the horde continued on its path. Another lightning-fast serpent stretched for 1,000 miles and easily decimated a hill with its tongue. It destroyed peaks and trees just like the large ape, leaving a long scar on the ground. Rumble. The world was seemingly rocked by a major disaster. We're too close. The cultivators who chose the nearest peak to the main path faced the most pressure. Some got overran instantly. Their screaming stopped after their body became pieces. Some were fast enough to jump to the sky but unfortunately, large birds flew by and dismembered them, resulting in an explosion of blood. A few lucky ones have prepared their coins. The front-running beasts opened their mouth and took in these coins. After seeing this, the cultivators jumped on the beasts and made their way towards the city. Misfortune tagged along with luck, so after getting on the beasts, the sky suddenly turned dark. They looked up and the bottom of a massive foot became the last thing they saw before death. Their mounts were affected too, but some were resilient enough to get back up and moved on, despite the fleshy mess on their back. It's a good thing we weren't that close. The cultivators standing far away celebrated. Not being able to take the good spots earlier became a good thing. A few beasts wandered away from the main path and ate coins a bit farther away. The owners of the coins naturally jumped and rode the beasts. Another group wanted to ride without paying, so after seeing the ones they like, they immediately rushed forward and tried to get on top. Boom! The beasts didn't hold back at all and rocked back and forth until they got these people off. The majority of these non-payers died to the incoming waves. This was a lesson to the spectators so no one else tried to be stingy. Rawr! The howls of the beasts were truly shocking. Strange enough, the gate of the city might be incredible in size, but it wasn't as big as the horde. Some beasts were countless times larger by themselves. However, when they made it to the gate, they shrank right away, like a planet turning into a pebble. This wasn't a physical change, but rather, they were stepping into a different and limitless dimension. Boom! The large ape mentioned earlier opened its mouth and sucked in Coiling Dragon's imperial coins from the distance. It then shouted at the young noble. No doubt that it was willing to be Coiling Dragon's mount. The man became excited and leaped over, landing on the ape's shoulder and looking just like a tiny dot in comparison to the creature. The other colossal serpent coiled around a mountain and pulverized it without any problem. It swallowed Sword Sovereign's coins, so he jumped on its back without any hesitation. The other beasts were aware of these two's might so they stay far away, not wanting to be crushed. Right before the ape and serpent were about to start again, a detonation in the ocean created a tsunami of unprecedented size. A beast jumped out of the expanse and braved the waves. Bam! The very next second, all the beasts stopped like braking carriages. The explosion earlier nearly ruptured everyone's eardrums and the world became strangely quiet. Before they could react, the horde of beasts got down on the ground. Even the large ape and serpent didn't dare to get up. This sudden change naturally shocked everyone. They quickly looked towards the ocean and noticed the incoming beast. It had the body of an ox with just a single leg, one horn on its head. One could hear the thunder crackles accompanying it along with surging lightning currents flowing around. Despite possessing only one leg, it wasn't hopping. Each step was stable, fast, and even soundless. It was much smaller in size compared to that ape and didn't emit a frightening presence. However, one could sense a matchless aura, though the beast didn't try to be imperious and threatening. This aura was simply flowing within its very flesh and blood. This meant that the thing was born to be supreme, possessing the strongest of bloodlines. Chapter 23-26, The One-Legged, One-Horned Beast seemed to be of the thunder affinity and had a highly prestigious bloodline. All the other beasts kneeled down before this overlord. An ancestor could sense its bloodline. Is this a Kuei from the myths? A divine beast? Kuei? Many were shocked. This was a true divine beast, not a self-proclaimed one like many others. This level of beings only existed in the legends, fewer than few were actually spotted. One keen ancestor noticed a minute disparity with its tail. It looked like a snake's tail and kept on wiggling around, instilling a sinister atmosphere as if it was a lethal weapon. I don't think it's a full Kuei, but rather, an offspring of a Kuei and a coiling python, which is why it has this amazing bloodline. He speculated. A Kuei's tail wasn't like this, so he instantly made the connection with another monstrous beast, coiling python. Nevertheless, this mixed bloodline was more than enough to establish its supremacy over the rest of the creatures here. Its power far exceeded everything else. Even the gigantic ape and serpent earlier were prostrating on the ground. What's hard to imagine was how fast and precise each of its steps was despite possessing only one leg. It didn't take long before it appeared outside of the city. All the experts held their breath and didn't dare to utter a single sound. This scene of worship was shocking enough, so who would dare to provoke this majestic beast? Perhaps one stomp from it could annihilate everyone here. It moved to Wuxia's peak and swallowed the progenitorial coins there. The beast paused, clearly revealing its intent. Let's go. Wuxia pulled the two girls up to the beast's back. Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign were vexed to the limit. Losing the wealth competition was one thing, but this only added to the pain. When he sat down on that beast, he clearly surpassed everyone present because their beasts were kneeling down to his beast, making it seem like they were prostrating too. Alas, there was nothing they could do. Who was to blame for his beast being so unreasonably powerful? They could only look up at him now. Eventually, the beast brought the three into the city before the awed spectators. Before it left, no other beasts dared to move at all, so they could only sit there and wait. It looked as if they were participating in a grand ceremony to send Wuxia away, servants prostrating before the emperor's march. This was too humiliating for the two youths. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, even the ancestors. Rumble. The flood resumed in the same frantic manner once more towards the city. The first were the ape and serpent carrying Sword Sovereign and Coiling Dragon. Others either got trampled by them or have already moved out of the way. Boom! The mass began entering the city. Once next to the gate, everything suddenly became different. The space here was boundless, just like the sky. An illusion occurred, both beasts and cultivators shrank in size. The deeper they went, they became as small as a speck of dust. Of course, this wasn't the case. They have only entered a different dimension, an open canvas of stars. Anything else would seem tiny in comparison. Two possibilities were possible if one were to enter without riding the coin beasts. A weak person would only enter a hall with nothing but empty walls. As for the masters who knew how to break the spatial barriers, they would find themselves lost in a boundless space. Thus, riding these beasts were crucial in order to enter the real location. Countless beasts have entered by this point. Initially, this flood of creatures looked quite majestic and grand, but once inside, it was no different from a tiny river. No, not even that, just a stream of water. Gargantuan, the only word to describe this domain. Stars and galaxies floated above. The flood of beasts suddenly dispersed into different locations, no longer needing to crowd together. Buzz. Spatial fluctuation could be heard. These beasts began jumping on the different stars. Having an intruder made the stars brightly flash, seemingly giving them a boost and allowing them to jump a greater distance. After reaching a particular height, the beasts would hit a barrier and create a ripple, ending with their disappearance. They would show up again in a faraway location and repeat the jumping process. This is spatial leaping. An elder became startled after seeing this sight. This phenomenon allowed for long-distance teleportation, even more effective than Dao portals. Who knows the mastermind behind this monumental feat? Perhaps this was its natural form, already like this since the inception. The beasts leaped through space multiple times and traveled incredible distances. An ascender flying would require an interminable period of time to go the same length. The end of the path was a towering cliff, big enough to act as a sluice gate for the entire dimension. One could look up and down and would never be able to see its end. Alas, the beasts didn't stop and rushed forward. No. We're gonna get crushed. The riders became scared out of their mind. Strange enough, contrary to dying horrifically, the beasts seemed to be jumping into a lake. They melted into the cliff, leaving behind a faint shadow that would eventually disappear like water ripples. Chapter 23-27. The scene changed after Wuxia and the two girls infiltrated the cliff. They could finally walk on the ground again. This place was vast with a pristine and rich life force. This place has never been touched before by men, filled with a green color. Such a strange aura. Wu Bingning said. How so? Shima's cultivation was far inferior, so she couldn't feel anything strange. A rotten smell. Bingning frowned. It's hard to say. This is akin to a lotus flower in full bloom, but the earth beneath it buried a corpse. Yes, this aura is full of life, but it also masks the degeneration. Really? Shima started sniffing around and eventually blushed. My cultivation is too weak, I can't sense anything. Wuxia chuckled. She's right, two contrasting forces exist here. Beneath this majestic life force is an inconcealable air of decay. People have died here? Shima inquired. Certainly, and not just people. A lot have died, more than one can count. Wuxia smiled. Shima was naturally frightened by this revelation. Coin beasts too, so many lives were buried here. What the hell is this place? Bingning continued sensing the peculiarities of the area unlike Shima, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. With death comes life. Wuxia said, for you, this is death, but for other existences, it is a new life. Your corpse can serve as fertilizer for something else. Bingning shuddered with a terrible premonition. Looks like coming here isn't a good thing then. She smiled wryly. There's nothing nice about redeeming grounds. Wuxia shook his head. So magical with plenty of rules, are they created by nature? Are all of these rules formed by heaven? Did Bewildering and Coin Beast come out of nowhere? The two girls began to contemplate. When it came to money fall, people wanted treasures or fortunes. Not many actually cared or researched about this issue. They took its existence for granted. These locations must have been built by someone, the girls thought. The next question became, who and why? Have you never thought about where all the coins go after falling on the ground? The amount is unfathomable. Li Qia chuckled. The two girls couldn't answer at all. Bingning couldn't help but ask, do you know? He stared at the horizon before plainly answer, to where they should. After all, a few living things are different from your imagination, they're quite unique. The answer was too vague and only further confused the girls. Nevertheless, they stopped prying. Where are we heading to now? Bingning asked. It will take us to our desired location. The stronger, the farther it can go, and the greater the opportunity. Li Qia tapped on the beast. It didn't make any sound and continued forward, one step at a time. This scary speed could cross through 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. It seemed to know the destination, so there was no hesitation. In the beginning, there were other beasts around this area, but this swift creature overtook all of them. This land was vast to an incalculable level. All the beasts also diverged after entering, seemingly have their own goal. They traveled in a straight line without pausing, no time to think or select. Where are we going? The cultivators could only ride along, unaware of what lies ahead. Only heaven knows. The ancestors didn't know either and had no particular objective. So all of this is Coin Beast City? People thought that they would be entering a massive citadel instead. Forget it, let's get off here. An expert with several friends jumped down from their mount. This beast didn't care about them and only rushed forward on the same path. Let's look around, maybe we can find some eggs or Dao bones here. One of them said. Boom! Suddenly, mud and soil flinged everywhere, the ground beneath them started to crack. A massive skeleton came out of the ground, perhaps one of a giant tiger. Its form back when it was alive remained unknown, only the general shape is clear. What the hell is that? The reanimated skeleton frightened the group. Rah! It actually issued a tiger-like roar and bared its white teeth at the group. Ah! They were eaten by the skeleton before they could react. Crack! Their bones were pulverized. Blood flowed down the entire skeletal frame, painting each bone red. The thing seemed to have regained some life force. No, the opposite, its death energy grew denser as if it had just consumed something nutritious. Rah! It roared again and started chasing after the closest beasts with cultivators on top. It didn't take long before it successfully caught and ate some prey, both beasts and men. Oh God! The cultivators nearby were scared out of their mind. Boom! It wasn't until a powerful coin beast appeared and stomped the skeleton into smithereens did the horrifying hunt stops. What the hell was that? People were still frightened. This was their first time seeing a reanimated skeleton, and a flesh-eating one at that. Could there be spirits still buried down there? Chapter 23-28, Rar. One could hear the cries of beasts everywhere in this area, not just from the newcomers but also the skeletons crawling out of the ground. They came with all shapes and sizes. Some were massive while others delicate. But this didn't imply weakness for the latter. A few tiny ones were powerful enough to topple the large coin beasts down and slay them. Rumble. The miserable sounds of battle became inevitable along with screamings. These skeletons began hunting the coin beasts and intruders. Are these the remains of the coin beasts? Experts noticed something after seeing enough skeletons. A few pursuers looked just like the ones they're riding. Looks that way. Another added, they're not weaker than when they were alive at all. So strange. People didn't know how these beasts have died. Was it from the last event or from a distant era? Why are they coming back to life? Some were afraid because the eye sockets of these skeletons had a fiery glow, just like the fire of a soul. Is this a rebirth or are they mere puppets? One old expert wondered. The lack of answers frightened the crowd, especially the fact that these skeletons kept their power. A particularly terrible one killed more than 20 beasts and cultivators with a single slap. Of course, some living coin beasts were strong enough to slam the skeletons into pieces. They didn't consider themselves to be the same species at all and conflicts waged on. The problem might be the land itself. One ancestor elaborated, rumor has it that this place has something to do with eternal life, so the coin beasts have a chance to live again. Of course, no one knows the validity of this statement, but as we can see, these dead creatures are rising again. Really, many ancestors felt their heart thumping faster. After reaching a certain level and old age, these cultivators stopped caring about power. Eternal life became a fatal attraction instead. Thus, how could they not be interested in this land right now? Why are we here? The ancestor smiled, obviously for the beast springs, same as all the beasts here. Maybe this has something to do with eternal life. However, this particular statement wasn't wholly accurate. Not all beasts came for eternal life. Rah! One creature let out a moving and tragic howl after finding the desired spot, a cliff. It then lowered its head and lay down. After a long time, people became brave enough to come closer and tested its pulse. It's dead. They found that it died peacefully, resting its head on its paws just like a nap. In fact, this wasn't uncommon. Numerous beasts came to find a suitable place before passing away in this manner. The cultivators naturally became surprised and perplexed. They came so far just to die. One sect master murmured. So this is how the remains come to be. Maybe they die here for a chance of rebirth in this incredible land? One expert recalled what an ancestor said earlier. Perhaps reanimation as a skeleton was a different method to live again. Albeit, it would cease to be its former self. This only excited the crowd even more after seeing a glimpse of immortality. A few took a risk and got down from their mounts in order to do more research. One more objective of these beasts became clear to the crowd. They all heard a loud roar. Another beast climbed up a precipice and made its way into a cave. A while later, the cave emitted a blinding light. The brave came closer and saw a nest made out of straws with eggs in the center. They were as precious as gems, coveted by all. Beast eggs! Someone shouted. The beast earlier got inside and got on its stomach, ready to lay some eggs. It has to come here to give birth. The beast's goal became obvious to the crowd. Some spectators lost patience and rushed in before the cave could close in order to seize the eggs. Boom! The moment they got there, a massive claw came from above. A massive beast materialized in the sky and made mincemeat out of them, not giving them a chance to scream. So it turned out that some beasts came to lay eggs while others were here to protect them. Before the crowd could calm down, a creaking noise came as the cave began to close. Some came specifically for these eggs, so to specifically see the process only made them more excited. The legend about elucidation true emperor is real, he really got a divine beast egg from this place. People started believing this legend about the emperor and his Bayan, the beast protector of Resting Bull. There's a nest up on that mountain shrouded by clouds, 3 eggs in there too. A short time later, someone found something new. It didn't take long before experts started gunning for the mountain. Boom! Unfortunately, the guardian here was a skeletal beast. It slapped all of them into fleshy bits. Nevertheless, the remaining cultivators didn't give up and began a massive assault on this skeleton. Poof! The beast spewed out waves of lava, cueing the wails of torment. Events like this happened all over the land. People found eggs and others tried to seize it. However, the eggs were protected by both the living and dead beasts. Fewer than few managed to sneak off with their prize. Chapter 23-29. Beasts didn't only come to the city to die or to lay eggs, the beast springs were another focus. A minority of cultivators could stay away from temptation. They continued riding with their beasts, especially the older experts. Finally, a few beasts made it to their destination, a mountain stream or a pool of water. They patiently waited. Boom! These sources of water had spring coming out without warning. The liquid had the color of breast milk instead of a clear shade. The waiting beasts finally got what they wanted and started drinking their fill. What's going on right now? The young cultivators that tagged along were unaware. That's the beast springs. Come on, collect some now. The experts from the last generation came prepared. They jumped off their beasts and collected the liquid. What does it do? The youths jumped down to help while asking. Add lifespan by just drinking, or be used to refine pills. A senior couldn't wait and ordered his juniors to be faster. So it turned out that this liquid could prolong life. Though it couldn't reach the mythical level of immortality, delaying death was possible, especially for the ancestors who have used longevity pills before. They have reached diminishing returns, so they needed something different. This liquid was indeed one of the best options, so they risked everything to come here. At this time, some saw a magical scene. After drinking, some beasts started to shed their white fur, making it look as if they were standing on snow. Next, black and shiny fur started to grow. Other beasts shed their skin for an entirely new layer. That's incredible, it's like they're becoming younger again. The spectators gasped. An older cultivator immediately copied them. He got in the spring and started to crazily drink the liquid until his stomach bloated. Why am I not losing my white hair? Not a single strand of white hair shed, let alone growing a new head of hair. Idiot. His ancestor shook his head and laughed. It's called beast spring, so the effect is stronger and faster for beasts, not for you. Time is required to absorb the essences within. Because of this, alchemists take their time to refine this liquid. If one can just drink it and becomes younger, then it wouldn't be your turn to take them. Progenitors and powerful beings would have monopolized the liquid, and it would be called eternal spring, not beast spring. The old cultivator had a pained expression due to his bloated stomach and nearly cried, What should I do now? I'm too damn full. Just take the time to digest it. The annoyed ancestor stopped caring. Of course, it wasn't that easy to find this liquid. When there is an abundance, the beasts didn't mind sharing with the cultivators. But when the opposite was the case, the beasts wouldn't mind attacking instantly the men. Boom! Skeletons also crawled out of the ground and ran for the beast springs. Start killing them. Battles broke out in these areas between the three sides. Blood and casualties became inevitable, the stench of death permeated. One more thing attracted everyone's attention, the Dao bones. A cultivator made it to a towering pinnacle and saw a divine tree hidden among the thick forest. It actually had a piece of Dao bone with a warm yet dazzling glow. Runes would periodically flash. A Dao bone. The cultivator wanted to climb the tree, ecstatic. The moment he made contact, lightning suddenly coursed through the tree and struck him, rendering him to ashes. Another noticed a yellow Dao bone deep in a valley. This caused quite a stir, so people started infiltrating the valley. One unlucky soul decided to enter despite the potential risk. Before he could react, a Yin energy appeared, causing him to be frozen. The guy fell straight to the ground, the end of his story. This scene naturally deterred the other spectators. Dao bones would only appear in the dangerous areas, virtually impossible to reach. The greedy would throw away their lives for naught. Furthermore, even those who actually obtained these Dao bones couldn't do anything since they failed to understand its mysteries. Could you explain these Dao bones to me? A junior became vexed at his inability to obtain one but remained curious. I'm not sure. His ancestor replied, rumor has it that occasionally, after the death of a coin beast, only its best bone would remain. This bone would be gestated by the heaven and earth and contain the profundity of the grand Tao. If you can understand it, you would be able to see the most primal mysteries, truly helpful to cultivation, perhaps even better than a progenitorial merit law. Why? These laws are created by the progenitors and are most suitable for them. But by comprehending these mysteries and morphing them to your own use, they can be the most suitable for you and become a part of your foundation. His juniors enjoyed this lesson about the Tao bones. A different ancestor added, elucidation true emperor obtained a Tao bone as well. Because of this, he could activate the Tao source of resting bull. Otherwise, just his scripture alone wasn't enough to revive a withered Tao source. Unfortunately, obtaining a Tao bone was harder than reaching the heaven. Some extremely powerful ancestors tried, only to fail. The rarity increased the value of the bones. While everyone else was aiming for the eggs, springs, and Tao bones, Li Qia's group rode the kuei farther along, straying from the rest. They also met skeletons along the way, but these skeletons were far inferior to the kuei. They were smart enough to back off. Eventually, they saw a great mountain range presiding over the land like an imposing coin beast lying down. All the previous mountain ranges they have seen in their lives failed to compare to this one. Before getting close, one could sense a boundless air of the beast billowing as if the king of all beasts was here. This terrorizing aura naturally made people shudder with an indescribable feeling. Even the imperious kuei restrained its aura and slowed its pace, seemingly showing respect. Unbelievable, Wu Binjing was startled after feeling this beast aura. Our goal. Li Qia's eyes became profound. Perhaps there were other beasts capable of getting to this place, but they would stop before reaching the mountain range, only daring to observe from the distant. Chapter 23:30. The kuei also stopped after reaching a stream inside the mountain range. In the center was a pool filled with rocks, dried up, perhaps from overconsumption by the coin beasts since the start of time. The kuei stood in front of the pool, seemingly waiting for something. Upon closer inspection, if the mountain range was a massive beast, then its mouth would be here, drinking to its content in the past. What is it doing? Bingning asked about the kuei. Waiting. Li Qia closed his eyes, not in a hurry at all. The two girls had to do the same, ignorant of his goal in Coin Beast City. Some time had passed and came a splashing sound. A spring gushed from the bottom of the pool with a milky color and smell. More liquid oozed out in other parts. If one were to compare the liquid here to the other locations, they would find that it was thicker and milkier, and that the smell was purer and more refreshing. This seemed to be the origin of the beast springs. The other places were diluted and inferior. The kuei began to drink without holding back since there was no other competition here. Beast springs, Bingning didn't think she would be able to see this legendary liquid. What are the benefits? Shima curiously asked. Life prolongment, but for the beast, it can grant them youth again. Li Qia plainly said. Shima became tempted after hearing this. Of course, she was too young for this, but the old men in her clan did. Given their power, they weren't qualified to reach this place. Nevertheless, she didn't dare to do anything when the kuei was around. Someone as weak as her competing with it for the liquid? Just one exhale could turn her to dust. You can go, it's good to bring some back. Li Qia chuckled, it won't be a waste of this trip. Moreover, the spring here is far more precious compared to any other places. You wouldn't have the chance to get it without riding a beast of this level. Shima became happy and got down from the beast to get some liquid. I'll do it too. Bingning also jumped down and took out a treasure vase. This would be a great gift for her seniors. Who knows if the beast heard Li Qie or if there was no other competition. It continued to drink after briefly glancing at the two girls. Li Qie also got a bottle before looking at the sky. It's about time to move on. Sure enough, the pool that was filled with springs suddenly became empty once more. Not even a single drop was left, same with the other puddles and streams in this area. At the same time, this happened to the other places in Coin Beast City as well. It seemed that when the time was right, the liquid would return to the land. Fuck, I didn't get any. One cultivator cursed. It's too late, the latecomers shouted with regrets. Some beasts were furiously shouting at the sky too. They didn't have the chance to drink just yet. Roars of anger and lament echoed, instilling fear into the listeners. On the other side, the Kuei seemed very calm as if this wasn't anything new. Let's go. Li Qie ordered. The girls jumped back on the beast, prepping for the next part of the journey. The Kuei moved deeper into the mountain range. Its familiarity perhaps indicated that this wasn't its first visit. The mountains spanned endlessly, decorated with lush trees and snowy peaks, almost as if jade dragons were coiling around them. The sceneries were beautiful beyond words. Heavenly waterfalls, lakes with jewel-like water. Anyone would be lost in admiration. Of course, treasures were unbelievable here too. As the Kuei passed by, there was a nest along the cliff of a mountain. This nest was built with divine feathers shimmering with a golden glow, soft, perhaps the softest of them all. Only a single egg was present, around the size of a bowl. It looked much more humble compared to eggs in the other areas since they were as big as water basins. It emitted a gentle green light, looking just like a jade work of art. One wouldn't expect it to be an egg. True fire would occasionally flicker. This was a monstrous type, even a true god would be turned to ashes upon touching it. Wow, Bingning's expression changed. It's a good one. Li Qie glanced at it and a smile curled his lips. It won't be a vermilion bird, but its blood is very close to being one. Perhaps it will become something similar to this one right here. Having said that, he gently patted the Kuei's head. The egg is that strong? Both the girls were moved. Though she hasn't seen the Kuei in action just yet, the prostration from all the other beasts indicated its might. Yes. Li Qie agreed with a nod but was not tempted. Why aren't you taking it? Bingning became curious since this egg was a coveted jewel. Only close to being a vermilion bird, not one yet. Li Qie chuckled. The latter case is a bit interesting, but this one is still not enough. This isn't an issue of whether it is strong or not. A divine beast has intrinsic value far above its battle potential. Instead of grooming that egg, I rather train a progenitor. For example, this fella right here wouldn't have any advantage against one, and against an immortal lineage one? No chance. He continued rubbing its head. The Kiu seemed unhappy with that statement and let out a quiet roar. Nevertheless, it didn't become angry. It possessed true intelligence, far above ordinary coin beasts. Bingning was naturally astonished. Grooming a powerful coin beast was quite desirable. For example, Elucidation True Emperor got a buy-in back then for his system. Shima took one last look at that egg. She didn't think about it because first of all, she didn't have the power to obtain it. Even if she did, she wouldn't be able to help it hatch or feed it in the first place. A beast at this level couldn't be kept by just anyone. Only the truly strong had this privilege. Chapter 23:31. As the group went on, Li Qie finally became interested when they made it to a stone wall. He chuckled and said, "A bit interesting. Friend, you can go now." He patted the Kuei before jumping down. The two girls quickly followed him. The Kuei didn't mind and went on its own, disappearing into the mountains. Li Qie turned his focus towards the wall, same with the two girls. It was located at the ridge area of this mountain. Below are a series of protruding edges, seemingly circling around the wall. The girls took their time and didn't notice anything. This was only a regular cliff. It had holes and crevices with rocks filling in along with bits sticking out, definitely not a flat surface. Its shade was a common gray, decorated with the random vines and weeds. The strange part was Wuxia's fixation, treating it as a beautiful natural beauty. The girls didn't get it at all. He leaped up to the edge of the cliff and touched the rough surface. He was gentle as he would to a lover. The girls also jumped up and stood on the protruded part with him. Such perfection, they could be considered the origins. He said with emotion. The girls failed to see the perfection in this ordinary cliff. They have seen too many like it in the outside world. They touched the surface and found it coarse enough to prick their skin. So why is it perfect? Bingning asked out of curiosity, unable to see the mysteries in this place. Look carefully. Wuxia's finger slightly touched the wall with a strange rhythm and order. Pop. The wall resembled more of a lake now with rippling waves. What the two girls saw became different, no longer their own shadow. Bingning saw a vast expanse and an explosion signaling the start of a universe. It came quickly but also left with haste. Everything was ephemeral and disappeared before she could see them clearly. Shima's vision also only lasted for a split second. She saw a divine sword containing the secrets of heaven. Unfortunately, she didn't get a second glance. When they regained their wits, they looked at the stone wall again. It was still the same as before, crude and ordinary. An illusion would be the logical assumption, but intuition told Bingning that the scene she saw earlier was real. What happened? She asked in astonishment. You're looking at a Dao bone. Wuxia was amused at their reaction. A Dao bone? This wall? Both the girls became wide-eyed. Indeed. He smiled. Bingning was greatly affected. She had heard of stories about Dao bones before. Normally, it would only be the size of a fist. A large one would be that of a water basin. But this wall, or rather cliff, was gigantic. Could a Dao bone of this size be real? It's way too big. She murmured. That's why no one can take it away. Its origin is ancient and earth-shattering, far more precious than a Dao scripture. Wuxia revealed. The two girls found it hard to remain calm. Bingning copied Wuxia and also touched the wall with one finger. However, the result wasn't to her expectation. Why can't I create the same images again? She wondered. If everyone can create the origins, then it wouldn't be considered mysterious or profound, right? He smiled. This required the power of a progenitor or another similar existence. You right now can't do it, unless you are born with an immortal heart. Would this allow one to learn the Tao? Shima had limited knowledge, but she had heard stories about Tao comprehension using Tao bones. It's possible, predicated on excellent talents, an unyielding Tao heart, great vision, and impeccable intelligence. Wuxia answered, just an ordinary Tao bone can be difficult already, let alone this one. With that, he sat down and began to meditate with his eyes closed. The two girls did the same, wanting to learn, for this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A hush fell over, only the sound of the winds and flowing water could be heard. Even their breathing became muted. As time passed, Shima couldn't sense or feel anything despite an earnest effort at meditating. Perhaps this Tao bone was rejecting her. Bingning fared better, seemingly grasping on to something yet losing her grip. She tried repeatedly to no avail, as if she was far from reaching the level of understanding the Tao bone. Eventually, she decided to give up, aware that certain things couldn't be forced. This learning opportunity alone was already a new peak for her. On the contrary, Wuxia seemed to be sleeping, staying as still as a statue. Nothing could distract him right now. Let's watch carefully. Bingning sighed quietly. The two of them stood nearby and tried to not bother Wuxia. 1 second after another, then minutes, hours, he still didn't move. Russell suddenly interrupted the silence. Bingning raised her guard instantly. Someone's here. She darted next to Wuxia, realizing that qi deviation could happen if he were to be interrupted during his meditation. Shima came closer to protect him as well in spite of her meager cultivation. Sure enough, a group approached from the distance. All of them were strong, a few old men had the aura of a true god. Sword Sovereign, Shima recognized the young leader to her dismay, the ancestors too. She took a deep breath as her expression soured after seeing the rest of the group. Chapter 2332, Shima wouldn't be so frightened if Wuxia was around because he could shoulder a falling sky. However, the situation was perilous due to his meditation. She wasn't only worrying for herself but also for him. Qi deviation could result in death. She looked over and prayed for him to return. Get ready. Bingning quietly said with a serious expression. Shima clenched her fists and made up her mind. She shifted to the front of Wuxia, unable to watch him die without doing anything. Sword Sovereign's group initially rode beasts. They had knowledge of the city so they found this place. However, their beasts didn't dare to come inside so they had to walk. They were careful, not wanting to provoke any powerful beast in this dangerous mountain range, even going as far as ignoring eggs. They never expected to see these three here. Sword Sovereign's eyes narrowed after seeing Wuxia as he snorted, showing his strong dislike. Is that the junior? An old man from behind him walked out and asked. His weapon was a gigantic sword of unknown material. He looked muscular enough to wield this type of heavy weapon. Though he didn't emit a powerful aura, the rings circulating around him showed that he was an ascender. Solitary sword god. Shima blurted out after seeing his face. Yun Tian. Bingning was also surprised, not expecting such a high-level ancestor from Sword Grave to come. This was a 9th-level true god, far superior to Windchaser Matron. Moreover, he focused on the sword Dao his whole life and had reached an extraordinary level, or so people have said. Because of this, rumor has it that he has never needed to use more than 3 slashes in his life. Speculation started like wildfire, that with his sword Dao, he could contend against a new Eternal. His one regret was unable to study the core merit laws of Sword Saint, or he could inherit this supreme sword Dao. I want to see his quick draw. His eyes became dazzling with excitement. The guy was fascinated with swords. He didn't like challenging others to mere duels, only sword contests. He stopped caring about the matters of Sword Grave, but the sovereign told him about Wuxia's invincible speed. This interested him enough to make him come out. Of course, this played into the sovereign's goal. Because the matron was utterly defeated, he believed that outside of Eternals, only someone like Solitary could take Wuxia on. He knew that he wasn't qualified to ask the sword god for a favor, so he only focused on describing Wuxia's peerless sword Dao. Solitary didn't come here to settle a junior's personal feud. He only wanted to have a sword Dao competition. Wuxia, this is our unbeatable ancestor from Sword Grave. He wishes to see your invincible quick draw. Sword Sovereign emphasized the latter part. Alas, Wuxia had no reaction. Our young noble is not interested right now. Bingning refused, hoping to buy more time. She didn't want them to realize that he was currently meditating. Humph, so arrogant, our sword god is a 9th-level ascender. Sword Sovereign scowled. Nothing to be afraid of, our young noble easily took down an 8th level earlier. Bingning acted cool. She wanted to foster an atmosphere of contempt, so that they would mistake Wuxia's inaction as disrespect and scorn. In reality, this was nearly how it went in previous encounters. Wuxia always closed his eyes and ignored the crowd. Thus, Sword Sovereign didn't expect him to be in the process of meditation. Unfortunately, he couldn't come up with a response because the guy really defeated Windchaser Matron without any difficulty. Humph. It sounds like you wish to betray Vermilion Martial Court completely and join this villain's banner. Someone else coldly asserted. Another group has arrived. The speaker was Coiling Dragon Young Noble, and he came with more than 100 old men. The majority were ancestors of his system, mainly true gods and even ascenders. Coiling Dragon Young Noble, that's our business. If you wish to interfere, you should first clean up your own mess, especially the past matters of Prey Moon. Wipe your butt first before critiquing others. She didn't give him any face. Her title of martial goddess wasn't empty. When she decided to go all out, she was fierce and undeterred by anyone. This wasn't only a slap to him but also to his system, no, just Prey Moon. Many ancestors glared angrily at her, but there was nothing they could do. The history of Prey Moon was unflattering indeed. Long time no see, Miss Wu. An old man noticed Coiling Dragon being tongue-tied, so he came out. A bright light began to spread like flowing water across the area. He had numerous hands, each was far superior to Coiling Dragon's own and contained word-destroying explosiveness. Long time no see, King. Bingning calmly nodded as a greeting. Myriad-armed King. Shima immediately thought of someone and had to cover her mouth, stopping herself from screaming. Indeed, this was a participant of the alliance that attacked Insane Court back then. He came specifically for Wuxia. He didn't accept his defeat back then, thinking that it was a matter of place and time. If Wuxia didn't have control over that Dao source, they wouldn't have lost so miserably. He had just finished recovering and got news of Wuxia being in Moneyfall. The guy didn't mind traveling the long distance to come and settle the score. He believed that victory was possible as long as Wuxia didn't have a Dao source to help him. After all, the power of an ascender was not to be underestimated. He glanced at Wuxia before turning back at Bingning. Miss Wu, don't forget, justice and evil will never coexist. You are the successor of Vermilion and should maintain your stance. What is justice, and what is evil? She replied, King, don't forget that the agreement back then was signed by all the participating system, recognizing the legitimacy of Insane Court, so your rhetoric is incorrect. Are you reneging on your words? Of course not. Myriad Arms shook his head. I do not deny the validity of the agreement, but we should be vigilant, do not be tricked by others. I accept your good intention, but there is no need for you to worry about my choices. If there is nothing else, you can go. She flatly said. Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign couldn't interject because Bingning was also part of the alliance. In other words, she was qualified to speak to the king on the same level, unlike them. The strongest martial artist in that universe is Dugu Qiubai, a fictional character who is mentioned by name in 3 Wuxia novels by Jin Yong, Louis Cha. He does not appear in any of the novels because he lived in an era long before the events of the novels took place. Nicknamed Sword Devil, to reflect his prowess in and devotion to the practice of swordplay, he attains the philosophical level of swordsmanship without a sword, which means that he uses swordplay techniques in combat without the physical existence of a sword. Chapter 2333, More people have arrived at this moment. Many ancestors knew Moneyfall well enough to reach this place after getting off their beasts. They wanted to test their luck and find some eggs because rumor has it that Elucidation found his buy-in here. They quickly noticed this stalemate and became interested, watching from afar. A fight, maybe? The experts saw the numerous ancestors from Coiling Dragon system, so they quietly talked. Everyone knew that Coiling Dragon Young Noble and Sword Sovereign wouldn't let this go. Finding reinforcement was only a matter of time, so the presence of these ancestors confirmed the start of an inevitable battle. Myriad Armed was naturally unhappy with Bingning's aggressive tone. He scowled, "Miss Wu, you are way out of line here." The king had the same status as Windchaser and their power level was most likely similar. Thus, Bingning was showing disrespect towards a senior. "King, I have been plenty reasonable. Otherwise, I would be pushing for you to repay your debt to me." She pushed on. Though she wasn't being overly explicit, the intimidation tone was obvious. Myriad Arm's expression changed. He indeed owed her a debt after the alliance became prisoners to Insane Court. Li Qiye wanted to kill them, but with the help of Bright Ancestor and Pill Kill, Li Qiye decided to take Wu Bingning as a hostage instead. It wouldn't be outrageous to say that all of these ancestors owed her a debt. Plus, it wasn't flattering for people to know that grown men like them left behind a girl to be a hostage. Because of this, he didn't wish to dwell on this topic or they would become the laughingstock of the system. "Very well." Myriad Armed replied, "Then I won't bother you any longer, but you will not be able to stop this matter." "Thank you, King." She plainly responded. The king retreated to the back, still glaring at Li Qiye. Though he gave up on pursuing Bingning's matter, he would still maneuver against Li Qiye when an opportunity arises. As the conversation came to a halt, a flashing edge aimed straight for Li Qiye's throat. Shima couldn't react in time, unlike Bingning who used her sword to stop the thrust, resulting in sparks splattering everywhere. The ambusher showed himself, Saber Devil Crown Prince. The spectators grew startled. Shima, on the other hand, became intimidated. She tried to block before Li Qiye even more. She knew that she was unable to stop someone at this level, so she was preparing to use her body as a shield. "Martial goddess, no one can stop me from reaching my target," he declared. "Is that so?" Bingning replied before disappearing from sight. The Crown Prince was an ambushing expert, so his stealth techniques were flawless. However, he failed to spot her. Whoosh! A matchless ray aimed straight for his chest. Buzz! The Crown Prince disappeared as well but was forced back into the open by another thrust hitting the space where he hid. He shuddered and used the same technique. Alas, the formula repeated. Die! Unable to stealth, he decided to let his saber roam free, sealing the entire area. Bingning was nowhere to be found inside the vicinity of his attack. In this split second, the cold glint of a sword emerged right in front of his throat. He guessed her position and focused on offense instead of defense. Alas, the sword disappeared once more. This repeated several times before the prince was carelessly struck. The wound was shallow in a non-fatal position, but this was still a great blow to his morale. She appeared again next to Li Qiye after the successful exchange. "So fast," an expert commented. "Not just fast, her stealth is impeccable too," one ancestor said. World-concealing grass. The prince's expression became unsightly, his stare fixated on her. He has always taken pride in his ambushing techniques. This allowed him to kill stronger foes. He had heard of stories about her grass of invisibility but didn't pay it any mind, even holding it in contempt. In his mind, using an external item for stealth was no big deal, until today. In terms of cultivation, she was not necessarily stronger than him. But with the grass, she definitely had the advantage when it came to subterfuge combat. "Crown Prince, you're not the only one well-versed in ambushing techniques in Myriad. The rest of us just don't care enough." She verbally attacked, staying true to her title. "That grass is incredible," one ancestor murmured. Everyone knew that Vermilion was famous for its peerless martial arts, needless to say about its successor. However, this made people forget about her particular treasure and her assassination abilities. It was just that she preferred not to use them when possible. "Not bad," the prince uttered. "Martial goddess, I'm not here alone, that Li guy won't be able to escape today." With that, another group showed up with murderous intent. The leader was an ancestor holding a saber flashing with a bloody glow. One could faintly hear the stench of blood from a distance as if this saber had reaped numerous victims in the past. Blade Reaper True God and so many ancestors from Heaven Start system. The spectators noted with fear. The name of this 8th level True God was Chen Baojiang, his title, Blade Reaper. This ferocious man massacred numerous enemies during youth, not sparing their clans and families either. The blood of his fallen foes stained the blade of his saber and their indignant spirits lingered there, hence his title. Plenty of people wanted to kill him for revenge, but he came from Heaven Start, a powerful system. Others couldn't do anything about it. His arrival today meant that his system was going all out. Is it just a coincidence? Someone murmured. Coiling Dragon, Sword Grave, and Heaven Start went all in with their ancestors. Everyone felt that it was a premeditated assault on Wuxia. I heard young Lord Mu had given out an order, bring Wuxia's head for a great reward. A knowledgeable expert quietly revealed. I see. People understood right away. No wonder why so many ancestors came. So young Lord Mu had given a prize for Wuxia's head. It was no longer about personal grievances. Chapter 23-34, The spectators took a deep breath to see the number of ancestors on the other side. One expert said, they want him dead since he didn't give any respect to young Lord Mu. Even Heaven Start is trying to curry some favors. Young Lord Mu is prestigious indeed, the influence of his clan is a big deal. Another ancestor sentimentally said. Coiling Dragon System and Sword Grave were strong but not as glorious as they once were. The current leader of the former was the 8-armed dynasty and Sword Grave no longer belonged to the Ling clan. In short, they were on a downward path. This wasn't the case for Heaven Start. The leaders were still the descendants of their progenitor. They had the complete versions of merit laws and Grand Dao, superior to the other two systems in this aspect. Moreover, their progenitor went on to reach the imperial level as well, according to the rumors. These three systems were the first to answer the call of young Lord Mu, virtually going all out in order to kill Wuxia. One could see how highly they thought of the young lord. Because of his status, few dared to challenge him, let alone not giving him face like Wuxia. Not only did Wuxia show no respect to the young lord, but he also held the Mu clan in contempt. This courage was commendable. That Wuxia guy is intense, to be so courageous. Another ancestor praised. Martial goddess, our ancestors are here. Saber Devil Crown Prince threatened. She remained calm and cold, so what? The Crown Prince continued with rising bloodthirst, martial goddess, opposing the world for the sake of a villain, is it worth it? I don't need outsiders to tell me what to do. She replied. Avoid making this mistake. Wuxia is strong, but nothing good will come from opposing young Lord Mu. Coiling Dragon young noble joined in. I've seen plenty of hounds like you. Bingning interrupted, when I agreed to join the alliance, I was prepared for death, so you think I would be afraid of this young Lord Mu? The Mu might be strong but it's still nothing more than a clan. So many progenitors from our world don't give a damn about them. This statement stirred the heart of the listeners, especially those fearing the Mu. Everyone feared young Lord Mu not because of his personal power. But with further rumination, the crowd found that their progenitors were also powerful and imperious. In fact, some of their progenitors weren't weaker than the Mu's progenitor. For example, Sword Saint. Unfortunately, their descendants didn't work as hard and succumbed before the might of the Mu. Coiling Dragon's face turned red, speechless. They were the three young nobles and sword saber duo. However, they chose to be submissive towards young Lord Mu. This wasn't due to a lack of confidence or weakness, it's just that they lacked the same courage as Bingning. What is he searching for? Solitary Sword God ignored the quarrels and only had eyes for Wuxia the entire time. This sword fanatic didn't care for anyone else and only watched Wuxia, a potential opponent. As a 9th-level true god, he was observant enough to know that Wuxia had entered meditation. The rowdiness was interrupted by his comment. Everyone looked over and finally noticed the peculiarity: Wuxia was sitting there like a statue. He's meditating. They realized right away. A while ago, they assumed he was being arrogant and didn't want to talk to others since this was his style against Windchaser Matron. The two girls became alarmed. Bingning tried her best to stay calm so that others couldn't read her emotions. Unfortunately, Shima was inexperienced and turned pale. Everyone could tell from her expression that Wuxia was in meditation. Something is strange with this cliff. Solitary ignored the implication and turned towards the cliff, able to sense something due to his power and vision. No one cared about this cliff earlier since it looked as common as can be. Some used their heavenly gaze but nothing showed up. Solitary finally activated his heavenly gaze. It looked like a gigantic jewel emitting a clear light. The light fell upon the cliff and a slight resonation began. The cliff slightly glowed. Of course, this was far from the ripples created by Wuxia earlier. Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper joined the fun. They began dissecting the cliff. Among the ancestors present, Solitary was the strongest. More importantly, he only cared about the Grand Tao, so this allowed him to have greater comprehension. Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper knew they weren't a match. Nevertheless, they still noticed something strange. It's a Tao bone. After a long time, Solitary blurted out in astonishment. If it wasn't for Wuxia, he wouldn't have paid any attention to this cliff. Now, he was sure that it was a Tao bone. Sword God, are you sure? Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper didn't believe him. As 8th-level true gods, they didn't see any hint of it being a bone at all. Despite their skepticism, they had enough respect for Solitary's Tao comprehension to believe him. Solitary didn't bother answering the two and kept on looking at the cliff. I can't understand it. The other two took the lack of respect in stride. Solitary was famous for being arrogant and non-social. The spectators all tried to look at the cliff. The ancestors focused their eyes but failed to decipher anything. Chapter 23:35. At this moment, the cliff became the center of attention. So many ancestors widened their eyes in order to see some clues. Can a Tao bone be that big? That's impossible. Some remained skeptical. Tao bones did exist in Coin Beast City, but they were only around the size of a fist. But this one ahead was massive. How could such a large one exist in this world? Nevertheless, Solitary Sword God was positive and they had no reason to claim otherwise. It might just be one. After a while, both Blade Reaper and Myriad Armed gave their opinion, still amazed by the sheer size of the bone. It wouldn't surprise them if this was the largest Tao bone in existence. I can't see through it. The two had no choice but to give up, aware that they were no match for Solitary in Tao comprehension. Solitary himself failed to see through anything but didn't wish to give up. Can anything be better than this? People stopped doubting and thought about something else. One ancestor murmured, according to the myth, Elucidation True Emperor only found one the size of a palm, and this allowed him to be incredible. If one could understand this one, wouldn't the person become unbeatable for an eternity? This possibility made them salivate with desires. Of course, wanting and taking were two different things. Wu Bingning was worried at first, but this misdirection made her sigh with relief. Alas, this didn't last long. Coiling Dragon Young Noble and Sword Sovereign moved forward to her chagrin. The thing she didn't want to happen the most was unraveling. Wuxia, we will go to the death with you today. Coiling Dragon shouted, do you dare or not? The sudden challenge attracted everyone's attention. They knew that he couldn't fight right now due to being immersed in meditation. It was also his weakest moment and the best opportunity for his foes. A forceful severing would result in chi deviation or worse, death. This challenge was only an excuse. They wished to eliminate him here and now. As for the ancestors, they simply watched without stopping the youths. The ones from the last generation didn't want to do something like this, but they wouldn't stop the youths from doing so either. If you want to challenge our young noble, then pick a time and location. We will be there. Sword Sovereign smiled, why not now instead of picking a different date? In my opinion, this is a great place to fight as well. Count me in. Saber Devil Crown Prince coldly smiled. Some of the crowd naturally looked down on this despicable method from the three. However, as the adage goes, no better time to strike than when an enemy is ill. This was Wuxia's most vulnerable moment. It would be foolish to wait. Despicable cowards. She glared at them and sneered, outside of Coin Beast City, just one slash from our young noble frightened all of you into running for your life. Her reminder of the previous humiliation naturally vexed them. Their face turned red and ugly, shame slowly turning into anger. Martial Goddess, you're no longer a member of justice after conspiring with that villain and won't be able to escape death either. Sword Sovereign put on a tough expression and declared. Say what you want. She didn't mind her reputation being tarnished and sneered, if you want to challenge our young noble, you must get through me first. The crowd was impressed to see her willing to fight all three of them. That's why she became the successor of Vermilion Martial Court. One spectator noted. Coiling Dragon was also furious, Martial Goddess, you think too highly of yourself, can you actually take all of us on? He was still annoyed that the three of them couldn't kill Conqueror. The guy's fame soared above them afterward, it was just one failure after another in recent days. Now, this challenge from Bingning diminished their prestige even more. It's arguable that they were at the peak of the young generation, but they weren't getting the respect they deserve. Today, if they didn't defeat Wu Bingning, it would be too shameful to stay in myriad lineage. Try and see. She remained imperious and glared at the three. Very well, we'll have a look at your supreme martial arts. The Crown Prince smiled. He didn't care about his reputation and fame, unlike the other two. He wouldn't miss the chance to have a 3-on-1 fight. So be it. Sword Sovereign also gave up at this point. Clank. He slowly unsheathed his sword. Its terrible glint deterred people from looking over. I suppose, why not? Coiling Dragon uttered, if you want to be buried with that villain, we'll satisfy you. Boom. His 8 hands held 8 treasures, exuding a massive power. Buzz. The Crown Prince also had his saber ready. It emitted a terrible evil energy that eventually engulfed its user, enough to make the crowd shudder. Bingning didn't dare to underestimate them and put away her sword, choosing a halberd instead. Coiling Dragon began the battle by using a treasure seal. It didn't directly attack her but rather hovered above him, pouring down rays of Grand Tao laws on himself for protection. Sword Sovereign also summoned numerous divine swords. They rotated around him and formed a defensive barrier. The Crown Prince chose to rely on stealth and disappeared from sight. They have experienced her ambushing techniques earlier and assumed a defensive stance. Get ready. She didn't waste time before fading away. All three opened their heavenly gaze but still failed to find her. Boom. A halberd thrust an empty space and forced the Crown Prince to show himself. He retaliated by swinging his saber and unleashing numerous slashes. Chapter 2336, Forcing the Crown Prince out in the open also exposed her location, so Coiling Dragon and Sword Sovereign immediately attacked. The former unleashed all 8 treasures from different directions to crush the area, not giving her a chance to run. The latter's swords hemmed and gathered into a peerless slash, full of the sword Dao. It fixated on her head. The three of them didn't give her a chance to retaliate, deciding to go all out from the start. Unfortunately, Coiling Dragon's treasures couldn't seal Bingning's movement. She still disappeared after the failed attack. She showed off her own stealth techniques, perhaps superior to the Crown Prince, instead of just relying on the world-concealing grass. Whoosh! In the next blink of an eye, a white ray aimed straight for the sovereign's heart. Clank! The wall of swords activated, completely impenetrable. This allowed him to slash instead of parry. Clank! Her halberd successfully penetrated the wall of swords and slammed into his sword, resulting in a deafening collision. Blood finally made its appearance. Though she failed to pierce through him, her halberd still brushed by his back, leaving a deep wound. Kill her now. The other two rushed over and used their top techniques again. Unfortunately, they had no way of stopping her stealth technique. The three became on guard. The next ambush came straight for Coiling Dragon's throat. Alas, the combined effort of the three forced her back. There was no doubt that her power alone couldn't match up to the three, but the world-concealing grass was incredible. The trio couldn't catch her at all. She was superior to Conqueror in this regard. He could only defend instead of having enough freedom of movement to retaliate. That grass is so amazing. One spectator said. Everyone could see that without this treasure, she wouldn't be able to fare much better than Conqueror. The trio wasn't strong like Wuxia to stop the grass, so how could they stop her from moving freely through space? Nevertheless, the only thing she has accomplished so far was leaving trivial wounds on their body. The real damage was on their pride. Coiling Dragon's eyes fell upon Wuxia. He immediately had an idea and signaled at the other two. Hold her back. He ignored her ambush and darted for Wuxia with lightning speed. He raised a treasure pagoda and smashed down. Boom! A halberd naturally came to stop the incoming pagoda. Now! The other two took advantage of this. One devilish saber carried a crazy wave of sharp energy. The sword gathered the myriad laws that wove together into a mighty sword intent, aiming for her neck. Even the sun paled in comparison before this luminous thrust. She spun her halberd and created a billowing wave, encompassing both offense and defense. At this moment, she had no choice but to face them directly. If she were to disappear, those slashes would kill Wuxia behind her. Bam! The halberd technique stopped the incoming sword and saber, but she staggered backward from the reverberation. Blood ran down her lips. Taking them on one at a time was possible, but the duo completely overwhelmed her. The group finally surrounded Wu Bingning since she was forced to stay near Wuxia and Shima. They were using Wuxia to stop Bingning from utilizing her grass. Protecting Wuxia meant that she couldn't leave the area. Martial goddess, it is not too late to surrender or this will be your grave. Coiling Dragon threatened. Bingning snorted with derision, is that so? Try this move first then talk. Buzz. Her halberd became radiant and translucent. She threw it in the air with a speed surpassing lightning. Time seemed to be slowing down as a result. Ra! An ocean of lightning arcs emerged. A Leo emerged with claws sharp and agile enough to tear through the spatial fabrics. Nothing could stop its pounce. Boom! At the same time, two more figures also emerged, seemingly eternal. She didn't stop there, for this were three moves strung together as a series. The Leo was first, then the two figures, but because of her speed, they seemed to be coming out at the same time. This mighty power ravaged the Tao and the myriad ages. Everything seemed as fragile as paper. Lightning Leo down the mountain, wait, no, it's three variations in a row. One ancestor reacted with a shout. Everyone gasped and shuddered after hearing this. The 12 variations of martial ancestor were the top merit laws of Vermilion. They were his best techniques, completely unstoppable. Just one variation was virtually unbeatable, but she performed 3 of them in a row. The crowd saw a magnificent scene. The spatial area near her halberd crumbled like glass. Temporal affinity was being surpassed, everything else was slowing down. No, they were actually reversing in time. Perhaps this was an illusory effect, but the feeling was incredibly strange. The 3 variations starting with Lightning Leo was quite threatening. The trio could sense the danger and become alarmed. The Crown Prince was the first to retaliate, splitting the heavens. He stole the brightness in the world and condensed everything on his saber before slashing forward without any hesitation. In his mind, offense is the best defense, because no defense from them could stop that incoming strike. Thus, he chose to use his best slash and aimed it at her halberd. Boom! Chaos ensued, the stars lost their brilliance. The world fell into darkness after this explosion. Sword Forest. The sovereign turned into a boundless domain of swords. Countless blades became a supreme fortress, invulnerable to attacks. Treasures equal to the heavens. The frightened coiling dragon summoned all of his treasures before using his strongest attack. This one was both offense and defense. His treasures erupted like the suns. Chapter 2337, Boom. The 2 sides couldn't pull a fast one, needing to rely on brute force and perseverance for this exchange. Space was blown to smithereens and the sky turned dark as if crippled to the horror of the crowd. Cracks appeared all over the ground. Bingning couldn't stabilize her stance and blood gushed out of her mouth. She turned pale, losing control of her legs. Using 3 variations together was exceedingly difficult because they have lost the complete version. Though the 3 she used were next to each other, learning how to do so was no easy task. She paid a great price and felt her energy churning in the opposite direction, nearly causing an implosion. Just staying alive and calming this surge was amazing. Nevertheless, she needed the help of her halberd just to stand. The other 3 weren't much better. Blood seeped out, drop by drop. Coiling Dragon's shoulder had a terrible puncture, essentially crippling that arm. Sword Sovereign's weapon cracked, he himself was laden with wounds. The least injured was the Crown Prince since the halberd only broke several bones of his. His advantages became apparent since he cultivated a complete version of progenitorial laws. Because of this, his cultivation might not be as strong as the other 2, his defensive prowess was certainly better. If her attack was focused on only one of them, that person would definitely die. Unfortunately, the power diffused on 3 targets and weakened as a result. The atmosphere became serious, everyone took a deep breath while watching this scene. They finally saw the might of the 12 variations, truly frightening. She could take on anyone in the young generation with this combo. In fact, it would be a sure kill. Whoosh! Saber Devil Crown Prince went at it again. As an assassin, he knew when to strike. This was, without a doubt, the best opportunity. He didn't give her the chance to rest. The saber turned into a slash aiming straight for Wuxia, wishing to decapitate him. Bingning became startled and raised her halberd. Alas, the fatigue made her unable to stop the saber. Clank! Her halberd was knocked out of her hands. Everyone knew that Wuxia was dead for sure this time. In this blink of an eye, Shima didn't have the ability to stop the slash, needing to resort to using her body as a shield. She knew she was done for, but courage made her stand in front of him. Meanwhile, Bingning closed her eyes, not wanting to watch. Boom! Everything seemed to stop for a split second. When Shima regained her wits, she found that she was still alive and painless. Not even a drop of blood was dripping. Bingning also opened her eyes to confirm the situation. People saw the Crown Prince's saber being stopped by 2 fingers without any difficulty. Moreover, he couldn't pull it back and became horrified. The person stopping the blade was obviously Wuxia. Clank. He flipped his fingers and the saber broke apart. The prince couldn't believe it. This was a divine saber, but it felt like tofu before Wuxia. Silly girl. Wuxia stood up and patted Shima's head while shaking his own. He then helped Bingning, who was on the verge of collapsing, and fed her a pill. Little girl, you don't understand me at all. How can a few ants do anything to a sleeping dragon? He let her sit down and assisted her in recovering. With that done, he stared at the trio. They understandably turned pale with fear and started retreating backward. They were still very afraid of his unbelievably fast quick-draw. What do you want? Coiling Dragon shouted, sounding much weaker than before despite the loud volume. You three deserve death. Wuxia declared sonorously as if it was the truth. The ancestors of our systems are here, they won't let you do as you, the prince shouted. But he suddenly stopped speaking. A sword flash appeared and froze everything. After a long time, one could finally hear the clanking of a sword leaving its sheath and time flowed again. Wuxia had taken Shima's sword from her back. It was just that his speed was incredible. People saw the flash first before the noise. Thump. 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 The head of Coiling Dragon, Saber Devil, and Sword Sovereign fell to the ground. Poof. Blood gushed out from their neck like a flood breaking the dam. They could still watch their body falling to the ground, wanting to scream, but not a single sound came out. The spectators were reminded of this terrible slash. Little bastard. Experts from Sword Grave howled. How could they stand their sect master being murdered? All three systems had furious high gods getting ready for battle. Several hundred leaped to the sky and unleashed their treasures at Wuxia. Boom! These weapons illuminated the world. A terrible aura came like a tempest. Clank! Another slash surpassing time itself appeared, unspotted by the crowd. Thump, 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 one head after another started rolling on the ground. Blood gushed out of necks like rainbows, crossing each other and eventually culminating in a sanguine rain. They wanted to kill Wuxia, but the moment his sword left the sheath, the result was obvious. No one could stop his slash. Members of these three systems, don't think about escaping. His eyes turned towards the remaining ancestors. Chapter 2338. The blood from several hundred decapitated experts of the three systems began to flow and overwhelmed the senses. Experts here were experienced, but even the true gods right now were trembling after witnessing the ultimate slash. The three youths were actually pseudo-true emperors, yet their combined effort couldn't stop one single move. This feeling of terror affected Myriad-Armed and Blade Reaper as well. His words earlier still echoed in everyone's ears, not as a threat but as a premonition. Ascenders felt the same pressure. They were ready to face the toughest enemy, so they took out their weapons and maintained defensive measures. Of course, fury overwhelmed them as well. Wuxia had just killed their sect master, successors, and several hundred experts before their very eyes. It was showing utter contempt for their systems, challenging their authority, a declaration of war. Wuxia, you have crossed the line. Myriad-Armed held numerous treasures. Their laws poured down to protect him like a divine wall. Wuxia turned towards him and replied, so what? No one will be leaving today. The neutral spectators gasped. This was a prelude to a massacre. Wanting to kill all the ancestors here? The loss would be unreal, resulting in an irreconcilable feud, until the destruction of one side. They felt that only someone as fierce as Wuxia would be able to do this. It was appropriate for his style. Our three systems have countless masters. Myriad-Armed shouted. Whether it be flowery words or raising their morale, Myriad-Armed needed to stay strong or his system would lose all respect. Just imagine, one system being suppressed by a single person. How could they maintain the authority and instill fear afterward? How could the other sects in Coiling Dragon's system stay subservient to their dynasty? Just a bunch of losers. I spared your life back at Insane Court, yet you dare to wag your tail before me again? Looks like you won't take me seriously until your head is on the ground. Li Qia interrupted Myriad-Armed. This revelation left Myriad-Armed's expression awkward and ugly. The crowd took a deep breath after hearing this as well. Prior to this, the alliance didn't announce their victory, but from various leaks, everyone assumed that it was a success. This meant that the alliance has been lying to everyone by not refuting the facts in order to maintain their reputation and face. Now, people became aware that the alliance had lost to Li Qia in the past, so they were justifiably shocked. No wonder why this guy was so domineering. He had defeated these old men already. Li Qia, don't be arrogant. This isn't your court and you don't have the Dao source. We'll see how long you can act this way. Blade Reaper joined the fray since Myriad-Armed was speechless. More than enough to destroy your 3 systems. Li Qia nonchalantly claimed. The crowd looked at each other. Even a true emperor wouldn't make this statement, but Li Qia had no qualms in doing so. Everyone, did you hear that? This villain won't change his way. We must work together for the sake of justice today. Myriad-Armed finally regained his composure and shouted at the ancestors, if we can't kill him, Myriad will never see the daylight again. Go for it so I don't have to chase you one by one. Just 3 to 5 moves will be enough. Li Qia flatly said. All of the ancestors angrily glared at him. This group of the 3 systems and other experts had more than 1,000 members, and nearly 10 ascenders. Furthermore, Solitary Sword God was someone who could actually fight a true emperor. Very well, no need to reason with this villain, let's kill him. Blade Reaper roared. He and Myriad-Armed had an implicit understanding, aware that they alone couldn't handle Li Qia at all. Working together and using their best moves? There might be a sliver of hope in that case. I'll fight you first. Solitary suddenly challenged while looking at Li Qia without batting an eye. He spoke the fewest words from start to finish. He has been watching the entire time since Li Qia's slash, brimming with excitement. Sword God, we need to go together. Myriad-Armed hastily said. Among them, Solitary was the strongest. They considered him to be their main fighting force, believing that he could stop Li Qia's quick draw. But now, a one-on-one fight between these two wouldn't be favorable for them. I don't care about your business. Do as you please, even Sword Grave has nothing to do with me. Solitary didn't even mind the death of Sword Sovereign or the Alliance's request. The only thing in his mind was the Sword Dao. He became ecstatic after watching Li Qia in action and simply wanted to test his skill. Victory or defeat didn't matter. Sword God, Blade Reaper tried as well. Don't bother me. Solitary coldly uttered, don't blame my sword for being merciless if you choose to interfere with my duel. He couldn't be clearer with his intent, uncaring of his own system. Only the sword could win his attention. Blade Reaper and Myriad-Armed couldn't do anything. They retreated together and tried to come up with another plan. I didn't expect this. A spectator became surprised. Solitary was the strongest ancestor of Sword Grave. Now, their sect master had just been killed, yet he harbored no intention of revenge. The existence of an ancestor like this was a bit ridiculous. That's why his title is Solitary. A different ancestor actually expected this. Of course, he is qualified to be arrogant. His Sword Dao is mighty, Myriad-Armed and Blade Reaper are no match for him. It's a shame that he didn't have access to Sword Saint's Sword Dao, or he would have been an eternal long ago. He was born for the Dao of a sword, a true genius. The only thing that held him back was learning a shallow law from the start. If he started with a real legacy, he might be on the same level as Dracoform martial god. Chapter 2339. Words couldn't be heard in this area for the crowd had nothing to say. A few experts prayed for Solitary's victory against Wuxia. The youth didn't know much about this particular sword user, but the older masters and ancestors truly admired his sword Dao. Solitary wouldn't care about 9th level true gods, even those so close to being an eternal. His love for the sword made him only train in the sword Dao, establishing an incredible foundation, something the other true gods couldn't compare to despite training in progenitorial laws. So fast. Solitary said solemnly, I've never seen something like this before, you will be a worthy foe. There was no antagonism in his tone, only a simple challenge. Wuxia looked at him and said, your sword Dao is all right at the complexity to simplicity state, reaching samadhi with this Dao. Some were stunned after this comment. It could be said that when strictly speaking about the sword Dao, no one in Myriad knew more than him. But now, Wuxia said that it was only, all right? Quite an unreasonable and haughty statement. Nevertheless, Solitary slowly untied the heavy sword behind his back and held it with one hand. He didn't emit an imposing sword energy, but he himself looked like a sheathed sword, as immovable as Mount Tai. Speed is not my forte, but after witnessing your slash earlier, I am jubilant. Please, make your move to determine the better between the two of us. Solitary said. Wuxia was not an enemy to him, only a worthy foe. Quick draw isn't my forte either. Wuxia chuckled. The crowd became slack-jawed, some even audibly gasped. Everyone has seen it, when the sword came out, heads will fall. Nothing else in the world could match it. This was something worthy of pride, yet Wuxia just said it wasn't even his forte? If this was the truth, it would be too terrifying. His real skill would be completely dreadful. Solitary's eyes narrowed, wishing to see some clues but unable to spot anything. May I ask what you are best at? Solitary asked. Killing, that's all. Wuxia freely said. For some reason, people could smell the stench of blood and become horrified. Clank. Solitary finally unsheathed his sword, very slowly and solemnly. However, not a single exquisite movement was unnecessary. With a serious expression, he requested, please show me your quick draw. Simplicity and power, the might of a heavy sword user. Wuxia said while looking at the heavy sword. This sword was unadorned, devoid of decorations, just a tool for murder. It's a bit boring if I use quick draw versus your heavy sword. Let's settle it with a heavy style as well. Wuxia smiled while shaking his head. A heavy sword style? Solitary's eyes lit up, overwhelmed with excitement. Just the quick draw style already stirred him beyond belief. After years of training, his Dao became simple, resulting in this heavy style. Each technique no longer needed variation, only weight and power. He never cared for powerful foes, only opponents skilled in the sword. Unfortunately, they were a rare breed. So now, when Wuxia wished to do this contest with his own heavy style, Solitary became thrilled as a master of this Dao. Wuxia said, I shall show you the truest form of the sword. Having said that, his body started glowing ever so lightly and began to float. Clank. The hum of a sword could be heard, but none was in sight. His body itself was the blade at this moment. Incredible. Solitary couldn't help but praise even before the enemy made his move, that's a sword indeed. Clank. The heavy sword in his hand resonated without showing great fanfare and radiance. In this split second, it seemed to be alive. More importantly, he also became an unsheathed sword. It didn't have sharpness, only an incalculable weight that could crush the firmaments. People couldn't distinguish between him and his sword, for the two have fused into one. He started floating up and stood directly in front of Wuxia. I'm ready. Solitary calmly said while being one with the sword. Suddenly, a colossal sword materialized above. It was large enough for a galaxy to float around it. Just one slash could split the world into two halves. Merit laws and techniques were insignificant in comparison, as brittle as dried branches. What is that sword? People looked up at the sky. One couldn't see it fully without relying on their heavenly gaze. This might be too much. Wuxia chuckled and raised his hand. The sword shrank in size, becoming big enough to fall into his grip. It emitted a bronze luster, simple and ancient. It also carried immense weight. This sword compared to Solitary's own seemed to be about even. Sword existing in the heart. Solitary sighed and said, "What's its name?" "Bronze." Wuxia answered before test swinging it once. "Bronze." Solitary repeated this ordinary yet memorable name. Everyone assumed that this name would have an awesome name, so they were caught off guard. "Let us begin." Solitary initiated. "You first, so people won't say that I didn't give you a chance." Wuxia smiled. "Very well." Solitary didn't waste time. His eyes became resplendent as two suns, pouring out a light that could burn everything. Chapter 2340, Solitary became different, majestic and unreachable like the apex of the world. His weight was incalculable and immovable. Buzz. The raising of his sword affected the space nearby as if it was pulling on the entire area. Just one flick could flip the world over. People found it hard that this 9th-level true god would start with such a simple variation, only raising his sword upward without any preparation or difficult movements. This freestyle wasn't worth pondering about, as insipid as water. "I'm starting." Solitary uttered each word clearly, carrying the same pull as his incoming slash. Whoosh! A straightforward vertical slash came about. In fact, calling it a slash might be inaccurate. He raised his sword, then allowed it to fall down while maintaining a grip. There was no hacking movement. The two of them were far apart despite being on the same altitude. This gigantic sword wasn't going to touch Wuxia. It looked more like a child playing with a heavy sword, gesturing before the actual battle. Due to his reputation, the crowd was ready for a flashy move containing profound Tao and indecipherable techniques. However, even a 3-year-old child could raise a sword and let it go down. The disappointment didn't last long, interrupted by a rumbling sound. Space below the sword began to shatter as if it was a massive piece of glass. This horrific power gathered the weight of the world on the sword. Furthermore, it was perfectly under his control since only the space beneath was affected. It indicated his mastery over his sword. For example, a person might be able to lift a sword weighing 100 pounds, but that's it. Solitary, on the other hand, was able to lift a 200-pound sword with enough precision as if it was his own hand without any encumbrance. The speed was as slow as an ant, but there was no escaping this technique since he aimed it straight for Wuxia. It had nothing to do with space. Even if Wuxia was far away, it was essentially right above his head already. The spectators also felt this crushing pressure, imagining as if they were Wuxia. The ones who were disappointed earlier were scared out of their mind. Some even dropped to their knees. People started sweating, understanding Solitary's notoriety. He could definitely beat any true god before the eternal level. He established himself as the king of swords after showing off this move. Well done. Wuxia smiled before retaliating in a simple manner. He raised his arm, lifted his hand and sword. A perfect flow without any wasted movement. Time seemed to be frozen at this point. People couldn't tell the exact weight of this bronze sword, only that it carried the gravity of 10,000 worlds. Just like Solitary before him, Wuxia raised it without any difficulty. Moreover, the frozen image meant that wherever the sword stopped, nothing could ever get through since it was the thickest and heaviest existence of all. Solitary's slash was no exception. The two moves finally collided. Of course, the physical swords weren't actually touching due to the distance between them, but all spatial limitations were meaningless at this point. Contrary to everyone's expectations, a clank between two swords was missing. Only a loud boom like two heavy objects colliding. Imagine two hard planets' first impact. They didn't collapse or suffer damage right away, only sending out shockwaves. This injured people and made them vomit blood. The weaker ones were instantly turned to blood. This was only the inevitable fallout of the impact, not directed at anyone in particular, yet it could already harm the masters nearby. The unharmed ones fell on their butt, paralyzed from the massive power of the attacks. People couldn't tell the victor just yet. Wuxia's sword froze everything into a still while Solitary's sword stopped there, unable to advance. Intuition told the ancestors that Wuxia had the upper hand. Solitary instantly pulled back, wearing an expression appropriate for the most serious match of his life. "My turn." Wuxia smiled and thrust his bronze sword forward. His quick draw was well documented at being imperceivable at this point. However, the crowd was disappointed since it wasn't a swift thrust. In fact, it had nothing to do with the word fast. A new practitioner could thrust much faster than this particular strike from Wuxia. He simply went with the flow and aimed for Solitary's throat. One would be justified in thinking that this technique was rather lazy. All of this instantly changed in the next second. The unremarkable and leisure thrust encompassed the greatest weight in actuality. Chapter 2341. This casual thrust shouldered the weight of countless worlds, capable of crushing the toughest material in existence. Furthermore, this unimaginable weight was concentrated at the tip of the sword. It wouldn't be hard to realize its destructive property. Because of this, the sword created a thin line, as fine as can be. This was the crushing of space. Earlier, Solitary also achieved this with his attack. Space might have crumbled, but that was in a much wider area. This meant that the weight was spread over his heavy sword. On the other hand, Wuxia's thrust only created a line thinner than a strand of hair. Two different sword experts, the first one could take down a mosquito flying in the air, but the second one could accurately cut off the mosquito's hair. This was a massive difference, impossible for Solitary to ever catch up. The spectators felt something wet on their forehead, most likely beads of sweat. They wiped it and found that it was blood staining their hands. What's going on? These experts became frightened. Sure enough, a thin cut was there with a disproportionate amount of blood dripping down. Though Wuxia's thrust wasn't aimed at them, and that he didn't emit any sword intent, this thrust still struck their mind, resulting in physical damage. Get back again. The previous collision left many wounded, so the crowd retreated to a greater distance. Perhaps this wasn't far enough, so they ran even more to guarantee their safety. Clank. Solitary stood still while holding his sword vertically before his chest. No aura just like before, but it gave off the sense that he was sealing himself off. Not one expert could take half a step forward. The sword became a defensive world standing before him. People saw an illusion of thickness on top of heaviness. Nothing could penetrate this world entirely. A lack of technique, merit laws, and treasure didn't weaken this defense. This scene was truly impressive, telling the crowd of this possible usage of the sword, creating a shield thicker than a crust of 10 million miles. One slash to destroy the earth, another to become invulnerable. The fast switch intensified the crowd's respect for this sword god. People finally understood that what they considered the Tao of the sword prior was only child's play, lacking the elegance and refinement found here. The Ascenders felt the same inferiority. Trying to use the sword in front of Solitary would be quite ironic and asking for humiliation, same as calling oneself a sword god. Clank. Li Qia's sword tip finally touched Solitary's giant sword. The sound was akin to a bronze needle touching a wind chime, quiet and unique. Everyone suddenly felt that this sword had pierced through their chest. The weirdest part that instead of fear, they felt delighted dying in this manner. Crack. Starting from the impact point, cracks emanated all over the giant sword. Boom. Finally, the giant sword shattered into shiny pieces, all of the same size. This breaking process seemed like a perfect work of art. Even the hilt broke down and scattered with the wind. When everyone calmed down, they saw the tip of Li Qia's sword being neck to Solitary's throat. Just a little push and that would be the sword god's demise. Needless to say, Solitary was utterly defeated. I've lost, but just being able to watch this thrust makes my 100,000 years of training worth it. Solitary lowered his hands and closed his eyes, completely convinced of his defeat. Kill me. No one dared to breathe loudly. This scene was too shocking. A 9th level true god, one that was far inferior to those on the same level, had lost to Li Qia. Everyone knew that Li Qia's quick draw was unbeatable and a sure kill move, not expecting his heavy style to be just as incredible. So many felt bad because a true sword god was about to die. Myriad would lose a great master. There was enough 9th level true gods in this world, but someone like Solitary was rare. Clank. But surprisingly enough, Li Qia put away his bronze sword and said, "Only a few truly understand the sword. It's a shame to kill you, so you may leave now." Solitary opened his eyes to look at Li Qia before sighing. He left without thanking Li Qia. He didn't care about living or dying, only the sword mattered. It was a lonely way of life, hence his title. Ancestor. The ancestors from Sword Grave shouted, but he kept on moving and eventually disappeared over the horizon. The crowd remained shocked after his departure. The duel only lasted 2 moves, not requiring techniques and variations, lacking sword energy as well. Each had one chance, swapping between offense and defense. In terms of sword techniques, this duel was too ordinary. However, the actual process broadened the crowd's horizon, showing them what true invincibility with the sword was. Possessing beautiful styles and radiance didn't matter. When one was truly invincible, even their simplest slash would be unstoppable. Chapter 2342, Solitary left in a lonely manner, true to his title. The crowd had nothing to say since this was the best result. His death would be quite regrettable. Your turn now. Li Qia turned towards his enemies and coldly uttered. All eyes were on Myriad Armed and his group now. Their 3 systems have gathered and must work together since they stood no chance alone versus Li Qia. With Solitary's defeat, it meant that their strongest ascenders were no match for him. Though they were 8th level true gods, the gap between them and Solitary was massive. Possessing a number advantage was useless. At the ascender level, the power disparity couldn't be made up by adding 1 or 2 combatants. Even if Myriad Armed and Blade Reaper worked together, they wouldn't have been able to beat Solitary. Thus, though the Alliance had almost 10 ascenders, they wouldn't be able to touch Li Qia at all. This, in turn, meant that a massacre was incoming. The ancestors were the pillars of any system, losing them would mean a great loss. The 3 systems would need several generations to make this up. The Alliance was aggressive earlier, thinking that they had the advantage. But now, their expression became austere with a touch of pessimism. Escaping was not an option, for it would result in a complete loss of face. Plus, Li Qia wouldn't let them run either. There was only one choice: fight to the death. Death is nothing in the pursuit of justice against evil. Myriad Armed sounded quite heroic. Stop it. Li Qia waved his sleeve. No need for such grand rhetoric before me. It's not like I haven't seen your pitiful state after losing. If it wasn't for Pill King and the others, would have decapitated all of you. Myriad Armed became red. He only wanted to re-establish his stance and seize the moral high ground on top of building the courage to fight, but this verbal slap from Li Qiye ruined it all. Li, to a warrior, death is preferable to humiliation. He shouted back. Unfortunately, you're no warrior. Li Qiye chuckled, so much weaker compared to solitary sword god, let's not flatter yourselves now. The group glared at him but couldn't do anything about it. Our three systems will work to destroy the evil that is, Blade Reaper began. Li Qiye didn't care, I know, I didn't say that you can't go together. Don't worry, I'll give you time to use your best move. Just all come at once to make this faster. Fine, we won't refuse then. Blade Reaper waited for this. If Li Qiye were to use his quick draw to start, many ancestors on their side would instantly die. I'm waiting. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. The ancestors naturally disliked being shown such contempt by Li Qiye. They were big shots in myriad lineage, and anyone would tread carefully against their alliance. Nevertheless, they restrained themselves and must come up with a greater plan in order to annihilate Li Qiye. After a while, Li Qiye floated up and asked, "Are you prepared?" He looked at them as if they were already dead. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing his confidence. They knew that he wasn't all talk, completely capable of slaughtering everyone here. To the death. Blade Reaper coldly uttered. He stood at the center while the rest lined up around him. Though he wasn't the strongest ascender, he still became their core. The guy raised a treasure bowl, full of blood, not just his alone but of all the ancestors and experts here. So it turned out that during the fight between Li Qiye and Solitary, they have come up with a plan, gathering a little blood from everyone to fill this bowl. This was the true blood of these ancestors, very precious in nature. Now, Blade Reaper had a stoic expression as he took out a tiny bottle covered in powerful seals. It was obvious that the sealer was an amazing character. The spectators became curious, what was inside this bottle? Some stretched their neck to have a better look. Pop! He removed the seals. Boom! A wave of light surged to the sky and illuminated the entire area like the explosion of countless suns. A divinity billowed, one that could cross from one era to another, completely untouchable. The aura of a progenitor. Even ancestors shuddered from astonishment and fear. The weak couldn't handle this power, no different from a progenitor being here in person. Just one single drop of blood came out of the bottle, resembling a ruby more than blood. A drop of true blood. One ancestor blurted. People were naturally shocked. One drop of true blood from a progenitor was priceless. Heavenstart Saber progenitor's true blood, another sensed the saber energy from the drop. This explained why Blade Reaper became the nucleus of their plan. He was the only one who could take out this item. Chapter 2343, The drop of progenitor blood attracted everyone's attention. This was indeed a priceless treasure. Among the three systems, only Heavenstart could take out something like this. Coiling Dragon was strong, but the current leaders weren't part of the Orthodox branch, only the descendants of Preymoon, so they didn't have their progenitor's true blood. This also applied to Sword Grave. The Ling were the real descendants, so the ancestors from this sect right now didn't have this type of true blood either. On the other hand, the leaders of Heavenstart were from Heavenstart Saber ancestors' lineage and he left many things behind for them. Blade Reaper contributed greatly to the systems in the past, so he was granted this drop of true blood. Across the years, he couldn't bear to use it because it could save his life during a perilous moment. He had no choice today. People salivated while looking at the drop of blood. For the ancestors, not only it could increase their strength, life prolongment was also possible with the right methods. As for the youths, diluting this blood and drinking it would make their cultivation soar. Thus, this single drop was far more valuable than a treasure or weapon. Pop! The drop of blood fell into the bowl. This particular bowl was an amazing treasure as well, fusing the single drop along with the rest of the blood. Blade Reaper instantly drank the whole thing. Boom! His body became resplendent. Rumble! This dazzling body of his grew larger at a rapid rate. AAA! He howled in response to the monumental changes happening to his body. A supreme intent seemed to be reshaping his body. If he couldn't withstand this power, implosion was imminent. This physical power caused the space nearby to quake, indicative of its might. It didn't take long before he was taller than a mountain, wearing the sky above and stomping the ground below. White clouds were down at his waist. This scene was stirring because it wasn't an avatar form. At a certain height, these avatar forms were only illusory. On the other hand, he was truly a giant made out of flesh and blood, perhaps the largest existence in 3 immortals. Crack! Cracks appeared all over him as if he was made from stacking rocks. Just one touch could make him crumble. Not good, he can't handle the power of the blood. Someone startlingly said. Drinking true blood from a progenitor without refinement was dangerous. Even an ascender could die from doing so. Boom! As he was on the verge of collapsing, the ancestors and experts from the 3 systems disappeared. Their vitality and true energy created an ocean of blood. It started to spin and became a red maelstrom. What's left of his body emitted strands of blood and runes. These runes locked onto the maelstrom, creating massive waves. The maelstrom was then integrated into his body. It trembled from the influx of energy. He grew even taller and could pluck the stars now. The crowd understood that he wanted to use this drop of blood to reverse the tide. However, drinking this blood was unbearable, so he borrowed the true blood of the other experts as a foundation. This allowed him to withstand the pressure. Just like that, he grasped the power of the experts in the alliance and a portion of his progenitors. Though the latter was only a tiny part, it made him stronger than solitary sword god and placed him on the same level as an eternal. Boom! Particles of light gathered around him. People felt as if he was creating a new world. The guy had a golden glow now with a new temperament and style, similar to a progenitor. He looked down at Wuxia with a dazzling glare. Is he a progenitor now? Someone murmured. How can it be that easy? If one could do so in this manner, then progenitors are worthless. He's not even at the level of a strong true emperor, let alone a progenitor. One ancestor shook his head. This is all because of the drop of blood. He's stronger than solitary sword god, probably matching a new eternal, and can take down 9th level true gods. Yes, still weaker than someone like Dracoform. That's just one drop of blood too, imagine if he has a full bottle. Another commented. Junior, you can't be forgiven for insulting our 3 systems. Blade Reaper spoke as if he was a being standing at the apex. Wuxia burst out in laughter. You think you're a progenitor now after just drinking 1 drop? A full bottle might give you a similar aura, but you're just a fox exploiting the tiger's might, an ape wearing a hat. Blade Reaper's expression became ugly. He felt invincible under this current state. Each of his gestures and actions carried the cadence of a progenitor. In his opinion, killing Wuxia was as easy as lifting a finger. The blatant contempt in spite of this naturally infuriated him. Junior, I will eradicate you. The true god made the world tremble with his roar. Chapter 2344. The crowd held their breath while staring at Wuxia, eagerly anticipating his next move. They wanted to know his real strength. Perhaps Blade Reaper under this state would be able to show them some clues. Ever since his appearance, Wuxia's power has remained a mystery. Even his merit laws were unknown. Though he had participated in several battles, people still didn't know of his cultivation method. They knew that he was the leader of Insane Court and the first disciple of Longevity Valley, but he never used the merit laws from these two systems. After all, a cultivator would have a main merit law, eventually derived into a grand Tao. Despite his incredible sword Tao so far, intuition told people that this still wasn't his grand Tao. The gathering of power by Blade Reaper didn't affect Li Qie in the slightest, only earning him a brief glance of attention. Go first so that your effort won't be wasted and you can show off your heaven-shattering move. I'm not a bully. Li Qie chuckled. Everyone took a deep breath. Blade Reaper was very powerful right now, definitely stronger than Solitary Sword God earlier. Perhaps he was at the eternal level. Nevertheless, Li Qie didn't care at all and implied that the guy wouldn't be able to block a single move from him. Blade Reaper became annoyed. It took a lot of effort to reach this domineering level and confidence, yet Li Qie acted so aloof. Little animal, I'm going to cut you to pieces. His shout broke the stars. Boom! He raised both hands and two massive stars before throwing them straight at Li Qie. Oh God! Many were scared out of their minds since the sky suddenly turned dark and began to flee. The world seemed to be on the verge of exploding with pockets of dust and ashes everywhere. A terrible flame engulfed the sky, a scene of the apocalypse. The two stars became ashes after slamming on each other right by Li Qie. Shockwaves reached the sky, destroying numerous stars. This was enough power to kill 1,000 high gods. Is it over? The crowd felt their hair standing on end. This force was enough to turn an ascender into a meat paste. They wondered what had happened to Li Qie. The dust eventually settled and the bright sky returned. Over there. A sharp spectator saw and pointed at Li Qie. He was still floating there, not relenting an inch, with an indifferent expression. So weak. He wiped away the dust on his shoulder and shook his head. You're not a real eternal, and your progenitor's true blood has been sealed for too long, so the divinity is weak. Plus, it is only at the myriad level. Insane, an ancestor smiled wryly. The ascenders nearby all felt weak right now. That powerful attack didn't harm Li Qie at all. This person was too heaven-defying. The crowd realized that only a real eternal would be able to challenge him. Is he still human? Another genius became silly. The young generation no longer needs to compete with someone like him around, this will be his world. Just think about it, Saber Devil, Coiling Dragon, and Sword Sovereign, they had great individual achievements yet amounted to nothing before Li Qie. The youths here felt despair. Li Qie could challenge Eternals right now. Even if one of them could become a true emperor in the future, they might not necessarily be stronger than him. True blood of the myriad level is more than enough to take your life. The gigantic Blade Reaper furiously roared, unwilling to accept this reality. Meanwhile, certain ancestors agreed with Li Qie. The drop of true blood has been sealed for a long period, so its divinity had weakened. Moreover, it was left behind when Heaven-Starred Ancestor was still only at the myriad level, not when he reached the imperial level. Stop daydreaming. My turn to harvest. Li Qie chuckled before narrowing his eyes. Boom! The area around him erupted and the world fell into endless darkness. The world was freed from sunlight. What's going on? The darkness confused the crowd because it wasn't an illusion. Poof! The stench of blood permeated the air as if death itself was descending. A figure appeared, replacing Li Qie. He was still Li Qie but different, the embodiment of death. The previous Li Qie was still frightening, but he was still a living being. This was no longer the case. This was a god of death, the origin of this affinity. What the hell is going on? Experts were no stranger to death, yet they still shuddered, not daring to look at his eyes. Gazing at this pair of eyes would be akin to looking at one's final moment. He's a monster. We all must kill him. One true god shouted. Wuxia looked over at him and the force of death enveloped this true god. Buzz, the god dried up, drained of life. No, he could sense his life force being taken away, unable to do anything about it. The guy turned into a dried corpse that eventually crumbled into dust, scattering into the wind. Everyone watched this whole thing in astonishment. Chapter 23:45, Death approached without the use of any merit law or technique. It drained life and harvested everything else until only ashes were left. Resistance and avoidance were futile. This affinity spelled the doom of a true god, quite a frightening matter. No one knew what was going on. What merit law is that? One stuttered. The highest of profundity. Wuxia said, if there is life, then death will be inevitable, so if the heaven is the creator of life, then I am the harbinger of death. Only fools would think that this is an unholy art. Everyone stared at him in a daze, filled with confusion. Is he serious? Another asked his ancestor. The ancestor eventually murmured, well, legend states that only the high heaven can create life, but if someone else can grasp death, this would indeed be at the highest order of profundity. He highly doubted this possibility, however. Of course, grasping death and gathering death were two different matters. Wuxia was using a very profound merit law at this moment. Death, a new page of the death scripture as the old one ceased to exist. He was the embodiment of death right now, allowing him to harvest lives. Because of this, he just needed to look at the true God and his force of death devoured the guy's life. Highest profundity? What a joke. Don't believe him, take him down now. Blade Reaper roared. His weapon of choice was a butcher's blade. The moment it left its sheath, a bloody light and the stench of death filled the world. The most horrifying thing were the cries of anguish as if millions of its victims were trapped there for an eternity with no chance of entering the reincarnation cycle. Despair and fear naturally struck the spectators. They shuddered, realizing the true God's kill count, true to his title. Take this. With a ferocious expression, he gathered his power into a slash, willing to massacre the sects and clans of those who dare to oppose him. This was Blade Reaper, never showing mercy. Pluff. The incoming slash extinguished the stars. The entire world turned into an ocean of blood. He had no fear, only brutality. Decapitation seemed certain, he could already see Wuxia's head flying in the air. Death? I am death. He confidently smirked before declaring. Not a single blade of grass would survive this attack. All it wanted to do was kill. His title is apartment. An ancestor shuddered after seeing the true God's ferocity. Clank. Wuxia reacted by simply raising one finger to stop the blade. Time became frozen because Wuxia did it so easily. The slash was insignificant before his force of death, unable to move an inch forward. Life is not the only thing I harvest. Wuxia smiled, but this smile terrorized the crowd as if he was a god of death. Starting from the tip of his finger, the blade began to decay. The bloody glow grew fainter before disappearing. Blade Reaper was scared out of his mind and leaped backward. It's too late. Wuxia shook his head, you can't dodge death with your meager abilities. Buzz. The massive body of Blade Reaper decayed at an insane rate. It started with his wielding hand, but in this blink of an eye, he decisively cut it off in order to avoid further spreading. This proved to be futile. No. He continued to chop off other areas, but this didn't work. This wasn't corrosion, Wuxia was simply draining him of life, so the decaying was an after effect. Rumble. His incredible frame faltered like a collapsing pillar. The golden maelstrom exploded as well, revealing the alliance once more. These ancestors and experts were horrified. They didn't care for anything outside of running away from this force of death. Despite running with all of their might, their body began to decay as well. No! They screamed and struggled only to end up as a pool of liquid. Blade Reaper screamed as well, unable to stop death despite attempting to seal and suppress the various parts of his body. He became a pool of liquid just like the rest. The last to die was Myriad-Armed King, since he had the best cultivation out of everyone. He took out his strongest defensive treasure, but this was useless too. It didn't take long before more than 1,000 ancestors from the 3 systems turned to ashes. Yama's summoning rate might not be perfect, but if I want you dead today, you won't live to see tomorrow. Li Qiye coolly said. The scent of death dispersed and only Li Qiye remained amidst the bright sky. People had no words to describe what had transpired here. It felt just like a nightmare. The only thing Li Qiye did was lift one finger from start to finish. That was enough to harvest the members of the 3 systems, not leaving a single survivor, just like he had stated in the beginning. They finally believed that he had a firm grasp on death, since that's the only way for him to do something like this. Chapter 2346. Perhaps death should be Li Qiye's title, since he was the embodiment of this affinity. That's the highest of profundity? One ancestor wondered while trembling. They have seen brilliant imperial and progenitorial laws, but not something like what Li Qiye had done just now. No need for technique and merit law to drain life from his foes. Maybe he's right, this is on the same level as life creation. Another chimed in. Perhaps the high heaven didn't need anything to directly create life, opposite of Li Qiye's death method. When will I see a worthy foe? Li Qiye said with disappointment. He returned to his initial form, no longer as terrifying as before. Alas, his ordinary appearance instilled fear into the crowd now. He dusted off his collars before looking at Wu Bingning, who was healed now. Let's go, can't waste more time. The 2 girls immediately followed him. Bingning fared much better since she had mentally prepared for whatever Li Qiye would do. Ling Shima also did the same, but this was on a scale beyond her reach. He was the strongest existence she had ever seen, and that massacre just now was the worst experience. Everyone quietly watched his departure, hoping that he would leave sooner. No one dared to do anything, afraid of provoking him. Once the 3 were gone from sight, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. His presence was too terrorizing, like a death god with his scythe. The fear made them immobile, not wanting to draw the attention of the scythe. That was so scary. Some people dropped to the ground. No one would make fun of them because this sentiment pervaded the area. People didn't follow deeper into the region despite knowing that the amazing items in there compared to other places, whether it be eggs, Dao bones, or liquid. Those 3 systems are going to go crazy. One sect master shook his head. The crowd agreed. These systems have lost too many ancestors, so peace wasn't a possibility. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stay in Myriad. I think real Eternals will be coming. One ancestor speculated, nothing below this level can contest against Li Qiye, not even low-level true emperors, only 4 palace and up ones can do something, or they'll just be suiciding. The crowd breathed in. 9th-level true gods were useless, so they agreed with his assessment of Li Qiye's abilities. He'll fight against Dracoform martial god for sure, I can't wait. Another true god salivated. No true emperors were around in Myriad since none among the young generation had reached this level. The ones from the last generation have already left. The strongest right now of the gods was Dracoform, the number 1 expert available. One excited expert said, yes, we'll find out who is really the number 1 in Myriad. The crowd couldn't wait for the future. If Li Qiye were to challenge Dracoform, it would be a fight on the same level as emperors going at it. Dracoform is quite strong, but don't forget, young Lord Mu has an eternal with him too. This person is also a member of the Mu, acting as the young Lord's protector. One ancestor revealed. He has one with him. An eternal from Imperial. This was the first time some have heard this. Yes, very mysterious and cultivation unknown, could be on the same level as Dracoform. The ancestor spoke with a serious expression. Why would an eternal from Imperial want to go down here? His lifespan will go down. Some experts couldn't get it. For example, someone like Dracoform could ascend to Imperial, perhaps even immortal. However, he had attachments to this land and wanted to protect this system. Thus, he accepted the corrosion of time. On the other hand, an eternal from Imperial? It was one thing that he wouldn't go up to immortal, going down to myriad was simply ridiculous. Young Lord Mu wasn't affected as much, but this wasn't the case for an old eternal. People up in Imperial had a longer lifespan. Going down meant potentially dying earlier. The actual time lost varied, but even one day was precious to an old eternal. Thus, this person's choice of descending perplexed the crowd. If young Lord Mu is only coming down to train, then that eternal is sacrificing himself needlessly. One elder added. Well, that just goes to show the young lord's high status. The ancestor said, just think about it, his reason for going down here is inconsequential. Another might have true gods as companions, but an eternal willingly accepting this loss? You think an ordinary person would have this treatment? The crowd contemplated further. A successor actually wasn't that big of a deal to a system. An ancestor was far more valuable and influential. Most importantly, if a successor were to die, there were plenty of other candidates. But for an ancestor who is an eternal, there was no way of making up for this loss. It would take several eras to groom one again. This made people wonder, what was so special about young Lord Mu? No wonder why so many systems want to curry favors. Another connected the dots but realized he had misspoken. Plenty of people here actually sucked up to the young lord before. Maybe only someone as fierce as Wuxia would be able to take care of young Lord Mu. It's not a good thing for an outsider to stay in our world. An ancestor spoke with a profound gaze. The crowd was moved. No one would believe that the young lord came without a grand plan. Chapter 2347, Wuxia continued forward with the two girls. What were you trying to understand from that Dao bone? Bingning audaciously asked, showing no restraint like Shima. She knew that someone like Wuxia, once started, would be able to find something. It's more accurate to say that I was arranging and confirming previous ideas. That Dao bone was indeed amazing, allowing one to reach simplicity and drive away the clouds. Wuxia smiled. Oh, so what did you figure out? She curiously asked, aware that this new finding might be heaven-defying. Just something very tiny, adding to the precision like sliding a thread through the eye of a needle. He answered. Precision? Shima was surprised, thinking that he would find an incredible merit law due to his abilities. Apogee. Bingning knew what he was talking about right away. Indeed. He chuckled, an inch forward to reach an entirely new domain. A little more precision can do many things. I am not at this level, only progenitors are qualified to research this domain. Bingning smiled wryly, understanding the gap between them. Just adding a little more precision was impossible after a certain point, nearly impassable chasm. I don't understand, could you elaborate, Sister Bingning? Shima's cultivation was shallow, so she asked for further elaboration. Bingning could only look at Wuxia because she wasn't at this level either. Wuxia patiently explained, for example, your sword saint had left behind a sword technique for future generations. Alas, no one can reach the same level as him, unable to cultivate the same sword intent. Is this due to a lack of cultivation? In fact, perhaps one of your ancestors was stronger than Sword Saint when he created this art, but this isn't about raw power or Tao comprehension, but rather, apogee. Shima still didn't understand the meaning of this particular concept. For one sword technique trained by future generations, there will be differences in variations. This difference may be minuscule, but as it passed down, the changes added up. Because of this, peerless merit laws became different after successive generations, resulting in a loss of power, perhaps even losing these legacies completely. An inch forward to reach an entirely new domain, but the reverse is true as well. I see. Shima murmured. Of course, one needs to use apogee to fulfill its meaning for existence. He went on. Use it? She inquired. For instance, I am standing in front of you, and you will be slashing horizontally with your right hand. I just need to shift back one step to dodge the strike and apply a little pressure with a finger strike. The sword momentum is still the same, but you will lose control of the slash, resulting in self-decapitation. She carefully listened to the scenario. Because it is your slash and you have a firm grip, you should be able to stop the slash from cutting your neck the moment it reaches your skin. However, since you have lost control because I have added a tiny amount of force, the momentum will end your life. A little bit of change resulting in losing everything. He solemnly said. People often lose control over minute changes and unexpected developments. Li Qie said, by applying this principle, you can kill a true god with a finger flick, using the weakest strength to defeat the mightiest force with precision. This is apogee. To Shima, grasping the strongest merit law and possessing an invincible weapon established a cultivator's status. However, Li Qie's topic far exceeded this, virtually unreachable to regular people. Apogee. Shima regained her wits and smiled wryly, thinking that she will never be able to reach this height. Bingning had a chance, but not her. She stopped talking and quietly followed him. This conversation had shown her a new world, stating that after reaching a certain power level, merit laws and treasures alone weren't enough. After a while, Li Qie paused and said, "Should enter my destination alone. You too can go look around, enjoying the scenery or looking for fortunes." "Just you alone?" Bingning asked. "Yes, your Tao heart isn't strong enough. It might have adverse effects." Li Qie smiled and shook his head. The girls nodded, agreeing to his order. "Little girl, I do not mistreat my followers." Li Qie patted her head and chuckled. "Wait until I'm done with Moneyfall, I will teach you the 12 variations then." Bingning was shaken since he hasn't admitted to knowing the 12 variations before until now. This was their lost legacy, the system only had 5 variations left now. The truth is that your training in the 3 variations is a big mess. If your martial ancestor were to see how his descendants have ruined his art, he would stomp all of you to death. She angrily glared at him and coquettishly said, "That's why you have to teach me better." This was her happiest moment ever since she left the martial court. "I will." He spoke with a rare, gentle tone. Shima became envious. Learning all 12 variations would change Binjing's life. "And as for you, don't worry, I will help you find your sword tomb." Li Qie looked at Shima. "Really?" Her eyes widened. "My words are more precious than pearls." He smiled. "Thank you, young noble." She became emotional and got down on her knees. He waved his sleeve in response, "Go look around now." With that, he entered the deepest location of the mountain range by himself. "Young Lord Mu is here." A piece of shocking news spread across this area. "He's here?" Even the ancestors were alarmed. "I'm positive, young Lord Mu is the one sending out this message." Another released this information and everyone quickly found out. "Mu Xiaochen, huh?" One ancestor from a powerful system said, "What does peerless talent want here in Moneyfall?" "Don't worry, young Lord Mu isn't here to find treasures since he has plenty himself. One person informed. After all, everyone wanted treasures in Moneyfall, so the young lord's presence would only intensify the competition. The young lord is here for that Li fella. The guy continued, he adores myriad lineage and saw how that villain is ruining it, so he is here to rid the world of evil, for that is the responsibility of everyone. Chapter 2348. The news of young Lord Mu's arrival and intent to take care of Wuxia were worth pondering. People didn't find this surprising since there was a long-running feud between these two, especially after Wuxia's murder of his servant. All pretense and face were thrown out of the window, one of them must die. Who would win? Young Lord Mu or a monster like Wuxia? One expert brought up this question. I think Fiercest, as he likes to call himself, has a better chance. A high elder quietly said to his followers. Of course, he would never say this to strangers, not wanting to risk antagonizing the young lord. Young Lord Mu is fierce too, but he seems to be missing something. Despite his talents, people are normally afraid of his clan instead of him. He alone can't threaten myriad. The high elder continued, this isn't the case for Wuxia. I don't care whether people want to admit it or not, he has been walking on a path of blood from insane court to here. It doesn't matter if he's borrowing power in the past, he has more than proven himself in Moneyfall. In fact, his strength right now is still a mystery, but in my mind, no youth can compare to him. Others disagreed, young Lord Mu wins for sure. They were already praising him even before his arrival, either for self-gains or because their sects have chosen to support him. Why are you so sure? One expert smiled and said, did you forget about the frightening battle yesterday where Wuxia killed all the ancestors from 3 systems? Even Solitary Sword God lost to him, that's why he's number 1, the fiercest. Humph, you just don't get it. One supporter sneered and uttered coldly, so what if Wuxia is strong? Young Lord Mu is from imperial lineage with an eternal protecting him. That's not something Wuxia can reach. That's hard to say. In the past, people didn't have such a high evaluation of Wuxia until the massacre just now. They began calling him fiercest as well since this was the logical thing to do. If young Lord Mu actually wants to kill Wuxia, it would be too simple like lifting a finger. The supporter smiled deviously, Wuxia is nothing in the young lord's eyes. Way to exaggerate. Wuxia might be arrogant but his power justifies his attitude. You think any other youth can take on Solitary Sword God? Another member of the crowd disagreed. The supporter revealed a mysterious grin, I'll let you in on something, don't tell anyone else, okay? This is very trustworthy. The young lord is actually coming with a paragon artifact. Paragon artifact? From a progenitor? Really? Even true gods were startled. Of course. The supporter proudly said, with that weapon, he'll be able to sweep through everything. One Wuxia is no big deal. No way, he actually is bringing a paragon artifact? The true gods were skeptical. Why not? Don't forget that the Mu's progenitor is at the immortal level, so obviously, he can create a paragon artifact. The supporter retorted. People became both skeptical and nervous. Only a progenitor of the imperial level would be able to craft these paragon artifacts, the strongest weapons in their arsenal. Crafting one required great effort and a heavy price. Though they might have crafted other weapons as well, these other ones were far inferior. A few progenitors from Imperial or Myriad might follow the same guidelines for crafting, but these weapons could only be considered pseudo-paragon artifact. Most progenitors wouldn't leave these paragon artifacts for future generations because they were too important. Unless the progenitors could find better materials and opportunities to craft a new artifact on top of wanting to put in the effort, they wouldn't leave their single one to anyone. The news of the young lord's artifact shocked everyone, instilling fear into them. Progenitor Mu Yun really left his artifact for his descendants? An ancestor wondered. Mu Yun was an immortal-level progenitor. It wouldn't be strange for him to be able to create a paragon artifact. The question was whether he really left it or not. Under the assumption that he did, it would become the defining treasure of the Mu, the one and only at this level. The clan wouldn't let Mu Xiaochen bring it to Myriad. But if this was true, any lineage and system would be afraid of him. It showed how highly regarded he was in the clan, and that he wouldn't be a simple successor. Most remained skeptical before they could see the weapon with their own eyes, especially the ancestors. Another message was sent: young Lord Mu is willing to toil for the systems of Myria, taking the vanguard and leading everyone to destroy the evil that is Wuxia. Another message arrived. Someone was acting as Mu Xiaochen's messenger. Many systems received his invitation for another alliance to destroy Wuxia. He stated his intention of being the first to lead the way. Numerous systems answered the call, agreeing to help him take down Wuxia. Young Lord Mu has a paragon artifact and can take down Wuxia, no problem. His early supporters became even more confident. Right, that Li guy might be strong but definitely not at the eternal level. No one can take on the young lord and his artifact. This camp increased in number. Of course, many chose to watch on the sideline, still doubting the legitimacy of this news. Cloud Crossing System will fully support young Lord Mu in his effort to uphold justice. We will not refuse our responsibility and shall take down the evil that is Wuxia. A supreme beauty appeared in Moneyfall and voiced her support. Chapter 2349, Princess Zhou. Someone recognized her right away. A princess of Cloud Crossing System. She attracted many gazes. She wore a tassel dress with a red shade of the evening, seemingly no different from a fairy floating amidst the clouds. The gem on her forehead made her even more conspicuous and beautiful beyond words. The youths here fell in love with her right away. Zhao Xiaowai was also a famous talent, not as acclaimed as the martial goddess, but she had no lack of suitors in Myriad. The princess is siding with young Lord Mu. Some were surprised. Don't you know? A knowledgeable expert revealed, this princess is already the young lord's woman, long ago. He was a guest at their system. I thought he wanted to marry the martial goddess. The potential marriage alliance between the Mu and the martial court was no secret. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives, plus, someone of his status has no lack of women. So many princesses and noble daughters want to be with him. The man continued, it's just that the martial court is a better system than Cloud Crossing and wants their successor to be the first wife. That's the young lord for you. People became jealous. So many youths became smitten with the martial goddess and Cloud Crossing princess at first sight, but this guy was about to marry both of them. The princess announcement caused quite a stir due to the power of her system. Nevertheless, many others chose to watch on the sideline. The princess was still a junior with weak influence in the grand scheme of things. Screech. Suddenly, the cry of a falcon was heard. People shuddered in response. The fish and birds became paralyzed. The heretics are back to haunt Myriad, so how can I ignore this? Everyone has the responsibility to get rid of evil. Cloud Crossing System will do our part, hoping that everyone else will join in. An ancient voice resounded. The tone was illusory yet clear, erupting in the mind of all and lingered. The sky turned dark due to a massive falcon flying above. It possessed an incredible divinity, red eyes, and golden claws. Its two wings blotted out the sun along with an aggressive aura. A divine falcon. Someone shouted. Cloud Crossing Falcon God. Some knew who it was right away after seeing this bird. He's an eternal. Wow, a being of this level is actually here. An ancestor took a deep breath. Looks like this won't be simple. Astonishment pervaded the crowd since an Eternal was virtually unbeatable. Cloud Crossing is really going all out to support young Lord Mu. People realized that the princess announcement wasn't a personal choice. The news of Cloud Crossing choosing to support the young lord went beyond Moneyfall. All of Myriad soon learned about it. Though many other systems still had Eternals left for protection instead of ascending to Imperial, these characters wouldn't come out so easily due to the adverse effect on their lifespan. The majority of them used worldly essences and treasures to seal themselves, bidding for more time so they can protect their systems even longer. Thus, the Falcon God's appearance was quite shocking. He must really value the young lord. One ancestor murmured. This system had no feud against Wuxia since they had no prior conflict. But now, the first to side with the young lord wasn't Vermilion or Coiling Dragon, the systems that had fought against Wuxia in the past. Everyone should join in so that Myriad can enjoy the sunlight. The Falcon God spoke again. This time around, his voice echoed across Moneyfall. It seemed that he himself had made it here. A divide appeared. People started wondering whether they should join him or just watch on the sideline. Most systems had no problem with Wuxia. Down with the evil heretics. An ancestor from Coiling Dragon in Moneyfall announced, Coiling Dragon will never rest and the heretical sects are still around. People took a deep breath. Back then, the Alliance had signed a truce with Insane Court. Now, Coiling Dragon was declaring war. Swordgrave will never rest and the heretical sects are still around. A member of Swordgrave chimed in. A third power appeared, an ancestor from Heavenstart declared, Heavenstart will not allow the heretics to rampage in Myriad. This wasn't too surprising because Wuxia had killed so many ancestors from these three systems. The disruptor of peace must be annihilated. A calm voice was next. The tone was one of justice and gentleness yet still piercing across the entire world. Dracoform Martial God. The older experts recognized this voice and gasped in response. Other Eternals trembled after hearing this title. The number one of Myriad truly threatened everyone. Can Wuxia survive this? A High Elder wondered. Nevertheless, this was within expectations. Wuxia had defeated Windchaser Matron on top of kidnapping their successor. Dracoform had numerous reasons, whether it be personal or business, to take care of Wuxia. Suddenly, some systems that had no feud with Wuxia declared war towards him. A member of Pyryong's system declared, everyone is responsible for getting rid of evil, count us in. Us too. The hesitating ones earlier finally made up their mind after Dracoform showed up, wishing to put an end to Fiercest. Chapter 2350. The star of the show didn't know about the gathering of his enemies as he infiltrated the depth of the mountain range. It seemed endless but he persevered long enough to reach his destination. Rumble. Explosions made the area quake with cracks everywhere. Boom. Thunderclaps could be heard. Ahead was a bright expanse with lightning bolts dancing like serpents, completely overwhelming in number. At the same time, a tsunami rose to the sky, seemingly wanting to topple the stars. An incredible battle was obviously going on. As Wuxia drew closer, he saw three powerful coin beasts fighting till the death. To be exact, it was one living beast versus two skeletons. The former was no stranger to Wuxia, it was the Kuei that took him here. The poor beast was covered in wounds and blood. As for the other two, one was a gigantic scorpion with bones large enough to support the nearby peaks. Despite its decayed state, its stinger was well preserved, still having a luster at the venomous tip. The stinger pierced through a mountain with lightning speed. It seemed to be piercing through papers. After the penetration, white smoke billowed from the area. It didn't take long before the rocky material turned into liquid. The other skeleton resembled a turtle with a shell large enough to overshadow the mountains. It was relatively slow, but its teeth were sharp. Each bite punished the nearby terrains. This was a fight to the death, and the Kuei was at a disadvantage going 1 versus 2. It continued to summon lightning bolts from the sky as its main offensive move. The turtle roared and raised its shell like a shield to stop the bolts. Boom! The bolts struck the shell, resulting in an eruption of sparks. Meanwhile, the scorpion darted to the back of the Kuei and used its stinger again. The Kuei summoned an earthen wall, but the stinger still managed to pierce through it and made contact with the Kuei's shoulder. Though the Kuei could handle the venom, its blood still turned black. It became furious and entered a berserk state. Thicker lightning bolts gathered in front of it and turned into a heavenly sword with a dazzling glow. The scariest part was the Tao rune inside this sword. It contained both the power of lightning and the primordial Tao. This beast was actually so intelligent, capable of controlling the power of the Tao just like a cultivator. This was learned, not an innate gift. Becoming a divine beast was inevitable in the future. Boom! The sword split the sky vault open, managing to leave a deep cut on the turtle's shell. However, the scorpion assisted by aiming for the Kuei's throat. The Kuei had no choice but to give up on attacking the turtle, turning around instead to slash at the scorpion. Not far from this battle was a dark cave, akin to the jaw of an ancient beast. Though the mountains nearby collapsed from the shockwaves, even the stars became victims, but strangely enough, this dark cave was perfectly untouched. Wuxia took a good look at the situation. The beasts noticed him too, but they continued their heated battle. He only smiled and focused on the dark cave instead. This was his destination, so he started walking towards it. Ra! The scorpion and turtle suddenly ignored the Kuei and rushed towards him. Pluff! The scorpion possessed the greatest speed with its stinger, also aiming for his throat. His eyes became serious. At this instance, a very faint noise could be heard, almost like the blooming of a flower. He was holding a sword now, nearly invisible since it was transparent. The actual blade seemed thinner than a piece of paper. He performed a cut flawlessly like an expert cook preparing meat. Another faint noise occurred, ending with him still standing there in a neutral pose. Boom! The turtle was here now, stomping down on him with its gigantic foot. He didn't bat an eye and used his sword again with a perfect motion. The air seemed to be frozen, both of the beasts stopped moving. After a long time, their frames suddenly became separated into even pieces, almost like a display of art. Their bones scattered on the ground and stopped moving. Wuxia chuckled after seeing this and put away his sword. Its name was Crystal, not quite a physical sword but a Tao condensed into this form so that he could grasp it. Chapter 2351, The Crystal Sword was unbelievably thin to the point of being invisible. It was similar to the bronze sword used in the previous duel with Solitary Sword God. They were sword Tao, or something even above it. As long as his heart had the sword, then one would be in his hand, a single thought to create these blades. The swords came from Finality Sword, something used to be called the Physique Scripture. After Wuxia flipped a new page, the Physique Scripture stopped existing and was replaced by Finality. It encompassed and surpassed all the sword Tao in the world. The name meant that everything would end with the sword, whether it be merit laws or any other affinities. The moment this sword came out, all would stop. Despite being the origin of sword Tao, Finality had no techniques, variations, or Tao of the sword. It had everything yet nothing of the sword Tao, only existing in the heart and mind. However, everyone had unique thoughts, so its shape would vary as well. For example, if others were to obtain this version of Finality, they could gain a supreme sword technique, another could figure out a peerless sword Tao. The end result was predicated on the nature of the person. For Li Qie, his assimilation allowed him to have a formless sword, or that he himself was the sword. As for the bronze sword, it served as a heavy weapon. With a single thought, he created an unstoppable weapon due to its immeasurable weight. It didn't matter how strong his foe might be, stopping the sword was an impossibility. As for the crystal sword, it was as thin as universally possible. Thus, it became indiscernible and terrifyingly sharp. He became capable of severing everything, such as the two beasts earlier. These weren't actually sword Dao, but rather the very origins of the sword, affinities such as weight and sharpness. This allowed him to take down the beasts without any surprises. The Kuei saw this and became frightened. That crystal sword could easily dismember it as well. He only chuckled and put away the sword before walking towards the dark cave. The Kuei hesitated, not because of the dangers within the cave but because of Li Qie. Want to go in? Li Qie paused and gestured at it. The lack of hostility excited the Kuei. It immediately went next to him since this cave was its goal, acting quite chummy by rubbing its head on him. The two beasts earlier were protecting the cave so it couldn't enter. Li Qie's arrival has given it this opportunity. I guess I'm doing some charity work here. He pushed the Kuei back while playfully putting on a disgusted expression. The Kuei didn't mind and continued walking slowly right behind Li Qie. This cave was pitch black. One couldn't see their own fingers in front of them. Nevertheless, Li Qie walked forward without becoming lost. This was a dimension of darkness with numerous coordinates. Just one wrong step and one would be forever lost. This wasn't the case for Li Qie as if he had been here before. Flashing light could be seen up ahead after a long trek in total darkness. The excited Kuei quietly called out, finally having the chance to come to this place. They came out of the darkness and found the light emanating from a pond. Despite its inconspicuous appearance, the water here exuded a gentle light like a priceless jewel amidst the darkness. Li Qie chuckled and said, "The time isn't right." He then sat by the pond and soaked his legs in the water. The Kuei didn't know how to speak but still copied Li Qie, dipping its only leg into the water. The thing was still confused since it failed the last several times to make it here. Instinct told it that something incredible was in this place, that's all it knew. Li Qie rested his eyes for quite a while before opening them back up to chat with the beast. At your considerable power, do you ever think about where you came from, or your race? The Kuei seemed to understand the question but it looked at him in confusion. Looks like certain things are still out of grasp before true intelligence. He smiled. The beast only looked at him, seemingly waiting for him to speak again. Only the villainous heaven can create life. Well, actually, nature itself is the creator. Li Qie said, this is limited to races, but certain things are out of this boundary. The beast looked as if it was contemplating. There was a legend in a distant era. It says that after the death of an immortal, a single hair of this being could turn into a galaxy, a piece of dead skin could become a supreme creature. Basically, this immortal's body included 3,000 worlds. Of course, this is only a legend. He chuckled. His eyes then turned profound. Isn't it interesting if it's true? It means that certain lives aren't created, only derived from something else, meaning that they aren't under the watch of the villainous heaven. This could mean that universal laws could be avoided. The beast might have understood this part. If you can jump out of this world, then you can finally be you. Otherwise, you're only a speck of dust. He concluded while patting the beast's shoulder. Chapter 2352, Mu Xiaochen's arrival caused quite a stir in Moneyfall. More importantly, numerous systems have formed an alliance to put an end to the evil that is Li Qie. It didn't take long before he became a vile villain that needs to be eradicated so that others can have peace. Rumble. Explosions discharged in the horizon. A divine flame blotted out the sky. At this moment, a carriage with a black glow visible from the distance came over. Its majestic aura indicated its status. Screech. 8 green birds led the way, looking quite beautiful with a jade luster on their features. They pulled the carriage, leaving destruction in its path. A banner with the word Mu was located at the top. It had weathered the ages, but clearly one meant for battle. The word still emitted a ferocious bloodlust, so people shuddered and made way for this carriage. Young Lord Mu is here. A sect master immediately got off his own carriage and prepared a greeting. The carriage drew closer and closer. People could see 4 old men, all ascenders. Not the strongest but still quite frightening. This ostentatious showing made everyone gasp, including the ancestors. Only someone like Dracoform could have ascenders accompanying him like this. People could see inside the carriage now, a young male wearing a golden robe that seems perfect for him. The handsome youth was clearly pampered from a noble upbringing. His eyes were bright like starry gems, capable of seeing through everything. The youth resembled a ruler with his gestures and temperament without acting fierce. Nevertheless, his arrogance and general contempt for others were as clear as day. 2 supreme beauties sat to his left and right. One dressed in red, clearly from a prestigious clan. The other chose green, alluring like a flower in the valley. The youth embraced the 2 of them as they fed him wine and peeled, then fed him fruits. He would occasionally kiss them just like a king. Princess of Jewel Banner and daughter of the Ouyang. Who knows the complicated feelings the youths were having after seeing this. Jewel Banner Princess He Yutong and Ouyang Shichi, quite famous among the young generation. Of course, they were far from being the same level as Wu Binjing in terms of fame, but plenty of youths still liked them. I thought young Lord Mu wanted to marry the martial goddess and cloud-crossing princess was going to be his concubine? One young cultivator said with indignation, "Why is Jewel Banner Princess with him right now?" Silly guy, a powerful man always has plenty of women. A senior shook his head, just being from the Mu alone is enough of a draw. So many people want to go to Imperial yet can't, but with the help of the Mu, it will be possible. Plus, he is also a great genius. When he visited Jewel Banner, he defeated the proud princess, so she is willing to follow him despite not obtaining an official title. What about the Lady of the Ouyang? A different youth jumped in. This clan is much stronger than Jewel Banner sect, she's the successor too. Why would she agree? I'm sure there are other reasons. The senior laughed in response, "You're overthinking it." The talented young lord went to visit the Ouyang and comprehended their ancestral tablet with a single glance. Thus, the clan treated him with the highest respect. He also helped Shichi and she benefited greatly as a result, able to cultivate her clan's supreme arts. That's why she is following him. Humph. I'm sure her ancestors are forcing her to do so, just like the martial goddess. This young man had a crush on Shichi and wouldn't accept it. You're too young. The senior said flatly, still too optimistic and naive. This young Lord Mu is not simple at all. I heard he could even see through the 12 variations of the martial ancestor, that's why Dracoform martial god holds him with such high regard. Otherwise, he wouldn't be receiving the same treatment just because he's from the Mu. I can go on and on about this. His gifts are famous in Imperial since he can understand anything after a single glance, so plenty of systems wants to suck up to him. So, a man like him with a strong and noble background, talented as well? Girls naturally will flock to him. Having said that, the senior gave the youth a look of pity. Ouyang Shichi is in love with the young lord, don't find this surprising. Just give up, trying to compete with him will only end with disgrace. The youth clenched his fists in anger, but he eventually lowered his head and let out a sigh in dejection. Despite his unwillingness, what was he going to do? The young lord surpassed him in all aspects. Having a love rival like the young lord made him drown with despair. Plus, Continuing on this path could be suicidal on top of implicating his own sect, if he were to provoke the young lord. The fans could only watch the young lord play around with their goddesses in the departing carriage. After coming to Moneyfall, Mu Xiaochen announced, "I might be an outsider, but I view Myriad as a second home, so I pray for peace. There is a murderous villain on the loose, so I wish to offer my strength to destroy him and his heretic ways. I hope everyone can assist me in doing so. The young lord is right, we need to band together to kill Wuxia." Many systems answered his call. Coiling Dragon system will not share the same sky as that monster. We will obey your orders, young Lord Mu. Coiling Dragon showed the most support. After all, they suffered heavy casualties to Wuxia. There was no way they would let this go before his death. Rallying cries echoed across Moneyfall. Numerous systems declared their allegiance. Suddenly, a leisure voice interrupted the wave of support. "If anyone wishes to trouble a disciple of our longevity system, come out and face us." Chapter 2353, The challenge startled everyone due to the numerical advantage on the other side. In short, Wuxia was public enemy number one right now, so the appearance of his supporters seemed rather reckless. A female Taoist arrived with enough beauty to topple the world and a transcending temperament. Longevity Sage. Someone muttered under the breath after recognizing her. The leader and representative of Longevity Valley, no one would dare to question the gravity behind her words. Mu Xiaochen glanced at her with a peculiar flash in his eyes. "Taoist sage, your fame precedes you." Young Lord Mu, likewise. Longevity Sage floated in the air with her wondrous aura like a flower only beneath the heaven. The crowd became excited. Everyone knew that the young lord must eliminate Wuxia while the sage was here to protect him. Her action was inciting both his wrath and the animosity of Myriad lineage. "Sage, I'm afraid you are being fooled by that villain." The young lord revealed a graceful smile. "Wuxia faked his identity to earn your trust and the role of first disciple. He clearly had ulterior motives, wishing to destroy your system, for he is a wretch with no crime too heinous. I know he is from Insane Court, its current leader, but so what, he is still my direct disciple. Anyone who dares to touch him will become our enemy," she declared. The crowd didn't expect her strong response, or why Longevity System was willing to help Wuxia. She just needed to refute his role as their first disciple right now. Others would understand and sympathize with her choice. However, she chose the path of war. Mu Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. "Sage, don't be unreasonable. Wuxia murdered the innocent and deserves death. If you continue to protect him, that would be going against the will of the heaven, dragging your own system towards eternal damnation." The sage smiled so beautifully, even making the young lord look twice. She retorted, "The will of the heaven? Who is it to decide? You? Whoever you accuse of being a villain is one? No, this is the unanimous belief of the people." Mu Xiaochen said, "It is clear as day how he had massacred members of 3 great systems. Thus, ridding the world of him is in accordance with the worldly flow and the will of its inhabitants." Really? Because of this, please reconsider. Mu Xiaochen continued, "Opposing the world will not end well. If you continue to be stubborn, many disciples from your system will die as a result, and for what? They will lose their home and families, even you won't. Is this a threat?" She interrupted him as her gaze turned cold. "No, you misunderstood." He smiled, "I am simply letting you know the consequence. An outsider I may be, I also consider Myriad to be my home, wanting nothing more than peace for all. Alas, this villain named Wuxia is merciless and cruel, so I have no choice but to rise, offering all of my abilities to sweep away the evil in order to restore orders. It is indeed the time to restore orders to Myriad." A clear and pleasant voice continued the conversation, albeit with a hint of hostility. Everyone looked over and saw another female Taoist arriving. She looked like a lotus flower in a valley, her noble aura overwhelmed the heart of the spectators. Young Radiance untethered. She's here too. Someone shouted. Her addition only intensified the crowd's anticipation. Young Radiance, the greatest and strongest system of Myriad. The arrival of its leader was a big deal. The sage and the untethered were present now. People glanced at each other, thinking that it was no coincidence. They wanted to know her stance on this issue. Though many systems, including Vermilion Martial Court, have turned against Wuxia, Young Radiance has yet to make a decision. The choice of this system was crucial. Though it didn't rule Myriad, many systems were willing to follow its orders. Untethered. Mu Xiaochen was visibly pleased to see her and cupped his fist. Your comment just now resonates with my heart. Thank you for your concern with the well-being of Myriad. No wonder why Young Radiance is the greatest system here. I'm lost in admiration. A few ancestors pondered. After all, not all systems were on the young lord's side. He was riding the momentum, seemingly on the verge of being in charge of Myriad. This was not something they wanted to see. If Young Radiance were to stand with the young lord, then that would settle the political climate of Myriad. No one would dare to oppose them. At that point, their words would become the truth. You're too kind. The untethered answered. Myriad and Insane Court had an agreement recognized by numerous other systems. Thus, whether Wuxia is a heretic or not requires further deliberation. According to the agreement, if Wuxia does cultivate the blood-sucking art, then he should indeed be persecuted by all. But if this isn't the case, then Insane Court is still an official system, not a heretical faction. As for his recent massacre, it would be considered a personal feud. Before the agreement is violated and voided, we must follow the clauses. Otherwise, it would be going against the orders of Myriad. If the signers can't keep their words, chaos would ensue. She looked at everyone after this grand speech. Mu Xiaochen's expression darkened despite maintaining his friendly smile. Untethered, it is admirable that you stay true to your words, but I'm afraid that villain won't care. Even if he had cultivated the blood art, why would he report this to you? During his previous fights, he had shown everyone some terrifying evil arts. Wuxia needs to explain himself clearly. She replied, before that, we need to carry out the prior agreement instead of condemning him for personal vendetta, potentially falsifying his reputation. Because of this, I invite Wuxia to Myriad Peaks to prove his innocence, along with everyone else for his trial. If everyone agrees, my Young Radiance system is willing to preside over this matter. This made a certain few heaves a sigh of relief. They thought that she was here to support the young lord in the beginning, but this didn't seem to be the case right now. I'm afraid that Li Gai won't come to a trial like that. Mu Xiaochen said. We can't be so arbitrary. The untethered said, we'll find the right solution. If Wuxia is indeed a villain, then Young Radiance will assist Myriad in ending him. We finally have a voice of reason here. The sage clapped and heartily smiled at her peer. Looks like you're quite sagacious. Chapter 2354. Wuxia and the Kuei patiently waited by the pond, far away from the uproar that is outside. He reached a Zen state in order to derive the myriad laws, searching for the great mysteries, something that he is capable of doing regardless of the location. In fact, he had no fear of being disturbed because of his unshakable Tao heart. Even if someone were to break his meditation, he would be unaffected and could come back to his wits in an instant with no chance for qi deviation. Wu Bingning and Ling Shima risked their lives needlessly earlier. The Kuei also meditated with lightning currents flowing on its body, issuing thunderous crackles. Coin beasts were different from the animals outside, perhaps a unique type of existence only found in Moneyfall. Their origin was a mystery. The Kuei was frighteningly strong, a king of the coin beasts. Moreover, its divine bloodline destined it for greatness. However, it was different from a regular divine beast, such as its father and mother. After reaching a certain level, the latter would gain an amazing intelligence. Unfortunately for the Kuei, coin beasts didn't share the same path of evolution. Thus, it still relied on instincts, even when it came to cultivation. The reason for it being here was due to an awaiting fortune, one that could transform it from this beast's shell. It simply followed its instinct without possessing more information. Because of this, it has always tried to reach this place. All ended with failure until today. Splash! After a while, something finally happened inside the pond. Bubbles started appearing on the surface. Normally, bubbles would pop soon after reaching the surface, but this wasn't the case. They actually sank back down and looked like water pearls. Oh oh oh! The Kuei came back from meditation and excitedly cried out. It didn't take long before the pond was full of them. Strange enough, the water didn't spill over at all even when the bubbles took over. Despite wanting to jump into the pond, the Kuei still looked over at Wuxia. He finally opened his eyes and smiled. This is a type of fate. Very well, you go first or there won't be anything left after I'm done. Oh oh oh! The Kuei instantly jumped into the pond, creating a huge splash. Is this necessary? Wuxia shook his head after seeing the eager beast. It quickly calmed down and meditated while inside the water. Long hair started to grow, or so it seemed. It was in fact strands of lightning coming out of the beast, around the size of a needle. These strands began to penetrate the water bubbles, turning them black. Upon closer inspection, one would find that it was actually a ink-like liquid streaming from the beasts to the bubbles via the lightning strands. After being filled with the black liquid, the bubbles floated up to the surface and finally popped. However, the black liquid didn't flow back in the water. They started floating like smoke, and after sizzling noises, they were burned into nothingness. The longer the beasts stay in the pond, the more bubbles floated up and more black liquid being incinerated. The quantity of bubble in the pond never decreased because new ones would rise from the bottom. As time passed, less and less liquid flowed out of the beast until there was none. Boom! Boom! The strands of lightning disappeared, replaced by golden ones now, as bright as gold. Splash! The beast jumped out of the pond. It was flashing with the same golden glow, its skin had turned into the same shade. It emitted a unique aura, becoming even more powerful and nobler than before. It started beating its chest, resulting in thunderous rumbles. Ah, oh, the beast uttered strange sounds to Wuxia, almost human-like. It had undergone a transformation. If it could truly escape this beast's shell, it would gain intelligence and a new form. Wuxia smiled after seeing the excited beast. Yes, it is worth celebrating. Maybe after you shed this shell, you will be able to see the world outside. Of course, there is a long way to go with no guarantee of success. The powerful beast still didn't quite understand this. Wuxia didn't seem to mind though. He raised his hand and all of the bubbles in the pond suddenly left and started to float in the air. Next, he pushed down his hand and the entire pond collapsed, revealing a clear maelstrom around the size of a mirror. After separating it from the earth, he made all the bubbles enter the whirling phenomenon like dumplings being thrown into a boiling pot. Finally, after a loud bang, the spin of the vortex slowed down since the bubbles came together to form something akin to a crystal ball. His eyes became serious after seeing this. I've found what I came for, it is time for a meeting. Chapter 2355, Myriad Peaks were true to its name as a large mountain range located in Moneyfall. Numerous experts were here today with no lack of big shots and ancestors. Coiling Dragon, Sword Grave, and Heavenstart virtually went all out with their full fighting force. The Untethered was in charge of this event. Though she didn't send out a direct order to demand the appearance of all systems, the majority still came. Whether it be to support Mu Xiaochen, watching the fun, or some other motives, everyone still participated. This event might have been rushed, but the smart ones knew that it would affect the current political climate of Myriad. If Mu Xiaochen were to seize the upper hand, he would be in charge of Myriad for a long time to come. With a powerful alliance including the martial court and various systems, he would be able to do whatever he wanted, toppling the other great powers. Because of this, the wiser of the crowd could sense the foreboding atmosphere. It wasn't only a trial on Wuxia or the agreement with Insane Court. The place was packed with people from all over the world. Even ascenders that normally didn't come out made an exception. All of this made the atmosphere even more somber. The ancestors from Coiling Dragon were ready to kill. Their bloodthirst engulfed the area. Yang Radiance was responsible for maintaining orders, and it didn't hold back from showing its power, allowing it to take care of all the troubles. Because of the Untethered's presence, most ancestors played nice instead of showboating. Yang Radiance Buddha and other ancestors from her sect were here as well. This was quite a powerful group. On the other side were ancestors of Coiling Dragon and Martial Court. They took up the central peaks while other experts stay in the nearby vicinity. This reflected the current situation of Myriad. The top systems were still at the center, acting as the pillars. Are they really trying to judge Wuxia? One junior asked. It's not that simple. His senior shook his head. It will determine the direction and prosperity of Myriad for years to come. What do you mean? Isn't it just a trial? The youth lacked the insight to read the situation. You'll find out later. The senior continued watching the gathering of heroes with a serious expression. More and more systems came, but the accused was nowhere to be found. Untethered, if this Wuxia doesn't appear, how are we going to carry out the trial? An ancestor from Sword Grave took the initiative to trouble the Untethered. Right, that crafty devil won't show up when so many of us are here. Maybe he'll even hide in the shadows and come up with schemes to assassinate us. Another one from Heavenstart unhappily said. I'm sure Wuxia will come. The Untethered was unmoved. He's not one to run from trouble. Untethered, we've been too merciful against him. One more from Coiling Dragon jumped in. It's a fact that he had killed thousands using evil techniques. We all should be trying to eliminate him right now since it's our responsibility to uphold justice. Am I wrong here? No, you're right. Everyone should be trying to kill that monster. This garnered support from many systems. Rules are rules. Since we have signed an agreement, we will follow it. She replied. If you do not recognize your own agreement, then feel free to act independently. Otherwise, he deserves a chance to defend himself. People scowled after hearing this, but none expressively objected. After all, they did sign the agreement back then. To refute this was akin to throwing away their system's reputation and honor. Untethered, we're just saying if. If this guy doesn't come, then what do we do? It would be a waste of time, a complete joke. An ancestor from Vermilion who has been sitting there quietly finally spoke. The stake became higher. Whatever happened next could shake the status of Yang Radiance in Myriad. If that's the case, then Vermilion was next in line. This sect was already strong enough, not to mention its relationship with Mu Xiaochen. People weren't stupid and could see the martial court's ambition. Since many assumed Wuxia wasn't going to show up, they were ready to see the martial court attacking Yang Radiance for this ineffective event. Longevity Sage leisurely added, "Don't you worry, our system guarantees that he will show up. Give up on thinking otherwise." Sage, excuse me for being frank, but your system is clearly conspiring with him, so you are not qualified to act as guarantors. The ancestor from Coiling Dragon spoke again. The sage looked straight at this ancestor and smiled. We're not qualified? At least we aren't parasitic thieves like your Premoon sect. I'll be frank too, you're not qualified to speak before my Longevity Valley. This verbal slap struck Coiling Dragon's system quite hard. Everyone knew about this story but none wanted to bring it up lest they wanted a feud. Now, the sage didn't hold back at all. This wasn't the old style of Longevity Valley. You. This ancestor was furious and glared at her. You think you can say whatever you want? Why not? I'm not afraid of your system. The sage sneered. Sage, you are out of line. An ancestor from Heavenstart interjected, even if Wuxia is your disciple, acting as his guarantor won't be that simple. The sage interrupted him, it is that simple. Just a guy with the last name Wu, no problem. We can invite a true emperor from immortal lineage to come down if everyone wants to go all out. Let's stop being hypocrites that hide behind the veil of justice. Chapter 2356. Everyone gasped after hearing this fierce challenge and glanced at each other. Some ancestors here had unsightly expression while glaring angrily at her. Boldly calling them hypocrites and pretenders straight to their face? Nevertheless, she spoke with gusto, for Longevity Valley had immense influence. It wasn't impossible for them to invite a true emperor from immortal lineage. After all, plenty of emperors and progenitors owed them a favor. If they wanted to go all out, anything was possible. Sage, that's too much. An ancestor from Vermilion Martial Court spoke. We have no animosity towards your system, our only target is Wuxia. It's just that we're afraid that the villain might be tricking you and hope that you can reconsider. I'm sure that once he is declared a heretic, the world will rise against him, isn't that right, Untethered? He looked over at Untethered, wishing to drag both Longevity Valley and Young Radiance down the mud. No one was going to leave this storm unscathed. All eyes turned towards her now. She sat straight with a natural and noble expression. If Wuxia had indeed cultivated the blood art to harm others, he deserves persecution from all sides. It also means that Insane Court has violated the agreement and will become a heretical sect. In that case, my system will be the first to do something about it. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief after she revealed her thoughts. Did you hear that, Sage? The ancestor turned back and said, will your system still protect him after he is exposed? Would you still wish to fight against the rest of the world? The sage powerfully responded, no point in wondering about hypothetical scenarios. I trust in our disciple, he is not a villain that had cultivated in blood arts. As I have said before, we will guarantee his innocence. I'm afraid that won't do. If your system still considers him to be your first disciple, then you are not in a position to act as the guarantor. You need to draw the line. The Untethered said. Oh, you wish to trouble me as well? The sage stared straight at her. She remained calm. It's not anything personal, I'm simply stating the truth. You need to remove him as the first disciple before acting as an impartial guarantor. Otherwise, a conflict of interest exists, and that's not tolerable for something that could affect our entire world. I agree completely. This event might determine the rise and fall of Myriad. We can't delay making a decision just because of one system's self-interest. Many systems chimed in, wishing to oppose Longevity Valley. Unlike them, the Untethered was simply being impartial without prejudice against the Valley and Wuxia. Young Lord Mu is here. A shout disrupted the debate and made the stars tremble. Rumble. A carriage appeared, crushing the spatial sphere around it while emitting a black aura. The birds pulling the carriage looked quite imposing. For ascenders acted as protectors, quite a frightening display. Young Lord Mu sat on the carriage, looking imperious and still with a beauty on each side. His arrival attracted both attention and annoyance, especially his seemingly debaucherous nature. Humph, what a show-off. One scowled. On the other hand, ancestors from Coiling Dragon, Sword Grave, and Pure Yang system quickly came to greet him. Though the ancestor from Vermilion didn't come forward, he still stood up for a greeting. Only characters like the sage and untethered could remain sitting. Of course, not being overly pandering was one thing, they didn't wish to offend him either. The most peculiar thing was how subservient the members of Swordgrave were acting. It looked as if they were greeting their own young lord. Why are they like that? This beckoned the question. Right, so respectful towards him. Some felt that this was exaggerated. I heard after coming to Moneyfall, Mu Xiaochen found them their lost tomb, wanting to return the lost techniques back to them, a great favor. That's why they are willing to work for him. One ancestor quietly said. I see, he lives up to his reputation. People were startled. Mu Xiaochen slowly walked down the carriage with swagger and arrogance. Seniors, please excuse my tardiness due to personal business. Mu Xiaochen unapologetically said. It's fine, that villain still isn't here yet. The ancestors quickly said. Those ancestors are still ascenders, why do they suck up to the Mu so much? Some youths didn't like Mu Xiaochen, especially the ones who had a crush on Jewel Banner Princess and the daughter of the Ouyang. Benefits. Their ancestor replied, some systems aren't only doing it for the Mu. Just the young lord's talents alone are worthy of this. He's peerless and could understand many things from a single glance. Just take a look, anyone close with him had a great harvest. For example, he found the Jewel Banner's lost arts just by looking at their tablets. The Ouyang lady's cultivation soared after being taught amazing laws by him. That's why these systems want to rely on his talents in order to regain their lost techniques. He paused and sighed before continuing, such talents would bring about greatness. Look at Swordgrave, they do it so willingly after he found the tomb and the sword Tao within for them. It's just too much temptation. The ancestor from Swordgrave personally brought out a royal throne for Mu Xiaochen, placed on the highest peak. The youth didn't show any reservation and sat down, looking to be on the same level as the untethered. People took a deep breath after seeing this. He was acting as if he was leading all of myriad lineage. Screech. A falcon cry echoed as the bird blotted out the sun. It closed its wings and floated in the sky above everyone including the current leaders. Cloud-crossing falcon god. The appearance of an eternal stirred the crowd. However, upon closer inspection, they only saw a beautiful girl up there. She jumped down from its back. Cloud-crossing princess. Eyes turned brighter, especially the ones who liked her. She ignored everyone else and only smiled widely after seeing Mu Xiaochen. Brother Chen, you're here too? She came forward and bowed. I just got here. He grabbed her hand, the two of them appeared quite intimate. All kinds of emotions struck the spectators, mostly negative. Is Falcon God here? Mu Xiaochen said with a smile. The ancestor is always present, he just needs one step to appear. She spoke with a gaze full of adoration. The crowd glanced at the falcon. Its presence meant that he could appear at any moment as well. An eternal being available certainly made everyone anxious. They all put on a serious expression. Even the untethered felt this pressure. Chapter 2357, Mu Xiaochen stood up and looked at the mass. If Falcon God is here, then we are ready to start the trial. Unfortunately, Li Qiye isn't here. Someone else played along perfectly. Xiaochen's eyes became serious. If Li Qiye still isn't here, then he knows he is guilty and doesn't dare to face everyone. It's not unreasonable to consider him a heretic deserving persecution now. People glanced at each other, understanding that the young lord wishes to turn myriad against Li Qiye. It didn't matter if the guy would come or not, the young lord would come up with different excuses until one stuck. That's right, the coward must know he is guilty. He surely had cultivated the blood art, no need to be merciful towards someone like that. An ancestor from Coiling Dragon said. I agree, maybe he wants to run back to Insane Court. We can't let him run back to his lair and must mobilize now. Members of Heaven Start and Sword Grave hurriedly added. His supporters loudly shouted while the undecided systems couldn't exactly refute. The latter stared at the untethered, waiting for her to say something. If they were to voice their opposition, it would mean supporting Wuxia and being implicated with him. It is not appropriate to declare a judgment before the trial. We should, at the very least, give him an opportunity to defend himself. The untethered remained calm. I doubt he will show up. Mu Xiaochen said, untethered, how much longer must everyone wait for him? We don't need to talk about whether he's a heretic right now since that seems to be clear. We need to talk about countermeasures right now. Xiaochen aggressively declared his decision, wishing to shake the very foundation of Yang Radiance's authority in myriad lineage. As long as the majority systems took his side, he would become the new leader. You're rushing it right now, the event has only just begun. The untethered was unperturbed. Young Lord Mu isn't rushing it. An ancestor from Sword Grave said, we have been waiting for a long time now, this is giving the heretic a chance to escape. Untethered, it is time to deliver a judgment, no need to play nice with a heretic. If you continue to be merciful, more lives will be lost as a result. Can you bear the responsibility? Another from Vermilion Court said. Numerous top systems have shown their stance and allegiance to the young lord. The ones that have gained benefits from him such as Sword Grave were offering their full support and treated him as a leader. As for the martial court, it was willing to pick him as well for immediate benefits but most importantly of all, he would eventually return to Imperial. If they could surpass Yang Radiance right now, their system would become the new ruler after his departure in the future. This was more than a trial, it was a battle struggle for supremacy of myriad. Mu Xiaochen certainly came prepared to challenge Yang Radiance and had formed solidarity with his followers. This allowed them to seize the initiative and the upper hand. As the atmosphere intensified, the sage and the untethered were strangely calm and didn't bother to respond. We need to mobilize now against that heretic. He is clearly guilty, that's why he isn't showing up. People kept on shouting. Very well. Mu Xiaochen spoke after gaining control of the event in such a short time, we'll send a search team so that he can't escape. Who says our young noble doesn't dare to appear? A cold voice sounded with two figures appearing before the crowd. People looked over and saw two girls. It's the martial goddess. One was immediately recognized. Wu Bingning and Ling Shima have arrived at Myriad Peaks. Though there were numerous ancestors present, Bingjing stood there proudly with her back straight. On the other hand, Shima was having a hard time, not daring to look at anyone. Nevertheless, she chose to stand by Li Qia's side. Bingning, you are a bride of the Mu and should mind your words. Mu Xiaochen didn't become angry and slowly said. She looked at him and uttered coldly, you think too highly of yourself. You aren't enough to earn my grace, someone else can be your clan's bride. Xiaochen's expression turned a bit ugly. Ever since he came to Myriad, everything happened so smoothly until her disdainful words just now. How improper. You can't act as you please in this important matter, come back to the sect with me right now. Another ancestor from Vermilion Martial Court shouted. Ancestor, no need to pressure me with seniority. Bingjing shook her head, first of all, your status is inferior to Windchaser Matron. I didn't come back with her, so why would I come back with you? The ancestor turned red as a junior challenged his authority. He declared, such impudence, I will take you back then. The martial court wishes to bully a junior? Young Radiance Buddha has been standing quietly behind the untethered. He stood up and said, if you want to play, I'll entertain you. No need to be so tough on a junior. Does Young Radiance wish to interfere with our internal affairs? The other ancestor said with a heavy voice. No, But I do owe Miss Wu a favor, so if you want to take her against her will, you need to ask me first." The Buddha heartily laughed. He was quite brave standing up for Wu Bingning right now. Of course, he was referring to the hostage situation back then. "Humph, that wretched has joined the heretic, willingly choose damnation. She is not qualified to stand," Cloud-Crossing Princess said with disdain. Pop. But before she could finish, a slap made her spit out blood. "Who? Show yourself." She howled after being slapped before everyone. "Consider yourself lucky that you're still alive." A lazy voice was heard. This newcomer floated in the air, seemingly so nonchalant and carefree. Fiercest. Many recognized this lazy tone even before seeing him. Wuxia is here. People looked over at the direction of the voice and sure enough, it was Wuxia. He seemed to be taking his time walking over, but in fact, he was moving with frightening speed and instantly made it to myriad peaks. He stood there relaxed as if he wasn't facing a great alliance but just enjoying his own garden. He was bereft of an imperious aura, but this leisure attitude made people shudder uncontrollably. This was a being who had massacred numerous ancestors from 3 systems, definitely a monster. His appearance caused a bigger stir than the young lord. Those who have witnessed him in action felt their palms becoming sweaty. Chapter 2358, Wuxia took a gander at the crowd without anger, expressionless even. Nevertheless, people quickly shut up. Some shuddered about how prone this guy was to a massacre, ascenders or not. He then focused on Cloud-Crossing Princess, who was furious about being slapped before the crowd. She was a princess, an unreachable existence, noble beyond description. Moreover, the falcon god was here. Who would actually dare to touch her? Alas, Wuxia didn't follow the mold and humiliated her, causing her to grit her teeth. For some strange reason, her fury immediately subsided after seeing his nonchalant glance. She felt as if she was already dead, at least in his eyes. This instilled fear into her very soul, so she took several steps back out of instinct. He continued, "I am here now, speak." The ones who wanted to go to war and tear him to pieces earlier as if they had some irreconcilable feud didn't utter a single word. They only stared at their friends. No one wanted to be the vanguard against this ferocious man. Plus, with leaders like Mu Xiaochen around, why should they try to be fodders? The meeting here isn't meant to be malicious. The Untethered said, "A few systems believe that you cultivate an evil art, so everyone needs to confirm it in accordance with the old agreement. I hope you will follow it." An evil art? Those silly tricks can't get into my sight. He chuckled. The ancestor from Coiling Dragon jumped in. "You massacred countless innocents from 3 systems, definitely using an evil art from Insane Court. This despicable act will bring about the wrath of all." Fool. Wuxia didn't bother looking at him. "No point in defending yourself." Mu Xiaochen finally spoke. "Plenty of people witnessed this, thousands have seen you using an evil art to slaughter the innocent." Having said that, he turned towards the Untethered. "Untethered, there is a mountain of evidence, so what is he if not a villain? In my opinion, no need to be polite, let's kill him already." "You're Mu Xiaochen?" Wuxia smiled before the Untethered could answer. "That's right." Xiaochen laughed heartily. "I hate monsters like you the most, so I shall rid myriad of you." He didn't hold back at all and started talking about killing. Their feud was deep and he was certain of victory. Flowery words and formalities were thrown out the window. "Young lord, you are heroic and benevolent, our shining example." His supporters cheered. Wuxia glanced at them and shook his head. How shameful, acting like sycophants despite being from prestigious sects, completely throwing away your progenitor's face. These supporters glared back at him. One retorted, "Wuxia, you're a villain and deserve death. young Lord Mu will deliver justice with his unstoppable might. Li Qiye ignored them and told the young lord, looks like my message didn't come. In my eyes, the Mu's young lord is only an ant prancing in front of me. Such contempt naturally affected the proud youth. He looked down at Li Qiye and declared, Li Qiye, do you not know death is inevitable? It doesn't matter how strong you are, there are plenty of experts in imperial lineage. Even true emperors had Dao discussion with me, your little achievements are nothing. Killing you will only take the blink of an eye. Xiaofan bombastically spoke, ready to show the world why he was the greatest. People took a deep breath after hearing this. The ancestors shuddered, not knowing whether he was telling the truth or not. It would be quite something if he was telling the truth about Dao discussions with true emperors. The young lord is invincible, and so handsome too. Many female cultivators were won over by his domineering attitude with nothing but love in their eyes. Jewel Banner Princess and the Lady of the Ouyang stared intensely at him. That fast? Li Qiye chuckled in response, I would like to see someone try, but you can't. I'll be the one taking care of you that swiftly. How ignorant. No one in the world can take me down. I cultivate the invincible arts of the Mu and the methods of the myriad Dao on top of possessing the strongest treasures, who can take me down / He fearlessly declared in high spirits, you're only an expert from myriad, no different from an ant in my eyes. This comment actually annoyed the crowd, but they had no choice but to admit his qualification to utter such words. So many systems wanted to ask for his help. Li Qiye, do you dare to fight me? He challenged. Li Qiye smiled at the confident youth, let's see what you can do. Go all out now. I don't need to go all out, just one mirror is enough. Do you dare to withstand the reflection of my mirror? You probably don't have the balls. He sneered. This clumsy reverse psychology is unnecessary. I like jumping into traps in the first place, go ahead and take out your mirror. All eyes were on the young lord now, anticipating his treasure mirror. Of course, they weren't surprised that he would have a top treasure due to his background. Oh, how brave. Xiaofan remained imperious and haughty. Others couldn't help but think about stomping him down to the ground. He took out a mirror and proudly said, this mirror of mine is unique. If you can handle one reflection, I'll admit that you're an amazing combatant. Of course, if you are afraid, it is not too late to surrender. People took a careful look and found that the mirror seemed to be made out of an unknown crystal. Nevertheless, it resembled an ordinary mirror. Many masters were so sure of themselves in front of me, convinced of their victory. That's what I enjoy the most, defeating their ace cards and shattering their confidence. Having said that, Li Qiye didn't mind looking at the mirror at all. A shadow immediately appeared, seemingly imprinting him onto the glass surface. Chapter 2359. After the imprint, a buzzing noise came about. The scene in the mirror suddenly changed with the shadow disappearing. Li Qiye himself also gone. A new image emerged on the surface, a place shrouded by dark clouds and perhaps a terrible monster. Li Qiye seemed to have been transported to this place. Ghost Hand Ground. One ancestor shouted in horror. Despite the ominous location, Li Qiye stood there without a care. What is that? A junior asked the ancestor. A terrifying place of moneyfall. I heard that when Sword Saint came here in the past, he once dropped money down for a summoning and a terrible creature came out. It devastated the land and trapped him. He eventually managed to break through this area and killed the creature, but some believe that it is not completely dead. Thus, anyone who enters its area will die. The ancestor stared at the mirror and said, "It's that scary?" His juniors were horrified. Sword Saint was a powerful progenitor, a master of the sword. If someone like him was trapped there once, one could easily imagine how frightening the place is. Before people could calm down, tentacles suddenly latched tightly on Wuxia. He was pulled into the dark clouds and disappeared from sight. Ghost hand. One spectator screamed. He's done. No one expected for Mu Xiaochen to be capable of something like this. Huh, no one can escape ghost hand ground beside me. Xiaochen laughed. The crowd took a deep breath. This guy came out of ghost hand ground alive? That's quite a mighty feat. The ancestors not on his side were stunned. He was more powerful and scarier than their expectation. And here I thought that the guy would at least be competent. Can't handle a single blow, that's the fate of those who oppose me. Xiaochen stared at his mirror and said with contempt. You are invincible, young lord, crushing that guy is like crushing an ant for you. One expert immediately flattered. Right, Wuxia is only a firefly, how could he compare to the sun? He's not worth mentioning compared to you. These sycophants were actually famous characters, but they showed no shame while sucking up to the young lord. Both the sage and the untethered became serious, aware of the great mirror. This might be a treasure from a progenitor, capable of teleporting Wuxia to that dangerous areas. This attack could be replicated. Don't celebrate so early. Bingning sneered at the other side. They immediately stopped after hearing this. Mu Xiaochen laughed, you have picked the wrong person, he's dead for sure, but it's not too late for you to change your mind. Otherwise, don't blame me for being considerate of our relationship. Don't flatter yourself, we have no relationship to speak of. She coldly looked at him. The young lord turned slightly red with annoyance after hearing this. Brother Chen, let me teach this ignorant wretch a lesson for you. Cloud-crossing princess smiled charmingly. Very well, let me teach you a way to break her martial arts. He arrogantly smiled, so that she can see my supreme talents and realize the right person to pick. Don't worry, I'll defeat her for sure. The princess was seductive enough to make the crowd go weak. She pointed at Bingning and sneered, Brother Chen was kind enough to offer you a spot, yet you chose to follow someone else. I will defeat your progenitor's martial arts with his guidance, it's too late for regrets now. Bingning's eyes narrowed while glaring back at the princess, break my progenitor's techniques? That's right, I will defeat your lightning Leo, do you even dare to take me on? The princess had complete confidence. Is she serious? The crowd started talking among themselves. A few ancestors were more alarmed. Lightning Leo was one of the 12 variations, the start of Bingning's combo. She relied on this and nearly defeated the 3 young geniuses not long ago. So now, people found the princess' claim hard to believe. It's impossible, the 12 variations are the strongest merit laws of martial ancestor. One ancestor doubted. Though the martial court had lost a considerable portion of this art, many still considered it to be unbeatable. How could a junior come up with a way to defeat it? Plus, Cloud-Crossing Princess wasn't as strong as Wu Bingning either in terms of cultivation. There is no merit law I can't break in this world. I don't even need to do it myself and your lightning Leo will still be defeated. Xiaochen interrupted their skepticism with a proud laugh. Everyone recalled his supreme talents, able to discern many things from a single glance. Could he actually come up with a method? Do you dare to fight or not? The princess aggressively said, not considering Bingning a worthy foe. Will Mu Xiaochen be able to create a miracle? Someone murmured. Maybe. His ancestor quietly said, you know, people do say that his talents are scary, not just in the contemporary but few in history can match him. Some went as far as saying that he is only a little bit below the radiant decemvirate. If this is the truth, maybe he can defeat the 12 variations. We'll see just how amazing your art is. Bingning felt a competitive urge and agreed. Huh, you'll find out right away. It's more than enough to defeat you. The princess was as proud as a peacock. Clank. Bingning summoned her spear, not underestimating her foe despite having far stronger cultivation. She certainly disliked Mu Xiaochen but also admitted of her talents. Otherwise, their dracoform martial god wouldn't view him so highly. Perhaps this god wanted to employ Xiaochen's help to find their lost variations. Thus, the guy must have a great understanding of her martial arts. Prudence was required. Go first. The princess ordered, seemingly resentful. Clank. Bingning's spear began gathering terrible bolts of lightning. Chapter 2360, Buzz. Bingning instantly attacked as lightning bolts soared from her spear like a flood. Of course, their speed was much faster than a flood. Just imagine the massive power of this attack, completely unblockable. Before the physical spear started to move, the power crushed space itself as if it was a dried branch. All defenses, merit laws, and powers would be destroyed by this attack. There seemed to be a beast roar within the lightning. A Leo could be spotted in this ocean of currents. This was a divine beast. Its claws could tear everything in its path to pieces, only adding to the might of the lightning flood. R.A. Its roar shattered the myriad laws. Everything returned to the origin because of this destruction. This variation was too fast. People couldn't even see how she unleashed it before sensing a prick on their forehead as if the thrust had pierced them. They instinctively took several steps back. It aimed straight for Cloud-Crossing Princess with unbelievable speed. People wondered if the princess could even dodge. However, she didn't try to do so and began to float using an unknown movement technique. She looked like a dandelion seed floating inside the flood of lightning. Her weapon of choice wasn't a sword or an amazing treasure but just a long and thin wire, extremely agile. It moved around like a spirit snake and wove together a group of lightning bolts. Keep in mind that these bolts were created by Bingning's true energy. When the bolts were tied together, her energy became chaotic and uncontrollable. This lightning Leo move was domineering and required a gathering of all true energy before an explosion, leaving her in a vulnerable state. Thus, the sudden churning of her own energy was dangerous. Boom! The flood of lightning exploded and began to scatter. She suffered a backlash from her energy and spat out a mouthful of blood. The princess didn't waste any time and flicked her golden wire straight for Bingning's throat, wanting to end this in one move. Bingning flashed into disappearance after she activated her grass. The princess knew that her move wouldn't connect and instantly retreated closer to Mu Xiaochen. Boom! Bingning showed up again, not on purpose. She suffered an implosion and spat out more blood. Her energy flow remained chaotic. Although her grass allowed her to dodge the fatal move, it couldn't calm her energy, so this remnant force still blew her flying. She couldn't disperse the energy from her lightning Leo that quickly. It failed to hurt Cloud-Crossing Princess and only backfired on her, resulting in serious injuries. She stabilized her stance and managed to subdue this chaos. This ended up depleting her reserve, no longer having enough to fight again. A martial goddess? Still a loser. The princess looked down on her. Despite her arrogant words, she didn't dare to push her advantage, aware of the disparity between her and Bingning. She only won due to picking the right technique and was far inferior in terms of actual firepower. The crowd was startled since the Leo technique was defeated. You haven't truly mastered this technique to the point of using and recalling it at will, that's why chaotic energy will result in backlash. Xiaochen was very pleased with his method. Bingning was pale from the wounds. Due to the incomplete nature of the 12 variations, she required powerful true energy in order to use her 3 variations. There was no going back once releasing this energy. He noticed this flaw and chose to disrupt her true energy and creating a backlash. The crowd shuddered. There were rumors of his great talents and comprehension already. It looked like they were true. No wonder why so many systems treated him so well. Just this ability alone could greatly benefit a system. I'll take you back first before dealing with you. The ancestor from the martial court scowled and reached for her. She readied her spear against the large palm energy, but even if she could fight, there was no chance of winning against an ancestor. Boom! But the palm was instantly forced back by Yang Radiance Buddha. He laughed and said, "Let's not bully a junior now. Fight me instead." His interference didn't come as a surprise. The ancestor from the martial court became serious. "You will continue to stick your nose in our business?" "That's right, at least this one." The Buddha smiled. "Very well, I've heard about your skills long ago, how about I join in?" The strongest ancestor from Jewel Banner stood up. He Jiang, other ancestors shuddered after seeing this new challenger. He was a 9th level ascender, the strongest of the Jewel Banner. The guy could challenge Yang Radiance since he was on Xiaochen's side now. Normally, a sect like Jewel Banner would never dare to do so. But this was no longer the case. Xiaochen seemed unstoppable, so Yang Radiance and Longevity Valley would eventually become their targets. "Let us see what he can do." The ancestor from Vermilion said and formed a pincer move against Yang Radiance Buddha. The Buddhist cultivator became serious and slowly took down the shield on his back. "Traitor, it is time for you to surrender or we will not show mercy." At the same time, one ancestor from Sword Grave stared at Ling Shima and said. She naturally became horrified after hearing this. Chapter 2361, Bullying the Weak Now? Wu Bingning remained fierce despite her injuries. She knew that Shima was not a match for this ancestor. Whoosh! Without any warning, Mu Xiaochen suddenly ambushed Bingning with a rope, successfully capturing her. She reacted quickly, but this rope was incredible. "Opposing me is very unwise. Go back to the martial court, then be a good girl and marry into my clan." He laughed pompously. "Traitor, give up." The ancestor from Sword Grave started heading for Ling Shima. "Sword Grave, do not push the issue." Longevity Sage grimaced and swept her whisk at the ancestor. Her move was naturally exceptional, carrying the power of the storm, and surprised this ancestor. Screech! The falcon that has been floating above flapped one wing, releasing a sword-like feather to stop the whisk. The sage staggered several steps backward and destroyed the chair behind her. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing the powerful falcon in action. Though its master has yet to show himself, if his mount was present, so was he. He took care of this falcon for its entire life, so it was just as strong as any ascender. Ah! Ling Shima had no chance to resist and was captured instantly by the ancestor. The sage wanted to help but was stopped by the falcon. It raised its wings and sealed off the entire area. "This is out of line." The untethered stood up and said coldly, "Do you wish to go all out?" Her tone wasn't one of anger, but no question about it, she was furious. "Untethered, that's enough." An ancient voice answered her to everyone's dismay. "Cloud-crossing falcon god, Yang Sun." Everyone became startled. Though he has yet to show himself, each word carried enough power and divinity to intimidate the crowd. A junior massacring the innocent in Myriad is unacceptable. How can we allow this? His voice echoed in the sky. Young Lord Mu will take this guy down today in order to rid Myriad of evil. As for the remaining dregs, they deserve their punishment for causing trouble in our world. Though he didn't directly blame the untethered, he was certainly criticizing Yang Radiance for allowing Li Qie to do as he pleases. Everyone held their breath while listening to this Eternal. He wasn't on the same level as Dracoform Martial God, but an Eternal could still easily crush Ascenders. Even a low-level true Emperor wouldn't be able to take on one. Myriad is not a lawless place where anyone can just accuse people of crimes. At the very least, not under our leadership. An agreement, once signed, must be followed. The untethered strongly responded. That's in the past. Our decision right now is in accordance with the people. If you continue to be stubborn, you will become the world's enemy. The falcon god retorted. Senior Falcon is correct. Mu Xiaochen smiled. Yang Radiance has failed to live up to its responsibility. It is time to change the leadership of Myriad. Xiaochen has finally revealed his real goal. Though the insightful members of the crowd knew this from the start, no one actually dared to express it. He had finally broken the thin veil of pretense. Don't you see now? They're finally revealing their goal. The sage smiled and told the untethered, this is a rebellion just like our ceremony not long ago. I'm sure they were disappointed by the failure. The untethered stared coldly at the other side. Our Yang Radiance sect has never been interested in leading Myriad, but since this event was started by us, we will do it right. No one is allowed to ruin it. War horns blared outside of Myriad Peaks. Rumble. Several cavalries emerged from all sides with enough force to quake the world. The crowd became startled at the incoming armies of steel. There was no doubt that Yang Radiance came prepared. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Mu Xiaochen wasn't surprised at all and took out a treasure. Go. Boom. It rushed to the sky and an ocean appeared right outside, seemingly drowning everything else. This water barrier stopped the cavalries and sealed off Myriad Peaks from the outside world. This ocean is refined by our progenitor. Even if your ancestors know how to cross it, it will take a very long time. Xiaochen laughed, certain of victory. The ancestors here glanced at each other. Nearly all the big shots in Myriad were present right now, essentially trapped in this place. Myriad has been on a steady decline while the chaos rose. Yang Radiance's leadership has failed. I believe it is time for someone else to take the reins. He declared. The ones not on his side felt something ominous approaching. That's right, there should be a leader who can lead Myriad towards a golden age. We need a strong leader right now. An ancestor from Coiling Dragon supported. Our sword grave wishes for new leadership. This faction voiced their opinion. The neutral systems shuddered. It looked like Myriad will undergo a massive change today. So the new leader will be you, Mu Xiaochen? The sage sneered. No, I am not capable enough. Xiaochen smiled. In my opinion, it is appropriate for Dracoform Martial God to rule. A junior like me will only be following his orders. Just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. The sage said with disdain. Though Mu Xiaochen was pushing Dracoform to be the next leader, this god rarely came out and didn't care for mundane matters. Plus, given his relationship with the martial court, his talents, and if he were to marry Wu Bingning, he would naturally become Dracoform's representative. At that point, Myriad would be in his palm. Dracoform Martial God is the #1 expert in our world, so he should be our leader. Cloud Crossing Falcon God spoke. That's right, but for now, we should take care of these heretics. Sage, your Longevity Valley mingles with Wuxia, there is no separating yourself from this. Xiaochen threatened with a dark smile. Sword Grave shall take care of our internal problem as well. The ancestor from this sect glared at Shima and said, it's not too late for repentance. State that Wuxia is a heretic and maybe we will spare your life. Young Noble Li is a good person, not a heretic. Shima was under duress yet she stood strong. Very well, traitor, I shall cut you down today. The ancestor became furious. Senior, how can you kill such a cute girl? Let me teach her a lesson. Xiaochen smiled and grabbed Bingning as well. I'll do my best to educate these two. Boom. Suddenly, that one mirror shattered, resulting in a black hole. A man stepped out from there. That's it? How boring. This guy shook his head, seemingly bored. Wuxia. The crowd shouted. Chapter 2362, Li Qie. Even the ancestors cried out. Everyone was afraid of this notorious fella. I actually wanted to go to Ghost Hand Ground, so thanks for the ride. Li Qie nonchalantly stared at the young lord, then shook his head. This is the best you can do? I suppose I'm expecting too much out of an ant. How can this be? Xiaofan was shocked. His awareness of the terrifying location was precisely why he sent Li Qie there. Though he claimed that only he alone would be able to leave that place alive, the reality was that he relied on a few tricks to enter, not daring to stay there for long. He clearly saw the ghost hand dragging Li Qie into the dark clouds, so how did the guy escape unscathed? How can a place like that imprison me? Li Qie casually threw down a skull and it started rolling on the ground. It had a frightening visage with a pair of sharp fangs, still bloodied. Li Qie clearly had just decapitated this creature. You killed this monster? Xiaofan took a deep breath and stumbled backward. Arrogance didn't mean that he was ignorant. He was aware of how frightening this being from Ghost Hand Ground was. Li Qie freely said, I won't claim credit for this since Sword Saint did the work, almost destroying this area back then with the Sword Tomb. I only ended it by chance. The casual comment made everyone take a deep breath. Even a near-dying creature must have been terrifying, yet he could still take care of it. Your talents are actually not bad. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have attacked my followers. Die now. Li Qie glanced at the youth before unleashing a palm strike. The gifted guy immediately realized the horror he was facing after seeing this first move. He quickly retreated and threw the two girls at Li Qie. Catch then. Li Qie ignored him and caught the two girls, then removed the seal on their body. Stand back and watch me massacre all of them. The two of them immediately went behind Longevity Sage. Li Qie stepped forward and smiled at Xiaofan. Your methods aren't bad, it's just that your cultivation is too shallow. How do you want to die? Seniors, lend me a hand. Xiaofan was startled. As someone who had seen true emperors before, he could understand how terrible Li Qie was. However, seeing the first move in person made him realize that he has still been underestimating the guy. The ancestors from Jewel Banner and Vermilion Martial Court were the first to stand before Li Qie. Clank. Sword Grave, Coiling Dragon, Heaven Start, Cloud Crossing, Pure Yang also moved in front of Mu Xiaofan in order to protect him. Think you all can stop me? Li Qie nonchalantly glanced at the army. There were thousands of experts present from the other side, especially Iron Banner True God, who was a 9th-level ascender, very powerful. Nevertheless, the crowd still felt trepidation because he has massacred ancestors before and would still be able to do the same. Clank. The ones from Sword Grave unsheathed their swords and formed an array. They soared to the sky and hymned, interweaving together to form a massive blade filled with an ancient and sacred aura, enough murderous intent to slay both gods and devils. That's a formation from Sword Saint? A spectator murmured. It's all Mu Xiaofan. He came to Ghost Hand Ground and found the Sword Tomb. From there, he researched the supreme Tao of Sword Saint and brought it back to Sword Grave. That's why they are so loyal to him. An ancestor said. Li Qie looked at the sacred sword and confirmed that it was from the Sword Saint. Unfortunately, its power was limited, so he shook his head. You have only comprehended this Tao and the Sword Tomb at an elementary level. This is not the only thing I have in store for you. Xiaofan felt safe with so many experts protecting him. The ancestors from Heaven Start used saber instead and formed a gigantic divine saber emitting a murderous aura with a terrifying glow. Each strand of light seemed capable of piercing the sky. This was only the beginning. The ancestors from Cloud Crossing and Pure Yang lined up and formed a protective mirror as large as a moon. It overshadowed even the real thing. The remaining systems formed different formations that eventually culminated into something greater. This teamwork couldn't be done on a whim. They must have practiced prior to this day. Xiaochen planned for this using his resources and methods in order to replace Yang Radiance. When the thousands of experts assumed their positions, he took out a diagram. The stars from above suddenly became resplendent and poured down their light onto the diagram. This diagram continued to absorb the starry light, culminating in blinding radiance. When people could open their eyes again, they saw a massive figure wearing the heaven and stomping on the earth, possessing the power of the stars. Its archaic aura resembled one of a progenitor. It reached forward and grabbed the sword and saber created by the other two formations. The sacred sword and divine saber became even more powerful, capable of cutting out a new era. At the same time, the protective mirror hovered before its chest as the most powerful defensive measure in the world. Furthermore, the power gathered by the other systems fused with this diagram, resulting in a powerful suit of armor. Plates began covering this great being. It didn't take long before it was ready for battle, sword in its left hand, sword in its right, and a blinding mirror in front of its chest. This figure seemed tangible as if a progenitor was actually present, a god of war. Wuxia, this is my creation, celestial progenitor grand formation, able to summon the battle intent of my progenitor. Do you dare to fight? The Mu's progenitor? That's quite heaven-defying, summoning a battle intent of a progenitor. The neutral ancestors felt their hair standing on end. A junior capable of this feat was something else, not to mention that the Mu progenitor was a top one. This was a good showcase of his supreme talents. After studying the stars, he could create this formation, using the force of people and the stars to assemble anything together, such as the various formations of these systems. This summoned battle intent was far superior when compared to Blade Reaper True God's method of using his progenitor's true blood to create an avatar. Chapter 2363, So What? I'll kill your progenitor even if he is here in person. Wuxia raised his brow and claimed without any hesitation. Mu Xiaochen's expression changed into something fierce as he uttered, "No mercy for those who dare to insult my progenitor." Clank. The gigantic figure instantly took action, combining the arts of the sword and saber into an annihilative judgment. This dual slash seemed capable of splitting Moneyfall into two halves. Get back. The world returned to chaos to the dismay of the spectators. Before the slash finished its trajectory, the sharp intents of these weapons assaulted the world. Weaker cultivators turned to blood instantly. The ancestors nearby had to protect their juniors and retreated. Wuxia smiled and said, "You may now witness a true sword Dao." He spread his palm and raised a tomb without a tablet, only a pinned sword. The entire thing was carved with numerous sword runes. Clank. The tomb opened and out came a peerless sword intent, causing the world to quake. It was as if Sword Saint himself was back. 3,000 worlds seemed insignificant before this sword intent. Clank. The reflection of the blade engulfed the area like a fan and easily stopped the dual slash. A sword tomb. You found one. Mu Xiaochen was astounded. That's right. Wuxia smiled, you only stared at a distance and saw a little bit of its Dao. Xiaochen's expression became ugly. He also entered that dangerous ground but couldn't take away the tomb itself, only able to discern some of its Dao. This tomb was the masterpiece of Sword Saint, so he naturally knew of its awesome power. The spectators were shocked. This was the core of Sword Grave, capable of changing size at will and contained the knowledge of Sword Saint. For some reason, it flew away in the past and heralded the decline of the Ling Sword Tomb. Tears filled Ling Shima's eyes. The thing she dreamed of was before her. It could revitalize her clan. Xiaochen couldn't obtain the tomb but Wuxia could, so in this split second, he felt danger. Boom! The majestic figure exuded a mighty force. The mirror in front of his chest unleashed a beam of light across this land, aiming straight for the sword tomb. Li Qie wasn't controlling it. The tomb itself had its own sentience and retaliated with an endless glint of the sword without holding back. Boom! The two beams collided, making the ground and the stars quake. Everyone was scared out of their mind. What else do you got? Li Qie freely smiled, not paying too much attention. Li Qie, you won't be laughing for long. Iron Banner, True God and the Ancestor from Vermilion attacked. Iron Banner didn't waste time and waved his large banner, seemingly sweeping in the entire sky. Several peaks collapsed as a result. The first attack from this 9th-level ascender was surely impressive. The Ancestor from Vermilion was no slouch either. Rah! With a loud roar, he chose Lightning Leo as his first move. A flood of lightning with this beast inside lunged forward. Everything felt like paper before its sharp claws. They knew just how terrifying this foe was, so the first move was their very best, not giving Li Qie an opportunity to resist. Boom! Li Qie simply raised his palm. Numerous worlds and universe were created. He then slammed his palm down without using any technique, only pure destruction. The Leo got smashed into pieces, all the lightning bolts instantly disintegrated. Crack! The banner of the other true god was torn apart. Just one palm strike overwhelmed and dazed the other two combatants. They wished to leave the battlefield with haste, but it was too late. Boom! Li Qie made a fist. This punch exceeded the temporal limit. One could be as agile as possible and still couldn't escape. The strongest defense couldn't hold up. Nevertheless, they still used their strongest defensive measure. Boom! Boom! The punch pierced through their chest, causing blood to fly everywhere. The two of them fell on their back with their eyes wide open, not expecting to lose to a single punch. Xiaofan, appalled, began to retreat. Clank! The sword tomb seemed to be unhappy at how effortlessly Qie defeated his foes. It emitted brighter brilliance before opening completely. The sword pinned on the tomb flew out like a soaring immortal. No one could stop this supreme sword with its sharp intent. The majestic figure slashed continuously with its saber and sword to no avail. The two weapons crumbled, unable to stop the soaring sword. Next, it pierced through the defensive mirror, then the figure itself, leaving a gaping hole. Boom! Xiaofan's formation was destroyed and the figure exploded. This sword paused in the sky, then performed a sweeping motion. Ah! Screams of terror haunted the listeners. Rain of blood and decapitated heads began falling down. The thousands of experts from the various systems were massacred since no one could dodge the horizontal slash. This particular move was the embodiment of death. The sword then returned to the tomb. People finally realized how mighty this sword left behind by Sword Saint was. No wonder so many years after his departure, the tomb could still fly back to Moneyfall and suppress Ghost Hand ground. It's time to return it to the descendants of Sword Saint. Li Qie waved at the tomb and smiled. Buzz! It flew out and landed before Ling Shima. She stood there unmovingly for a long period before regaining her wits and reaching forward. The tomb shrank in size and landed on her trembling hands. She held it tightly, the dream and hope of their clan. I heard you have a paragon artifact, show me. Li Qie seemed to be in a good mood despite the gruesome scene of corpses and the terrible stench of blood. In fact, he was even scarier than the carnage. People found him to be a devil from hell. Just one wave of this monster's hand could destroy the ages. As Li Qie slowly walked closer, Xiaofan could sense death. Chapter 2364, You will get your chance, but not right now. Xiaofan laughed and continued to retreat with an awkward expression, bereft of the previous imperious attitude. Li Qie broke his expectation. Though he knew that guy was very strong and in his calculation, he pushed the guy to the very limit, but he realized that he had still underestimated this foe. Ultimately, he was certain of his victory and that killing this guy wasn't going to be hard. Now, he needed to revise his plans since many plans have become useless. If you don't have a paragon artifact, you will die. An ancestral weapon is not enough. Wuxia chuckled. The crowd couldn't be more immersed in this fight with their heart hanging up high. They didn't only worry about the outcome but also whether Mu Xiaochen had a paragon artifact or not. Everyone guessed that he would have an ancestral weapon. After all, their progenitor was powerful and must have left many artifacts behind. As for a paragon artifact, who knows? Nevertheless, there were still rumors about him possessing one. The crowd couldn't wait to see the unbelievable power of one. Wuxia, there's no denying your abilities, but you're not strong enough to warrant using a paragon artifact. Xiaochen replied. Due to his talents and experience with true masters, he quickly composed himself. Wuxia answered, is that so? What else do you have? Because with your own power, you won't be able to block a single move from me. Your talents are good but you didn't focus on cultivation or you wouldn't be this weak. Otherwise, you might be strong enough to struggle for a bit against me. Plus, if that was the case, you wouldn't be down here either. You. Xiaochen turned red and glared angrily at him because he had touched his wounds. His talents were indeed unfathomable to earn mild praise from Wuxia. Not to mention myriad, he was exceptional even in Imperial. Alas, as a member of the Mu, everything came easy to him so he became arrogant and didn't care about cultivation. As a result, his cultivation was only considered exceptional, not quite brilliant. If he had actually tried in the past, perhaps he would already be a true emperor at this point. However, he didn't care about his personal strength since he believed in defeating enemies using other methods. Unfortunately, schemes and plans were useless before absolute power. Even his amazing talents couldn't do anything. Because of reasons related to this, he left Imperial for Myriad. Otherwise, which genius would actually make this choice? Imperial had more resources available. He came down with predicaments that he didn't want anyone else to know but Wuxia was bringing it up. Not convinced? Wuxia chuckled. It doesn't matter, this is only the beginning since you'll be even more vexed later on for opposing me, resorting to living a borrowed life. The clan and talents you are so proud of are trivial before me. Xiaochen had a hard time staying calm. Ever since coming to Myriad, even the ancestors here showed nothing but respect towards him. This change of pace left him gritting his teeth. Wuxia smiled and continued closer. Clank. The falcon flapped its wings and stopped him with a motion akin to 1,000 iron swords fanning out. This mount was intelligent and mighty, many true gods have fallen prey to it in the past. These sword-like feathers sealed Wuxia's path, not allowing him to take half a step forward. Stop. The falcon actually spoke, albeit with only moderate clarity. Even your master won't be able to stop me, let alone you. Wuxia wasn't in a hurry. Wuxia, you have crossed the line and deserve death for killing so many people. The falcon god's words came from above. He wasn't here but this didn't make much of a difference. So what? Wuxia replied, those who block my path will be shown no mercy, killing everyone is still not crossing the line. The crowd became astounded. In their mind, anyone with a tiny bit of sense wouldn't be so haughty but Wuxia chose against doing so. Despite knowing his contempt for all, there was nothing they could do but smile wryly. He was a man of his word so who would want to die over some imperious rhetoric? A fool is fearless. The falcon god said. Enough of this. Wuxia waved his sleeve, stop hiding up there so I can take care of you and everyone here, then that number one expert in Myriad too. The crowd couldn't believe it. This guy not only threatened to kill cloud-crossing falcon god but also dracoform martial god? They stared speechless at him. One ancestor muttered to himself, "He's crazy, always talking about killing Eternals. Does he think they're so easily slain? Before killing one, he might find himself dead without a grave." Humph. An echoing scowl could be heard, causing the stars to rustle. The previous comment from Wuxia clearly angered the falcon god. Clank. The falcon began aiming at Wuxia with its wings. "Get ready to die," it threatened. "You dare to be impudent before me, little bird?" Wuxia said insipidly. "I will cut you to 1,000 pieces." After gaining intelligence, it hated being called a bird the most. It began flapping its wings, shooting out feathers no different from divine swords. The remnant energy turned a mountain into a sieve. The weak cultivators couldn't escape in time and were filled with holes. Watch it. Many managed to evade. The rampant sword energies all aimed for Wuxia, wishing to put an end to him. Chapter 2365, Die. Wuxia uttered only one word. With that, he reached straight for the barrage of feathers. Clank. The feathers turned even brighter with a surging sword intent, nearly able to pierce through the ground to the very core. This dominating attack horrified the crowd. If this falcon was already this strong, just how mighty would its master be? Moreover, Wuxia's choice of retaliating with his bare hand astonished them as well. Will he be able to handle it? His hand is finished. Many felt that the flesh couldn't win against the feathers. Boom! Contrary to their expectations, no blood was spilled. His hand was perfectly fine despite the sharpness of the feathers. He closed his hands and crumbling noises ensued. The two wings of the bird were as tough as steel, but as the swords shattered, so did they. Before anyone could react, he grabbed its wing. The frightened falcon wanted to soar upward, but it was too late, for the grip was impossible to escape. Boom! He lifted the entire bird with one of its wings and slammed it down on the ground, destroying several mountains in the process. Screech! The bloodied falcon retaliated by using its claws and beak with lightning speed, carrying enough force to pierce through the sky vault. Wuxia ignored the counter and raised his foot, gathering a golden light at the bottom before stomping down. Crack! Both claws and the beak disintegrated. As I have said, you're nothing more than a little bird. Wuxia smiled and grabbed the bird's other wing. Oh! Wuxia ripped both of its wings apart. Blood gushed from the wounds, leaving the falcon laying in a pool of its own blood. It had lost its stalwart and awe-inspiring aura, on the verge of death. All of this happened so quickly, the crowd was caught entirely off guard. He stood on the bird while still holding its gigantic, severed wings. Though his expression remained calm, his domineering aura was anything but. The mount of an Eternal has been taken down in such a brutal manner. You court death. The sky seemingly exploded with a wrathful threat. Boom! A palm descended from the sky. Even before it came down, the area below it turned into a void. Lava gushed out from the nearby volcanoes. The spectators began to scream since some were dying from the pressure. Ordinary true gods felt that they were more insignificant than ants. Ascenders would be scared out of their mind, their first reaction would be to flee. The falcon god in his fury wished to flatten myriad peaks. His palm heralded a cataclysmic scene. His rage was understandable. The falcon has followed him for so long, acting as his trusted confidant. Scram! Wuxia shouted and countered with a punch. His golden fist wasn't large, but it carried the ultimate force in the world, raw power of the Yang affinity. Primordial chaos emerged as a result. Everything turned to ashes. Boom! A rain of blood gushed out along with a moan. Wuxia's punch annihilated the falcon god's palm. The latter's fingers were crushed completely. The pain caused him to groan. Crack. Next, Wuxia stomped again. The falcon's large frame caved downward. Oh! The bird cried again while struggling to escape, but it was too late. Its body turned into mincemeat from the force. Its master had failed to save it. The world was robbed of sound, only the breathing of the spectators could be heard. So many people became slack-jawed, including the strongest beings around. Wuxia had crushed the mount of an Eternal into a gory paste before everyone, a scene establishing his hegemony. Who else in the world would dare to do something like this? Little animal, I won't forgive you. This roar destroyed dozens of mountains nearby. A figure materialized in the sky, an old man wearing a cloak. Normally, he would look like a sage with a feathered fan and a silk cloth hairband, but now, his expression was twisted with rage. His pair of eyes were as bright and hot as two suns, wanting to burn everything in sight. He was naturally the strongest ancestor of Cloud Crossing System, the Falcon God. His title was largely due to his great mount. It had done many things for him with its incredible gifts, so people started calling him the Falcon God. Even if he could find a similar falcon later, it wouldn't be able to replace this dead one. His title as the Falcon God was done for. He loved the bird since it was his lifelong companion. Rage became insanity and hatred directed at Wuxia. A tempest of wind and sand arrived. The sky turned dark just like a scene of the apocalypse. The spooked spectators didn't have the strength to stand straight. The ancestors from various systems took a deep breath. An Eternal could certainly sweep through the world and destroy everything in his path. Chapter 2366, Cloud Crossing Falcon God had won everyone's attention with his wrath capable of incinerating everything. An Eternal was immensely powerful, Ascenders couldn't block a single move from one. His rage caused volcanic eruptions and other natural disasters. The crowd stopped daring to look straight at him, feeling their legs growing weak. The experts quietly retreated, robbed of color on their face. The next move from this raging Eternal might destroy everything here. Being too close to the battlefield could spell doom from just the shockwaves, dying before they know it. Nevertheless, they couldn't leave right away. It has been a long time since they saw a real Eternal. After reaching this level, Eternals had a chance to ascend to Imperial lineage. The best part of this was the increased lifespan. Thus, the majority of Eternals left right away. After all, most experts who reached this level were quite old, perhaps on the verge of death. Nothing was more precious than living longer in their eyes. The ones that stay behind couldn't abandon their systems and chose to protect it, hence the few Eternals in myriad lineage. Cloud Crossing Falcon God Yang Sun was certainly capable of reaching Imperial but chose against doing so. More surprisingly, he actually came out to support Mu Xiaochen and risked losing lifespan in the process. If I can't kill you, my last name will not be Yang. The Falcon God gritted his teeth and roared. The shock waves emanating from his roar made people vomit blood even though his main focus was on Wuxia. Unfortunately, his overwhelming rage didn't affect Wuxia at all. The guy stood there, seemingly aloof. Who cares if your last name isn't Yang when you're about to die? Wuxia chuckled. A while ago, people would think that he was insane for talking to an Eternal like this, but after actually witnessing his murderous abilities, this no longer became the consensus. He's the only one worthy of the title fiercest. An ancestor murmured. Ha ha ha. The Falcon God crazily laughed. It has been many years since someone dared to say that to me. I guess the future generation will surpass us in time, but you're still going to die. His eyes turned ferocious with a murderous intent lacerating the flesh, causing the spectators to feel pain. I won't kill you right away, no, I'll take my time flaying your skin, inch by inch, and ripping out your tendons so that your scream will echo all over Myriad. A cruel smile flashed on the falcon god. Alright, I get it, it's a nice dream, but I'm sorry it won't happen. The only thing that will, is your death. Li Qie casually interrupted. He expressed himself in such a nonchalant manner, yet the words carried enough weight to be treated as fact. The crowd glanced at each other. Li Qie was so confident at killing the falcon god. Even if he was heaven-defying, can a youth kill an eternal? Plus, they could see that he wasn't a true emperor yet, so the possibility for success remained low. I will pin you down first. The falcon god summoned and pointed a spear at Li Qie. The shiny, white spear exuded a powerful force, seemingly made from the stars in the sky and containing the power of their light. It seemed incomparably long and could ravage its brethren in the sky. Cloud-crossing star spear. His famous weapon. An ancestor murmured. This spear might not be the falcon god's strongest weapon, but it has followed him across numerous battlefields. Numerous true gods have fallen to it in the past. Die! The god roared, thrusting the spear straight at Li Qie. His battle intent erupted, capable of piercing through everything alone. The energy of his spear encompassed the penetrating power of light, violently heading for Li Qie like numerous needles. Buzz! The earth was being torn asunder like tofu. If the power of this spear were to make contact, even an ascender would be torn to pieces. The crowd smartly retreated after seeing this. Li Qie retaliated at the perfect moment. He materialized a sword and instantly slashed forward. The slash was formless and undetectable due to its incredible speed. In fact, people didn't even see the sword. Some powerful ancestors managed to see him raising his hand but failed to see the particular swing and its true profundities. The dazzling thrust came to a sudden halt as if time has been frozen. This wasn't the case. The falcon god chose to stop the moment Li Qie raised his hand and retreated with a time-surpassing speed. The flow reversed and the spear returned to his hand. Everyone felt this particular temporal disturbance, but it wasn't actually happening. After he retreated, a quiet yet resonating clank could be heard. Splash! Blood gushed out of his hands. People found that his spear has been split in half, his hands were severed as well. Bump! Both hands and the two pieces of the spear fell to the ground. The pale god instantly sealed his stumps to stop the blood loss. If he was just microsecond later in his retreat, his body would have suffered the same fate. Chapter 2367, The severing of the spear in the falcon god's hands happened in the blink of an eye, bereft of visual fanfare and discernible techniques. Blood ran down the blade of the sword and fell to the mud, drop by drop. Thanks to this red liquid, people could actually see his sword now. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing with an unimaginable sharpness. This was crystal, a technique from Finality Sword, meant to be unstoppable with its edge. The falcon god's spear was amazing and made from rare stars, but it still failed to stop the slash. In fact, it resembled tofu during the process. If it wasn't for his fast reaction and retreat, he would have faltered as well. Nevertheless, the amputation still frightened the crowd. Some twitched and felt nauseous. Buzz! He recreated his severed hands in just a short time. At his level, as long as he was alive, he could recreate any body part, even the entire thing, so just 2 hands was no big deal. Nevertheless, his expression was unsightly as he stared intensely at the guy. Despite being an eternal, the first exchange left him shamed and weaponless. Meanwhile, the spectators heaved a sigh of relief, especially the ancestors. This wasn't about them being on the falcon god's side, but he served as the representative of their generation to a certain extent, being an eternal and all. If their eternal couldn't defeat a youth like Li Qie, it would leave their entire era in despair. It would be time for them to run back to their lair and retire, for the future would belong to the youths. Because of this, they were rather relieved to see the falcon god ready for battle once more. His eyes shifted towards the crystal sword, vexed, because he couldn't see through it. Unlike the others, he got a good view of the slash and noticed its effective simplicity. He has never seen a slash like this before, not believing that such a sharp sword could be created from existing materials. Finally, his body shifted into retreat, not to run but just to gain the right amount of distance. He uttered, "Amazing, but this doesn't mean that you are invincible. I will not stop until I kill you." Wuxia chuckled, "You alone? That's daydreaming. He needs to join too." His eyes turned towards Mu Xiaochen. Mu Xiaochen didn't try to run. He calmly stood there, seemingly thinking of a way to defeat his foe. His eyes then flashed with an epiphany. Wuxia naturally saw this, so he decided to give the youth a chance. "Senior, let us fight together to take this fiend down," Xiaochen told the falcon god. "Wait until I see what he can do. If I were to lose, then you can join, virtuous nephew." The falcon god refused, eyes still fixated on Wuxia. He was naturally prideful, a being that had swept through myriad. There was no way he could swallow the vexation of defeat, so he needed to try again. "All right, I'll wait for your victory." Xiaochen laughed heartily, but one could easily tell from his expression that he had no confidence in the falcon god. He began scheming once more. Peace and the fruition of his plans would never come until this guy was dead. "Junior, get ready to see my supreme art," the falcon god roared. Wuxia remained nonchalant, "Make sure to go all out. I don't want to kill you by accident before you can show off your best move." The frustrated god didn't know what to say. He has never met someone who looked down on him to this level. Even Dracoform martial god exercised politeness and civility before him. Nevertheless, no one on the battlefield considered Wuxia to be arrogant now. He was qualified to speak in this manner after cutting down the god's hands earlier. The falcon god took a deep breath before taking out a treasure, a large drum. Its frame seemed to be made from bound divine wood pieces by a structural frame consisting of ancient metals. The top head was created by the skin of primal serpents. The two drumsticks were even more impressive, as white as snow and made from unknown bones. They surged with thunder, just one strike brought about this destructive affinity. Drum of the Thunder God. An ancestor recognized this treasure and took a deep breath. "I heard it was left behind by cloud-crossing ancestor, not actually made by him, but he found it in an ancient legacy ruin." Bump. The falcon god gently beat the drum once. Boom. 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 So many experts helplessly fell to the ground, their soul seemingly left the body. This was only a test. A real drumming session would have immense power. "The timbre is good at least," Wuxia smiled and said. The falcon god naturally didn't like Wuxia treating his mighty treasure as a musical instrument. This was looking down on their ancestral legacy. Boom. 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 The falcon god went all out with a torrent of beats. A massive sound wave resembling a storm instantly rendered the nearby mountains to dust. The slow cultivators became mists of blood. When this sound wave struck Wuxia, his top shirt turned to dust as well. However, his body was unreasonably tough and could withstand this power without any issue. The falcon god intensified his pace and power. The drum continued to ravage the entire area. Boom! Finally, even the stars in the sky exploded just like fireworks. Chapter 2368, Boom! 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 The sound waves from the drum came towards Wuxia, destroying everything in their path. It looked as if a thunder god was punishing the world. Thick lightning bolts, some as large as a mountain range, began to fly towards Wuxia with supreme power. When a yellow bolt touched the ground, black smoke immediately came out from the bottomless crater left behind. If all of them were aimed straight at the ground, this entire area could be turned to ashes. The spectators were naturally frightened. The sound waves and lightning bolts were more than enough to annihilate ascenders. At this moment, the falcon god was up in the sky vault, 10 million miles away from Wuxia. The latter must survive this barrage first before thinking about retaliating. The falcon god remained far away in order to avoid Wuxia's crystal sword because it was simply too sharp. Even an eternal like him couldn't stop it from dismembering him. Can he stop the waves of onslaught from that drum? A true god said with chills. Not only was this drum powerful, it was also unending. Even if one was strong enough to stop several waves, how long could they keep this up? Buzz. Wuxia raised his hand and caused a ripple in the Grand Tao. This massive Tao of his with the sword affinity engulfed the entire world like Mercury invading everything, all nooks and corners. A great lake emerged before Wuxia and absorbed all the lightning bolts and sound waves. Though it only blocked out his frontal area, the entire world seemed to be encompassed within. Loud explosions detonated during the process. The lake water was being pushed down by the great pressure of the attack. However, the ripples and waves eventually turned into swords. As the attack grew bigger, more swords were created. To everyone's astonishment, it was clear that the liquid swords were separated from the water itself now. Clank. Each sword had a terrifying, murderous intent. The sheer amount was the scary part. Ba-dump. 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 The falcon god continued to drum like a madman, increasing the power of the lightning bolts. The surface of the water was being pushed all the way down near the bottom. If this continued, the bolts would be able to penetrate this lake. However, the number of swords also increased as time passed. This absorbing barrier confused the crowd. They didn't quite know what Wuxia's goal was. How much longer can you last? I'll break through now. The falcon god roared with heightened morale after seeing imminent success. The shock waves from the drum could destroy everything in this world. There were tens of thousands of swords humming. Their energy engulfed the entire sky. Nevertheless, the lake was on the verge of being penetrated. I don't think it can last much longer. Someone shouted. This was Wuxia's final defensive line. All of the terrible lightning bolts would strike Wuxia at once afterward. It wouldn't matter how strong his body was, he would still be rendered to ashes. Clank. A sword hymn was clearly heard as if a divine sword had pierced through the world. Boom. The water swords oozed out at the same time, akin to the opening of a new world. They ravaged like an ocean of steel. It was clear at this point that these swords were the concentration of the sound waves and lightning bolts earlier. His own attack was going back at him in an endless manner. Being made of water didn't diminish their sharpness. They were still as fatal as swords made out of ice, capable of piercing through the world and severing time. One could hear the spatial fabrics being torn apart by the myriad swords. The sky shattered and turned into nothingness. The falcon god was startled and crazily drummed in order to muster sound waves and lightning bolts towards the sword. Bam! Many water swords were destroyed, but this was nothing in the grand scheme of things. He looked up and the entire scene ahead of him was drowned by the water swords. Even if he ran for more than 10 million miles, the result would be the same. Break. He chose to take out one heaven-defying treasure after another in order to build multiple layers of defense. Unfortunately, these defensive barriers were useless before the incoming onslaught. They crumbled along with their respective treasures. He had run out of options, unable to stop the attack. I'm done for, he lamented after the final barrier fell, but there was nothing he could do. Senior, I'm here. Mu Xiaochen roared and created a grand momentum beneath his feet. A great shell emerged and blocked before the falcon god. Boom! Though this shell could stop any unbeatable attack, it was still blown flying by the flood of swords. Nevertheless, the power of the swords has weakened considerably as they slammed into the falcon god. Chapter 2369, Ah! The falcon god was blasted away, his blood gushed and stained the azure. Numerous spectators shuddered, an eternal had just been pierced by countless swords. Everyone assumed that he was dead until they saw him slowly come to a halt, still trembling. He looked quite pitiful with blood everywhere, his clothes ripped and torn. The worst damage was in his chest with the largest hole. The rest of his body was penetrated as well. In short, he resembled a sieve at this moment. Without the last-second help from Xiaochen, he would have been turned into a mist of blood or even just specks of dust. People heaved a sigh of relief after seeing him standing back up, especially Mu Xiaochen. An eternal being killed by a youth would have been too much to take because he has yet to become a true emperor. The older generations would have no place to stay then if this were the case. Ha ha ha. Sorry to disappoint you, little animal. You can't kill me, an eternal is unkillable. The falcon god howled. Of course, he needed this showing of bravado in order to boost his own morale. Though his body could be recreated easily, he understood that he was not Li Qiye's match after the previous exchange. Though he wasn't at the very top among Eternals, he wasn't at the bottom either. He couldn't recall the last time he was wounded, so this dealt a great psychological blow to him. That's just a casual slash, don't be so excited for surviving a warm-up attack. Li Qiye lazily said. Li Qiye's attitude froze the falcon god's laughter. He stood there, embarrassed, not knowing what to do. He couldn't exactly surrender to a junior, but what was he going to keep fighting with? That was just a casual slash. What type of sword techniques is that? Everyone was stunned as well. Everyone didn't know that this was another strike from finality, water. It could take in all offense and after reaching the limit, the accumulation of power would then be returned to the original user in the form of myriad swords. The best part about this technique was its longevity. The counter would maintain the peak state of the entire accumulation in an endless manner. Senior, lend me your help so I can take him down. Xiaochen shouted. Everyone looked over and saw the ground beneath him lighting up, full of spreading Dao runes. From a distance, it looked as if his feet were being rooted to the ground. The spectators saw an illusion of him turning into a great tree, becoming one with the earth and absorbing its power. This allowed him to stop the water swords from Li Qiye earlier using his divine shell. Otherwise, with his limited power, even that incredible shell wouldn't have been able to stop that onslaught. Very well, virtuous nephew, if you have a way to slay this devil, I will assist you to the best of my abilities. The falcon god became ecstatic and teleported next to Xiaochen. The two of you should have done this from the beginning instead of wasting my time. The undaunted Li Qiye laughed after seeing this. Li, you might be strong but you're still going to die today. Xiaochen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Li Qiye glanced at the brilliant expanse beneath Xiaochen and smiled. You have indeed seen through some clues, enough to borrow the grand momentum of money fall, but just a tiny bit, too naive if you think you can kill me with this. Your progenitor is barely qualified to fight me, you're nothing but an ant. The spectators gasped in response, not only about the young lord's ability to borrow the momentum of this land but more so about Li Qiye's comment. The ancestors stared at each other, not knowing whether Li Qiye was being serious or not. The progenitor of the Mu was definitely a monster of an existence, yet this being was only qualified to fight Li Qiye? Wasn't this comment too much? Hey now, that progenitor is one of the immortal level. An ancestor remained skeptical and thought Li Qiye was being unreasonably haughty. Regardless of everything, Xiaofan's talents were indeed incredible. He had actually comprehended some of the mysteries in Moneyfall. Though he could only borrow a little bit of the land's momentum, this was already excellent enough. His face became ugly as he retorted, "Ignorant fool, my progenitor's power is beyond your imagination. I can kill you myself for insulting my clan's sage." Wuxia smiled, "It's idiotic to think that you can kill me with this little momentum." In Wuxia's eyes, this was insignificant because if he wanted to do it, he could borrow the entire momentum of Moneyfall and instantly destroy everyone here. Xiaofan laughed, "The only way he could cope with his anger, if you wish to challenge my progenitor, then I will show you his invincibility." Having said that, his expression became solemn as he took out a box. Even before opening it, the box already emitted an untouchable aura, more than enough to make the crowd tremble. The thing inside certainly possessed a world-destroying capability. "Senior, please help me. This is a paragon artifact left behind by my progenitor. If we activate its power, we will be able to kill him." Xiaofan didn't dare to be careless. "I will go all out." The falcon god jubilated, not expecting for Xiaofan to have a weapon of this magnitude. "A paragon artifact? We need to get the hell out of Myriad Peaks now." A few ancestors ordered. It didn't take long before the horde retreated from this area, watching from as far as possible. Not all progenitors could create these artifacts. They needed to reach a particular level before earning this right, and the one from the Mu clan was one of them. Progenitors certainly had plenty of treasures and weapons, but only one paragon artifact. Why? After creating one, they would find it hard to find the energy and materials to create a second. Plus, why create another one when the first was more than strong enough already? Everyone found it inconceivable that the Mu would let Xiaofan have this paragon artifact. The falcon god was already celebrating since they could finally kill Wuxia now. Thus, he placed his hand on Xiaofan's back without any hesitation and sent his own energy into the youth. Xiaofan knew that his power alone could control this treasure, so he enlisted the help of an eternal. Chapter 2370. The scene came to a deathly quiet since the crowd was overwhelmed with dread and anticipation. Buzz. Mu Xiaofan finally opened the treasure box, releasing buzzing noises. A chill permeated the world as if it was trapped in a glacier, just that the temperature was 100 times colder. Snow and ice covered Myriad Peaks. These large mountains became encapsulated with thick layers of ice. This instant change was too terrifying, but people couldn't quite react because the ones nearby were turned into sculptures without a chance to scream. The ones in the horizon shuddered. If they were just one step slower earlier, they would have died as well. Xiaofan himself was suffering from the freezing process starting with his hands. He was relatively stronger compared to the rest but failed to do anything. However, the falcon god's pure energy poured into his body like an ocean, allowing him to withstand this cold aura. People finally saw a white jewel inside the box, around the size of a goose egg, seemingly a stone being polished into this shape. It looked quite ordinary yet contained enough power to freeze the world. It's a nice treasure, but unfortunately, its power is being released because it is unfinished and bereft of a foundation, only containing 70% of the original materials. Wuxia chuckled and said, "This is only a quasi-artifact. It looks like your progenitor created it early on, then after reaching a higher level, he abandoned it for something else." A quasi-artifact? This was the first time many have heard of this name. Only a progenitor at the immortal level can create a real paragon artifact. An ancestor explained. Progenitors of the Myriad and Imperial have copied the existing rules of creating a paragon artifact in order to create their strongest weapon. At their level, it was the right time to gather materials. However, there would still be a long way to go since they need to reach the immortal level for true completion. Because of this, this initial imitation was called a quasi-artifact. This jewel belonged to Xiaochen's progenitor. After becoming one, he began the crafting process but eventually abandoned it for an entirely new paragon artifact. This jewel was left to the clan for future descendants. Mu Xiaochen was indeed loved by his clan, even allowing him to bring this artifact to Myriad. "It's more than enough to kill you," Xiaochen shouted. Li Qiye smiled and said, "It's just a quasi-artifact, if I wanted to, I can just give them away. This scrap metal can't kill me." One listener immediately stammered, "Hey now, a quasi-artifact is a piece of scrap metal? Then what kind of treasure is good enough for him? Arrogant fool, I will take you down today." Xiaochen roared and the light beneath his feet became resplendent in a celestial manner. No one could open their eyes at this moment. Boom! Xiaochen seemed to be the child of the world, shouldering its immense power. His body grew in size. There was no doubt that he was borrowing the momentum of Moneyfall. Despite it being just a little portion, this was Moneyfall, just this amount allowed him to touch the realm of an eternal. He possessed a power similar to the Falcon God. Meanwhile, the Falcon God didn't stop sending more energy to him. A pair of fiery wings grew behind him. Just one flap could sweep through the stars in the sky, causing them to explode. Buzz! Under the addition of energy, the jewel seemingly opened up with strands of light coming out. A while ago, it resembled a white expanse of chaos, but now, a primordial force has invaded this area to dispel the chaos. Boom! Xiaochen couldn't control it completely and aimed the beams of light towards the sky. Buzz! Wherever it touched, the area froze instantly into crystallized portions. Finally, it actually touched a galaxy of stars and froze it as well. A while later, after reaching the limit, this galaxy collapsed into floating bits. Your turn now. Xiaochen grabbed the jewel and aimed the dazzling beam at Li Qiye. All of the mountains in the vicinity became encapsulated in ice, then collapsed altogether even though the beam was only focused on Li Qiye. Interesting, let's see how strong it is. Li Qiye remained all smiles. Having said that, he turned his water swords towards Mu Xiaochen. Zzz, the swords were instantly frozen. Nevertheless, the sheer quantity made the flood seems unstoppable. This freezing power exceeded everyone's imagination. It only grew stronger and managed to freeze an area of 10 million miles, trapping all of the water swords. Li Qiye himself became frozen in his sword-controlling stance. The world around him, mountains and rivers, became victim to this severe change in temperature. Time and space halted as well. No one dared to come close to this area. Even the ones in the horizon couldn't stand the chill. They watched this frozen world and could see a clear light flowing within, the affinity of time. A contrast between the regular timeline outside and the frozen timeline inside the glacier created this visual phenomenon. Chapter 2371. The chill outside mimicked the chill in everyone's heart. If this beam were to hit their system, the entire place would become a large glacier, instant destruction. That's only a quasi-artifact, then just how terrifying would the real thing be? Probably enough to destroy all of Myriad lineage. Someone murmured. No wonder why progenitors didn't leave behind their paragon artifacts. This power was insane. Is it over? I think he's finally dead. One ancestor talked to himself while looking at Li Qiye. No physical shell can withstand that freezing force, even an eternal will die for sure. His peer stated. It's about time, people heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaochen had plenty of supporters in the crowd. They placed their future on him and dared to go against Yang Radiance. If Xiaochen were to lose to Li Qiye, they would have a dark future waiting ahead of them. But now, his success meant that he was capable enough to lead Myriad in the future and that they have made the right choice. Humph, so what if Li Qie is strong, he's still no match for young Lord Mu. A godchild from a system sneered, remember, the young lord is the successor of the Mu with numerous treasures. Not to mention just Li Qie, he can destroy a system with no problem. You're right, Li Qie overestimates himself. It's suicidal to go against the young lord. A saint child joined in. One ancestor sighed and said with regrets while looking at Li Qie, he lacks resources compared to the Mu and would have definitely become a great master if he didn't die here. He's really one and only. Humph, you're nothing compared to my progenitor's power. Mu Xiaochen scowled at Li Qie. He turned his sight towards Wu Bingning and laughed, I told you, you chose the wrong guy, he isn't qualified to oppose me. Come and play nice in my clan, I'll let you enjoy boundless glory and splendor. Wu Bingning stared coldly at him and said, don't be so pleased with yourself just yet, you don't know who you are messing with and even when you do, you would already be dead. The young lord laughed in response, are you listening to yourself? But whatever, I have plenty of ways to make you willingly obey me. Wait, what is that? Someone shouted. Everyone saw a ray of light emanating from Li Qie's chest, just like a jumping spark. Buzz. Li Qie began to move against the freezing power, seemingly unaffected. His motion remained fluid and free. He walked forward, unencumbered by the ice around him. Not a single drop of water or a fragment of ice was sticking to his body after he got out of the massive glacier. You! Mu Xiaochen and the rest of the crowd couldn't believe it. His quasi-artifact didn't damage Li Qie at all. Just a quasi-artifact. Li Qie gently shook his head before smiling, far inferior compared to the real thing. I can control the extremities of yin and yang. This freezing power is akin to spring where snow melts away, a tinge of coldness amidst the warm weather. I merely wished to see how strong it was and here I am, disappointed. Testing a quasi-artifact with his own body? Jaws dropped to the ground after hearing his intention. After all, those with a tiny bit of common sense knew to use yang affinity or raw power against icy techniques instead of those water swords. Water belonged to the yin and softness affinity. Using that against ice was the same as adding oil to the fire, or courting death. Li Qie made a mistake that no one else would make, but it turned out that he was only testing the artifact. A powerful ancestor felt dizzy and murmured, the guy is insane. I don't think anyone else in this world can be worse than this, using his own body to test a quasi-artifact. Is he tired of living? Li Qie smiled, a quasi-one is boring indeed, I'll test your progenitor's paragon artifact if I have a chance later, that'll be more interesting. But as for now, time to end this. Clank. He took out a red sword. When one had a better look, they would find that the thing was actually made from fire, akin to a divine sword being heated to a red shade, still under control. All of the temperature and actual flame were still stored within the blade. Even the sun felt cold in comparison. The most impressive part was not its temperature, but rather Li Qie's perfect mastery over the flame. Everyone shuddered in response. True God? Treasures? Even the world itself would instantly burn to a crisp upon touching this sword. Ashes wouldn't be left behind. Sure enough, space near the sword was melting away with a viscous distortion. Flame, another move from Finality Sword. It was the embodiment of yang and power, containing the hottest temperature in the world. Mu Xiaochen became afraid right away and decided to attack with his jewel, sending another ray forward. Come. Li Qie smiled and casually swung his sword forward as well. Buzz. This was a contest between hot and cold. Evaporation filled the sky with obscurity. In the end, extreme cold lost and the terrible temperature came knocking for the Falcon God and Mu Xiaochen. Boom! The youth borrowed the momentum to form a massive wall before them. In this very second, he also ran away with lightning speed, crossing through space and disappearing into the horizon. He had prepared a way out from the beginning, locking onto a different set of coordinates in order to run the moment something was wrong. Right when the Falcon God was caught off guard by this, the momentum failed and evaporated as well. Break. He used the strongest defensive technique of his life since there was no time to run. Ah! His agonizing howl echoed. The technique failed to stop the flame, so the Falcon God became nothingness, instantly evaporating without remnant ashes. Chapter 2372, Mu Xiaochen didn't simply fly away. He had jumped from one set of coordinates to another, implying prudent preparation from the beginning in case of defeat. This was indeed flawless planning. Unfortunately, flawless planning couldn't accomplish anything since he met Wuxia. One strand of the flame crossed through space straight for the young lord, like a drop of molten liquid falling on top of the snow. This layer, no matter how thick it might be, wouldn't be able to stop the descent. Mu Xiaochen had crossed through several coordinates already, but this single strand instantly caught up. He felt the danger and decided to take out the jewel, activating it against the incoming heat ray. Unfortunately, he couldn't activate its true power. Boom! Despite being a quasi-artifact, its dormant state left its weak, so it was blown away. Xiaochen raised his speed to the limit but still couldn't escape this fire affinity. Ah! When it touched him, he instantly evaporated from this world. Nevertheless, a faint light instantly flew towards the horizon. Wuxia took note of this and chuckled, a bit interesting. He didn't give chase. Those who managed to see this scene became speechless. Though the winds were still blowing on the majestic scenery, the atmosphere in Moneyfall underwent a monumental change. The drop of a needle could be heard right now. Not long ago, Mu Xiaochen was illustrious with numerous treasures and a behemoth as his backing. More important, his talents were peerless as well, commanding the respect of many systems. It could be said that he could call for winds and rains in myriad lineage. Not to mention ascenders, even eternals were willing to toil for him. His title caused people to change their expression upon hearing it. All needed to call him Young Lord Mu to show respect. But today, Fiercest destroyed everything: the Mu clan, Xiaochen, supreme talents, unbeatable means. All of this couldn't reach the apex. An eternal like the Falcon God failed as well, without ashes remaining, as if he had never appeared in this world. This was someone who had swept through myriad, virtually untouchable. Though he wasn't on the same level as Dracoform Martial God, he was still a top dog in this world. His accomplishments and life seemed so meaningless now thanks to Wuxia. Everyone started glancing at those nearby, especially Xiaochen's supporters. They turned pale, some even dropped down on their butts, drenched with cold sweat and unable to speak. Mu Xiaochen is finally dead, like I said. He can't act cool forever. A genius became excited after the lull. Humph, you're right, he's not part of our myriad anyway. That's what he gets for acting arrogant, getting a taste of our invincibility, dead without a grave. The fans of Cloud Crossing Princess and the other girls were happier than everyone else. Their greatest love rival was gone now, they still had a chance in the future. Wuxia is our real genius, the top existence. 3 young nobles and the saber and sword duo are nothing compared to him. Some considered Wuxia as their new source of pride. He can crush the geniuses from Imperial and Immortal too. In fact, any other progenitor from the same generation as him will be suppressed. He's a second Gao Yang. Gao Yang, huh? I think Wuxia has a chance, one ancestor murmured. Progenitor Gao Yang was an interesting case. Normally, people would be respectful regarding the title of progenitors. However, most referred to him by his real name. He was a peerless progenitor. Normally, one generation might not be able to produce one progenitor, let alone 2. However, during his era, he became one along with cloud-crossing progenitor. Unfortunately, the latter was completely overshadowed by him. This was not to say that cloud-crossing progenitor was weak, but Gao Yang was simply brilliant. So now, when people compared Li Qie to progenitor Gao Yang, it indicated just how highly they viewed him. He became the new pride of Myriad. There's nothing special about Imperial, like that Mu guy, he only relies on his own clan. If he was actually that amazing, he would have become a true emperor already. Not worth mentioning compared to the number one genius of our world, Li Qie. The youths were converted by Li Qie, especially those who considered Xiaofan to be their love rival. The sudden shift was understandable. The cultivation world has always belonged to the strong, experts were worshipped. As long as one was strong enough, people would always overlook their heinous sins. Number one genius? Li Qie chuckled and said, too common of a title, I prefer fiercest. Fiercest? It's a good title, much more aggressive. His fans agreed right away. He seemed uninterested in this new fame and turned towards his enemies. Anyone else wants to take care of me? Here's your chance right now while I'm still here. No one dared to say a single word, not even Xiaofan's supporters. Most were scared out of their mind already. Attacking Li Qie? Of course not, they would be thanking the heaven and earth right now if Li Qie were to ignore them. No one? Li Qie's eyes fell on the untethered. How about you, beautiful? Everyone stared at the untethered, some smiled wryly. Only fiercest would dare to tease her like this in public. She coldly responded, if you cultivate the blood-sucking art, Yang Radiance still has the responsibility and obligation to destroy you for Myriad's sake. If you stay by my side, wouldn't you figure that out? He continued on. The sage playfully added, you might as well take her back home so that she can take her time seeing if you have cultivated an evil art. Since you're our first disciple, Longevity Valley and Yang Radiance can become in-laws too. Such a bold statement astonished the crowd. Chapter 2373, The Untethered gave a harsh glare at Longevity Sage for her comment. Though the two were antagonistic at times, they shared a similar view on many topics since they were both intelligent women. Marriage is a very big deal. Li Qie chuckled and said, not just anyone can become my wife, but the requirement is less stringent for a bed-warming maid. He didn't directly state his intention but everyone understood. Keep in mind that the Untethered was not only the sect master of Yang Radiance, powerful, and talented, she was also a supreme beauty, to say the least. Many men could only look up at her, not daring to have any unnecessary thoughts. Alas, Li Qie said that she was only suitable to be a bed-warming maid, a truly incomprehensible statement. She naturally didn't take it in stride. Nevertheless, she maintained her aloof and unreachable attitude, which was strangely attractive. Alright, this matter ends here if no one else wants to play. Li Qie smiled, but of course, I welcome all challengers in the future, just know to bring more experts. Don't embarrass yourself by coming with 3 or 5 ascenders. At least make it fun. How could anyone retort? Even the Falcon God, an Eternal, died without a grave against Li Qie. If anyone wanted to attack Li Qie now, they needed to bring Eternals at the very least. Ascenders were mere cannon fodders now. Off we go. He waved towards Wu Bingning and the rest. The ladies followed him and left since no one would dare to stop them now. His departure allowed the crowd to breathe again. His presence resembled a mountain weighing down on everyone. Those who have declared their intention of killing him felt the best. They dropped to the ground and murmured, that monster is finally gone. That person has unlimited potential, he won't stay at Myriad or even Imperial in the future, for Immortal is a better fit. One ancestor speculated. The crowd was shaken. Even the big shots among them had a hard time reaching Imperial, let alone Immortal. I don't think anyone in Myriad can take him on. Well, maybe Dracoform martial god. Another conceded. The symbol of strength in Myriad, Dracoform. People shuddered upon hearing his name. If even he couldn't face Wuxia, then Wuxia would truly be invincible in Myriad. Number 1 expert versus fiercest, who will win? Curiosity was at an all-time high. The unbeatable versus the undefeatable, a battle between these two would be immensely exciting. A contest between the young and the old, it will go down in history. The ancestors themselves became excited, wanting for this to happen as soon as possible. Regardless of the outcome, this fight will be one of the most famous in Myriad. Wuxia brought the group to a broken expanse. Stars collapsed in the sky, leaving behind meteorites. Planet-sized celestial bodies were hanging in the sky as if they were dragged down. The ground was laden with bottomless pits. Some had lava oozing out while others burned to a crisp, as hot as a cauldron. One more location was filled with corrosive and murderous intent. Imperial demise. Bingning and Shima were shocked by this apocalyptic location. A place of death, progenitors have died here too. Longevity Sage sighed and said. This place resembled hell, more than enough to instill fear into the spectators. It was the most dangerous location of Moneyfall. Calling the land here would result in summoning some incredible monsters. Rumor has it that Regalia ancestor had summoned a terrible fiend in this land. They fought and tore the world and stars asunder. The Eternals nearby trembled with fear. A progenitor's wave alone could unleash havoc. However, Regalia was never seen again after this battle. People assumed it ended with his death. From then on, this place earned the name, Imperial Demise. This infamy naturally came with skepticism. True gods came to test it out and sure enough, none ever came out. Eternals and true emperors suffered the same fate. Due to the assured casualty, people stopped coming here. They wisened up and realized that coming here meant suiciding. Just mentioning the name of this place was enough to shock anyone. Longevity Sage's expression became serious as she stared at Wuxia. Are you sure? A progenitor has fallen here as well. There's no coming out. Wuxia laughed. Isn't my death a good thing for Longevity Valley? No need to pay back your debt then and still got a fire seed for free. She glared at him. Nonsense, I want you to live. Plus, we have agreed to your demand. He smiled back. I'm just teasing you. Don't worry, no one can take my life, not even the villainous heaven. He glanced at the sky afterward. I must go in. He turned his profound gaze towards Imperial Demise. This is the only path. I have done what I could beforehand. The sage sighed again. She didn't know his reason for coming here, but it certainly wasn't for treasure. The risk far outweighed the potential gain. He could find treasures in many other places. Very well. She nodded. Try to live. Otherwise, our valley pretty much robbed you blind. Don't worry, I won't let anyone take advantage of me. He said. Young noble, please be careful. Shima mustered the courage to grab his hand and spoke softly. Come back alive. Bingning glared at him. This could be considered her encouragement. It's fine, the wicked lives forever while the kind-hearted dies early. Someone as bad as me is virtually immortal. Wuxia smiled and entered Imperial Demise without a care while the rest of the group watched with bated breath. Chapter 2374. The terror of Imperial Demise knows no bounds, akin to a dead world or hell itself. Danger loomed before every step in this scorched earth ravaged by flame and lava. As one infiltrated deeper, the danger only increased. There seemed to be terrible monsters hiding underground. Wuxia took his time strolling, unaffected by the surrounding perils. The lava and flame couldn't hurt him at all. After all, this was someone who successfully traveled from the 10th world to this place through the Tribulation Ocean. This place was not worth mentioning in comparison. When he released his Grand Tao, his body became the embodiment of a diamond, virtually impervious. The dead true gods and even Eternal's corpses were destroyed with nothing left behind. After all, such a nice end wasn't possible in this type of place since the destructive affinities would corrode their remains. In the darkness deep beneath the crevices, some monsters would occasionally show themselves, long tentacles and red eyes. They stared intensely at Wuxia, salivating as if he was a fat piece of meat. Just the area itself was terrifying enough, but the presence of these on-the-prowl monsters lurking in the shadows amplified the dread. People would feel as if they were trapped in an ocean of beasts. He didn't bother himself with them. With a buzzing noise, his primordial tree appeared, seemingly creating a new world with its eternal power. 3 maelstrom continued to spin above his primordial will. 12 laws poured down around him. Under this state, he didn't need to exert his aura. Just a wave was enough to crush the momentum of the world. Gods and immortals were no different than ants. Russell, these monsters quickly retreated back to the darkness, no longer daring to scheme against him. Wuxia gave them an instinctive fear. Though they were strong, intuition told them that this man was no prey, they were his meals instead. A fight would only end in their defeat. He chuckled after seeing their retreat and trekked forward until he reached the deepest area of imperial demise. The area was devastated. 10 million miles have turned into a crater. Each star in the sky crumbled and fell to the ground. Flames were still ravaging the bottom of these pits, continuing to burn deeper into the ground. It looked as if the sun had been knocked down and drained completely by someone, leaving only a little spark behind. Furthermore, numerous weapons were left behind. A massive spear was pinned on top of a star, broken. One corner of a shield insisted on floating in the sky. One more heavenly sword was at the bottom of an abyss. It emitted stormy runes and laws, capable of crushing the firmaments. If outsiders were to see this, they would be scared out of their mind. They were famous weapons belonging to at least Eternals. In the end, these existences still lost, their weapons destroyed. One could only imagine the great battles that have waged here. One thing stood out among the destruction, a towering mountain, completely unaffected across the ages. A palace presided at the top, seemingly made from bronze with an ancient style. It was covered in a thick layer of rust by this point. Wuxia revealed a smile upon seeing the palace and walked on the air to reach the top. The first sensation was a chill, not from cold air but rather an emotional one. People would instinctively shudder despite not seeing anything horrifying. This painted a clear picture, something was extremely dangerous ahead. Of course, this meant nothing to Wuxia. It didn't look that big from the outside, but upon entering, it resembled an entire world with a dark sky above. Wuxia didn't need to go far before seeing a faint, holy light wanting to expel the darkness of this world. He got close enough to see that it was a gray robe. Judging by its size, the wearer must have had a large stature. Instead of laying on the ground, it looked as if there was someone still wearing it while sitting down even though there was no one there. The robe remained there with an eternal will. Its light might be faint but its holiness left no room for doubt. No evil creature could ever come close. Regalia. It was obvious whom the robe belonged to. Back then, Regalia Ancestor called out this terrible area. This resulted in a progenitor-level fight. No one saw him coming back out. Just what kind of creature did he face in here? Wuxia shook his head at this sight and was interrupted by loud footsteps. These steps made people narrow their eyes, feeling as if the hair all over their body was about to explode. He turned back and saw a shadow appearing in this empty palace. Boom! The broken stars in the sky detonated. Not to mention regular true gods, even Eternals would be suppressed before this terrifying aura. The shadow wasn't big, but it made everything else seem small in comparison. It could easily destroy a true emperor. All of Moneyfall quaked after its appearance. Chapter 2375. The vibration felt across Moneyfall wasn't deafening, yet everyone could feel it in their heart as if something had just exploded. The knowledge of something terrifying lurking in the shadows overwhelmed them. Imperial demise. All gazes turned towards this land. Even those who didn't know about imperial demise turned their head in the right direction because it was the source of this terrible feeling. Indeed. One ancestor murmured, maybe the shadow monster in there has awakened, the thing that killed Regalia ancestor. Who disturbed it? The big shots turned pale while trembling. That's suicidal, but I suppose the person already seeks death, that's the only explanation for entering imperial demise. A sect master replied. Numerous experts were startled. Though they didn't know who it was, they thought that this person was insane. Boom! The shadow didn't speak before unleashing a destructive palm strike. Everything returned to the origin by this power. Time and space became nothingness. Only a progenitor would be able to stop an attack of this level. Wuxia became amused. You are lost, halt and show me the way to the real Moneyfall. He was holding a bubbling eye made of water, obtained from Beast Coin City, where the Kuei underwent a massive change. Buzz. This circular bubble became resplendent, able to illuminate the entire world and expel all the darkness in this land. The shadow was turned to wisps of black smoke and sucked in by the bubble. It was scared and wanted to run. However, the two things seemed to be one, so this fusion was inevitable. It didn't take long before the shadow was completely absorbed and placed in the center of the bubble. Now the eye was finally completed. Just a while ago, it was only a white eyeball without the black pupil. The eye moved around in Wuxia's hand in a creepy manner. He took a look and chuckled, this is your true form. Lead the way. It seemed that the eye could understand him. With a buzzing noise, it turned increasingly bright and started to melt in this blinding radiance. It took a liquid form and became a lake, but in the center was a mass of darkness. This darkness began a stair-like vortex leading to a deeper part of the lake. Wuxia began walking on the steps. Pop! Space seemed to be melting as well, becoming one with the water. Finally, no one could distinguish between the two affinities any longer. Meanwhile, he made it farther and finally disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, divine beams shot out of Vermilion Martial Court and lit up the entire system, affecting the sky of myriad lineage. An invincible aura emerged as a figure soared to the sky. The existences in Vermilion felt the pressure and got on their knees. Dracoform Martial God. People were rightfully horrified. Dracoform Martial God is coming into being. This shocking news swept through the world. All systems and powerful ancestors became startled. This #1 expert was virtually peerless in Myriad. He hasn't appeared in a long time, so he was more of a legend now. People would only occasionally brought him up during story time. An ancestor murmured, a storm is coming to Myriad. What is actually worth the martial god coming out? Boom! Someone broke through the spatial fabric of Moneyfall and instantly made it there. A majestic aura permeated this area and shocked the crowd. Cloud-crossing Falcon God had appeared, but he didn't have the same aura as this one. People looked up towards the horizon and saw an old man approaching. He wore a gray robe, lacking the same fanfare as other experts. However, each of his steps made the earth tremble. He appeared experienced, still stately despite his old age. The first impression was that he was an unstoppable martial artist. His body was perfect, devoid of unnecessary muscles or fat. Dracoform Martial God. One ancestor shouted. He's here. The crowd became astonished and filled with dread, yet they couldn't avert their eyes. Dracoform didn't need to show off his aura, just each step already garnered enough attention. Martial God, Wu Bingning knew what was about to happen. She tried to escape, but it was too late. It looked like he was only walking from the horizon, but once she took action, the next step of his allowed him to appear before her. To him, 10 million miles only took a single step to cross. Chapter 2376. Dracoform didn't seem like an imperious old man since he was quite simple-looking, on the verge of returning to the origin. However, he commanded attention at all times as if he was the center of the world. The sudden jolt made Bingning stagger backward. "Child, you have been gone long enough and should have had enough fun, time to go back now." He stared at her like a kind senior instead of scolding her. Her expression changed. "Ancestor, I have left the martial court and won't be returning. Sorry to trouble you." "Ridiculous, the martial court is your home. Where else can you go? Just return with me." He shook his head and said. His mannerisms didn't match up to people's expectations. He seemed so friendly, just like a kind grandpa instead of the strongest being in myriad. In their mind, each of his actions and words should be imperious and arrogant. People should only look up at him. "Ancestor, I apologize for my lack of filial piety, but I have made up my mind." She remained firm and shook her head. "Nonsense, come back now." He raised his hand and instantly sealed her. She couldn't move at all and was pulled to his side. "Senior, why the need to make it so difficult? Just let them be free." Longevity Sage's whisker suddenly swept over in order to take Bingning back. She knew that she wasn't a match for Dracoform, but sitting idly in watch wasn't her style. Dracoform gently flicked his finger and managed to repel the whisker without any problem. She didn't try again, realizing that the gap between them was the difference between heaven and earth. "Don't worry, Sage, this is a good thing." Dracoform remained friendly. "I'm busy right now and can't visit your system. Please tell Brother Fong that it has been a long time, and when time permits, I'll come to see him." Dracoform was also graceful and cool, not just skilled in martial arts. The sage put her whisker away and sighed, knowing that she couldn't change the tide. "Senior, I will let the ancestor know." Brother Fong was Longevity Lord, the strongest ancestor of this system. Alas, few knew about this unfathomable ancestor because of his reclusiveness. However, one could easily imagine how powerful he was because of Dracoform's respectful address. "Let's go." He turned to leave with Wu Bingning. She couldn't refuse because of the seal rendering her immobile. The crowd watched the whole thing while contemplating the significance. They found it strange that Dracoform himself would come out just for a junior. In a few days, Vermilion Martial Court shall become in-laws with the Mu clan. We welcome everyone at the celebration. He left this message as he was leaving. Everyone could hear it clearly as if he was standing next to them. A marriage? The crowd was shocked. Who in the Mu clan? They wondered. The bride would certainly be Wu Bingning, but what about the groom's side? Mu Xiaochen? No. He was killed by Fiercest already. Everyone saw his death, not even his ashes were left behind. I'm afraid he's still alive. An ancestor from an old system revealed. Impossible, I witnessed the whole thing. One skeptic argued. That just means you didn't see it clearly enough. Right when Mu Xiaochen was burnt to a crisp, a tiny ray escaped, probably him. The ancestor replied. A remnant soul should be useless since it was broken down to a tiny ray, you can't live again from that. Another said. Not for the Mu clan. The ancestor mused, I heard a rumor that the progenitor of the Mu had obtained an incomplete scripture with an art for immortality. Those who cultivate it are extremely hard to kill. Just one strand of soul is more than enough for them to live on. Really? The person replied, so the members of that clan are unkillable? It's just a rumor, but Mu Xiaochen is most likely alive due to this heaven-defying art. Killing him can't be that easy. The ancestor said. An art for immortality, huh? People began to daydream. Then the martial goddess will have to marry Mu Xiaochen? Someone else brought this up. Everyone knew that she didn't want to marry him. Alas, a junior like her, or anyone else for that matter, couldn't oppose Dracoform. I don't think it's just a simple marriage, it might be a provocation towards Fiercest too. A sect master speculated. That's true. Everyone agreed. This should have been an internal matter, except Wu Bingning was on Li Qiye's camp after leaving her system. She seemed to be a staunch supporter of his and they shared an intimate relationship. Where did Fiercest go right now? People realized that Li Qiye was nowhere to be found. Maybe he's afraid of Dracoform martial god? One of Xiaochen's supporters found the courage to speak again. I dare you to say that in front of him. An expert gave him a look of contempt. You think he is afraid of anyone? A guy who killed Eternal and the successor of the Mu would be afraid of Dracoform martial god? Fiercest had killed plenty of people from Coiling Dragon and various systems, more than 10,000 experts and ancestors probably died in the last fight. As if he would be scared of Dracoform martial god. The guy is willing to fight against the entire world. Others chastised. At this point in time, no one thought that Li Qiye would be afraid of Dracoform martial god. The support became embarrassed and didn't dare to open his mouth again. Nevertheless, speculation came about. Some said that he was in isolated cultivation, others said that he had entered Imperial Demise. Imperial Demise, really now? The latter news shocked everyone. Of course, no one actually saw him entering with their own eyes. This was strictly speculation. The majority denied this possibility since only an insane person would do so. A fight between the strongest and fiercest is inevitable. One ancestor concluded. The crowd naturally became excited and couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 2377. During the furor outside, Li Qiye had reached the deepest area of Moneyfall, a massive dimension. He has been walking down the stairs of darkness for a long time, only to be met with endless space. Falling down would mean ceasing to exist. He looked around with a piercing glare, wishing to see through everything. Finally, he took out a handful of white sands. They emitted a faint light just like pearls in the night. He traded coins for these specks of sand with the ants. People were laughing at him for doing so, but they weren't aware of their uses. Of course, it was useless to know since they couldn't reach this place either. He blew away the sand into the endless space with one breath. They looked like fireflies flying around, quite a beautiful scene. Their glow wasn't radiant, but it was still helpful in this dark space. As they drifted farther away, their glow became distant before disappearing from sight. The stagnating and suffocating darkness returned once more, as it always has been. This silence seemed to be a greeting for something on the verge of awakening. After a long period, a soft pop was heard with a rippling in space as if something was being lifted open. Beautiful light began to leak from somewhere like the opening of a world. The intensity increased until calling it an ocean of light was an understatement. The entire place became resplendent, covered in this warm and non-blinding light. The place emitting the light was full of stars and galaxies as well. It had an azure color, filling this area with life. Suddenly, this was interrupted by another popping sound akin to a cover being pushed down. The world fell into darkness again, the beautiful light disappeared without a trace. A very beautiful and gasp-worthy eye, unfortunately, the world won't see it. He smiled and murmured, of course, it might not be a good thing for it to come out. He took out an order, the one he got from the final level of Bewildering Palace. If I'm not mistaken, this order belongs to you, so in accordance with the rules, I am allowed to make a request. He raised it and chuckled. Pop! The light poured down again as the beautiful world appeared once more. However, Wuxia was right, it was actually a massive eye. The stars and galaxies were actually just part of it. If one eye was already this big, just how large would the person be? Truly unfathomable. Perhaps one couldn't even begin to imagine how a creature got this big, perhaps the largest being in existence. The phrase, "Close one's eyes and darkness comes, open and welcome dawn," was in full effect here. All existences seem tiny in comparison. How could they compare to a vast expanse? Plus, this vast expanse was only one eye. Wuxia was smaller than the tiniest speck of dust before it. Speak. After a careful gaze at Wuxia, the eye finally spoke using its divine intent. The receiving end wasn't the ear but rather the heart. If one tried to listen, they wouldn't hear anything. Only the heart could sense it. This sound wasn't limited by languages, it could directly convey its will. Wuxia smiled. Moneyfall is not a land of death, only a container of something unimaginable. If people were to find out the truth about this monster, they would be scared out of their mind. He declared, according to the rules, you need to fulfill my demand. What do you want? The voice came again, immortal pills? Artifacts? Techniques? Or an invincible body? No, those are too common. Wuxia shook his head. I wouldn't be here if they were my goal, for plenty of other places have them. Plus, the ones I truly want. You can't provide them anyway. The strands emanating from the eye intensified. Just one strand alone could kill an eternal or light up a world. What do you want? The voice expressed zero emotion, no one could read its mood. I want to borrow your eye to take a look, that's all. He answered. Borrow my eye? To look at what? The intent replied. You already know, since I need to borrow your eye to see it. What I want to see is not the present or the future or the past of this land. I wish to observe an older age, a period that has been erased from existence. If it doesn't exist, then it can't be seen. Wuxia spoke with certainty. Others can't see it, but you can, not because you understand it, but because it is in your memory. The intent didn't answer right away this time, seemingly pondering. I once said that I need an answer. Perhaps I already know this answer, but before making up my mind, I need to see it for myself. You can go to that place to take a look. The intent spoke. I will, but before that, I need to learn about this period in order to fully understand my enemies and the ultimate terror. That's why I need to borrow your eye for a bit. Having said that, Wuxia's eyes became profound enough to pierce through this vast expanse, all the way to the depth of the pupil. The intent took its time before answering. I can refuse a demand like this. Wuxia said, perhaps, but since I am already standing here, I won't take no for an answer. You won't be able to refuse. I will see it. Chapter 2378, The Great Eye focused on Wuxia, causing an eruption of stars. It eventually answered, to see through my eye is not just destruction, it is damnation. So many heroes have fallen to the darkness, unable to stand strong after borrowing my sight. I thank you for your consideration. Wuxia smiled. Perhaps I am not the strongest in history and certainly not the most brilliant, but my Tao heart allows me to stand tall. The intent took its time thinking before speaking. So be it, prepare yourself. With that, the eye squinted. A magnificent scene appeared, like the instant collapse of numerous galaxies and forced to converge onto a single point. Boom! It sent off a pulse containing the power of these galaxies with a power greater than a Big Bang. Previously, Everlasting Kingdom had also gathered the power of a sect to send out a pulse. This pulse was akin to a drop of water amidst the storm compared to this one. Even Yang Radiance or Vermilion Martial Court would turn to dust in a split second before this pulse. True emperors and eternals were no match. Progenitors would find themselves in a precarious situation before something so mighty. Pop! When the pulse struck Wuxia, he wasn't sent flying right away. Crack! Under its bombardment, his body disintegrated. His muscles and bones shot out like specks of dust. Remember, his physical body has experienced numerous trials. Once he activated its strongest state, he wouldn't have a problem withstanding a heavenly tribulation directly. This pulse was far worse. The primordial will appeared and the three maelstrom began to rotate to stop the pulse. His 12 laws poured down for more protection. Boom! The pulse became brighter. The death of 1,000,000 suns wouldn't have the same intensity. This was the limit of luminosity. At this point, even progenitors might not be able to stop this pulse. Keep in mind that this was only a single glare from the eye. Wuxia's 13 palaces instantly turned into an ancient expanse, allowing him to jump above everything as if he was the ruler of the high heaven. My law is eternal, he chanted. The primordial tree opened an entirely new epoch. A world came into existence from the chaos with life starting again under his reign. His one thought could bring about light, another could turn it to darkness. One to create an immortal, another to become a devil. He could create celestial bodies and everything in existence, yin in one hand and yang in the other. He became as great as creation itself. Progenitors would need to run before this form of Wuxia, unless they were seeking death. Only a being like this I could force Wuxia to go all out. Progenitors weren't qualified to do so. Rumble. Wuxia pushed against the pulse and began walking towards the depth of the eye. Each step was walking on a temporal period, tracing back to the very source in order to see a non-existing past. No one could ever research this period. For example, Samsara wild ancestor could go back to his own period on the river of time. However, if he were standing here right now, he couldn't reach the incoming years in front of his step because this had exceeded his limit. He would go on forever, only to find nothing but failure. Wuxia finally returned to the source and saw a great explosion. Everything was back to the beginning, no 3 immortals, no 10th and 9 worlds, no light, no darkness. During these long-forgotten years, the terror reigned. Supremes and invincible beings were mere ants, serving as food. Hopelessness pervaded. This was the real source of darkness. Samsara used to call himself this, which was true only to his own epoch. Compared to this real source, what he did was only child's play. Before this terror, how could one find hope? This went on for generations, eras, epochs happened like the blink of an eye. Not to mention normal people, even great overlords and supremes surrendered to evil. Like the eye had said, this terrible history could make one give up. Who would actually want to witness this reality? This is what I was searching for. The answer has been in the heart of everyone. Only through knowledge will I be able to win. Wuxia murmured. His Tao heart allowed him to stay sane. Though power was crucial, a fortified mind was even more important. Otherwise, the weak-minded masters would only add to the suffering, becoming the claws of darkness. Wuxia continued testing his Tao heart against this dark history. Meanwhile, it was very exciting in myriad lineage. Vermilion Martial Court has sent wedding invitations to all the systems and big shots in myriad. Mu Xiaochen and Wu Bingning will have a great ceremony at the Martial Court. This might be the grandest wedding ceremony within the last few generations. Anyone with just a little fame had a chair waiting for them. We welcome everyone to join in this celebration. Of course, brother Wuxia is included. After all, not too many can defeat me. Mu Xiaochen showed his face and released this provocative statement. The crowd was astonished by the audacity of this guy. Utterly defeated yet still want to go against Wuxia again? He wants to go to the death. An expert said. Nevertheless, this type of provocation was effective and rather domineering. Everyone knew that Wu Bingning belonged to Fiercest's camp. Xiaochen is still alive. This might have something to do with the Mu's immortal art. An old ancestor shuddered after finding out. Being turned into nothingness yet still alive? This particular art was quite heaven-defying. Well, even if Xiaochen has more ace cards up his sleeve, he still can't take on Fiercest. The majority had no confidence in him. Not long ago, they thought he could sweep through the world uncontested, but after witnessing Wuxia's strength, they had a new perspective. Chapter 2379. Maybe Mu Xiaochen isn't a match for Fiercest, but don't forget about Dracoform Martial God. He will definitely be on Xiaochen's side to stop Fiercest from interfering with their marriage. One expert jumped in. Right, and his title as Myriad's #1 expert is completely justified. Even if Fiercest is crazily strong enough to overwhelm him, he'll be at the martial court since that's where the marriage is taking place, someone else's territory. Dracoform Martial God has a great advantage. An ancestor speculated. That's true, Dracoform Martial God might be the best system controller in Vermilion. Let's say he can't muster all of the Dao Source's power, it should still be terrifying enough, perhaps doubling his power or even more. The power of Vermilion's Dao Source was well documented. It wasn't only created by the martial ancestor but has also been blessed by numerous true emperors and eternals. Some even said that it couldn't be weaker compared to Yang Radiance. Thus, Dracoform possessing the power of his system would be something quite amazing. A high-level true emperor might be suppressed in that place. The young versus the old, it's a must-watch. Myriad lineage became excited. The guests didn't care about their own schedule and quickly rushed for Vermilion. Remember, grand weddings were common but a fight between Fiercest and Dracoform was once in a lifetime. It would certainly go down in history, so missing it would be quite a shame. Wu Bingning was anxious despite only being under house arrest right now. Little one, don't worry, when the time comes, we old men will help you run away. Though the ancestor has been pushing this marriage, but if you really don't want it, we'll come up with something. We might not be as influential as great ancestor, but it will be fine. An ancestor next to her said. This was a member of the coalition that attacked Insane Court back then. They remembered their debt to her. Prior to this, she was a pampered jewel, beloved by the ancestors. Though they couldn't change Dracoform's mind, they would definitely help her in this endeavor. Ancestor, I'm not worried about myself. Wu Bingning gently shook her head. Young Noble Li will definitely come on the wedding day, so I'm worried about our system. A disaster is not what I want to see, so I hope Ancestor Dracoform can change his mind. She was telling the truth since she didn't hate the martial court and the seniors did treat her quite well. Furthermore, Wuxia will appear and Mu Xiaochen was only courting death. Thus, being dragged down in this mess would be disastrous for a furious Wuxia would kill everything in his path. The martial court might turn to ashes. Don't worry, our court has been standing for so long, weathering numerous storms. We can handle Wuxia since his power can't be unlimited. The ancestor shook his head and smiled. No, ancestor, you don't know young Noble Li. Bingning's expression hardened. Anyone else, however strong they may be, might not be able to destroy our court, but this is not the case for him. We won't be able to stop him and our destruction depends on his whim. She has stayed with Wuxia for a long time so she was aware of his personality and abilities. That's an exaggeration. The ancestor remained skeptical and optimistic. All right, I admit that he is very strong, perhaps just as strong as great ancestor, but that's not enough. I'm sure he's unstoppable in Insane Court, but this is Vermilion Court. Our ancestor will be unbeatable since he has control of the Dao system's power. The entire power of the system won't do either, unless he is the reincarnation of martial ancestor, but that probably isn't enough either. Bingning said with gravity, "Trust me, young Noble Li is the most terrifying existence I have ever seen, he is at least at the progenitor level. So, I ask you, is great ancestor at this level?" This ancestor became serious as well after seeing her expression and took it more seriously. There was a reason why she was chosen as the next successor, and she was very knowledgeable as well. Their Dracoform martial god was mighty indeed, but he still had a way to go compared to their progenitor. At the very least, he hasn't reached the everlasting level. Only an everlasting eternal would be able to challenge a progenitor. Maybe we need to take this seriously. The ancestor spoke with a serious inflection, but changing great ancestor's mind will be very challenging. I want to see him again in order to convince him to stop this. She said. That's meaningless. The ancestor disagreed. Great ancestor has already made up his mind. Plus, he wants Mu Xiaochen's 12 variations. Nothing is more important than this for him. Mu Xiaochen might not have the real variations, but young Noble Li definitely does. She continued. The ancestor looked at her and remained skeptical. I doubt it, Mu Xiaochen's talents are indeed extraordinary and great ancestor trusts this, thinking that he will be able to find the lost techniques. Even if Li Qia actually has the 12 variations like you said, he won't believe you. He paused for a moment before elaborating. Li Qia is an outsider that has never visited Vermilion, so how could he know the 12 variations? That's not the case for Mu Xiaochen. They have been researching this at the tower with a degree of success. Great ancestor saw Xiaochen's derivation ability with his own eyes. The guy really has a chance to find them again through his comprehension. Well, Bingning didn't know what to say. She agreed that Dracoform wouldn't believe her. Unless, you can get Li Qia to perform the 12 variations in front of great ancestor. He will believe you then. The ancestor said. That's impossible. Bingning smiled wryly. Though Li Qia looked amicable enough at times, he was unreasonably arrogant. Even their strongest Dracoform wouldn't earn any respect from him. Why should Li Qia perform the 12 variations? The guy wouldn't give a damn about Dracoform's opinion and stance. The moment Dracoform stood in his way, Li Qia would kill him without any hesitation. Thus, this idea was impassable. Then I'm out of idea. The ancestor gave up. She pondered for a bit before sincerely asking, I need your help. Speak, little one, we're not strangers, no need to be so reserved. I've watched you grow up. He smiled. I hope you can go see young Noble Li before he enters our system and give him my letter. She requested. This was the only thing she could do, feeling unsure whether she could save her system or not. Chapter 2380. The atmosphere in Myriad was one of excitement. Everyone waited for Fiercest to appear and the stench of blood. The world would quake before his coming. Pop. Space was ripped apart and a person emerged. Looks quite fun. He glanced around and said. Fiercest, he's here. A spectator recognized him right away. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing his presence and all eyes turned towards him. He was the hottest character in Myriad right now, not just within the young generation. Only Dracoform had a comparable prestige in the contemporary. The show is about to begin, same with the storm of blood. Someone else murmured. No one knew where he was a while ago, but it didn't matter right now. After returning from Moneyfall, the sage spoke to him. He had an amazing harvest and saw what he wanted through the gigantic eye. His expression carried a hint of brutality, a bit different from the past. Those who knew him were aware that this was his expression before a massacre. He glanced briefly towards the martial court in the far horizon and smiled, "I'm nice enough to assist people if they wish to die." The crowd shuddered in response, feeling a chill coursing down their spine. Such provocation would be laughed at in the past, but they were ready for a massacre now. Fiercest always followed up his threat with blood. Ha ha ha. A burst of hearty laughter came about as Mu Xiaochen appeared above the martial court. "Today is a joyous occasion for me, marrying the martial goddess. I welcome you." Li Qiya's provocation was swiftly countered. Pluff. Mu Xiaochen suddenly stopped by a finger strike from Li Qiya. It pierced through his chest and blood gushed out as he fell on his back. Keep in mind that Li Qiya was nowhere near the system yet. Despite the distance, just one finger strike from him ended Mu Xiaochen. Many started thinking that maybe Dracoform couldn't be that much stronger than Fiercest even with the help of his system. "I can't be killed. This is our clan's art of immortality." Xiaochen eventually got up and shouted. "It's just one hidden soul." Li Qiya leisurely, calling this an art of immortality is just a joke. "Don't worry, I will make your death gruesome." "Huh, looks like you do know quite a bit. We'll be waiting for you at the martial court for my marriage ceremony." He snorted before disappearing. Everyone realized that he was just trying to provoke and lead Li Qiya to the court, straight into his trap. There was no way Li Qiya would let this go since Wu Bingning was one of his followers despite being aware of the traps. Well, today is a good day to kill. Li Qiya looked at the sky before flying for Vermilion. Fiercest is going there. It didn't take long before more and more people started heading towards Vermilion. The martial court became lively and crowded with numerous guests. This fight is totally worth watching, don't miss it. You better start betting too. Test your luck. The gamblers had their fun. The news of this battle spread across all of Myriad. The excitement was at an all-time high. The disappointment would be palpable if they chose to not fight. Discussions began everywhere. Does the Mu clan really have an art for immortality? People saw Xiaochen coming back to life multiple times and began asking their seniors and ancestors. If such a thing truly existed, everyone would covet this knowledge. Perhaps, but who knows to what level? One old ancestor with information on the Mu said, Fiercest said it earlier. Xiaochen is hiding one soul, so he only has 2 souls with him, rendering him unkillable. Looks like the legend is true. Their progenitor has really found an incomplete version of a heavenly scripture. He was right. The Mu had something like this, albeit, it wasn't true immortality. After obtaining an incomplete scripture, their progenitor created this undying art. As long as the user hid away one of their souls, they would be extremely hard to kill. There were negative side effects. By taking away one soul, the user's cultivation would become stifled, most likely unable to become a true emperor or progenitor. Mu Xiaochen chose to do it. Despite his supreme talents, he didn't care for cultivation and hated putting in the effort. This made his cultivation far inferior to his eldest brother. What he could do was understanding numerous merit laws and perfecting the lost legacy of their clan. Thus, he was extremely valuable to the clan, so they wanted him to cultivate this undying art. Though it would weaken his cultivation, the benefits outweighed the cons for someone who didn't put in the hard work. It was enough to satisfy him. Thus, the guy remained confident and boisterous despite knowing that he was no match for Li Qiya. As long as his one soul was still at the Mu, so what if Li Qiya was stronger? Li Qiya seemed to be taking a stroll, but each step was covering a massive distance. The martial court's atmosphere became quite tense. Its members readied their weapons while trembling with trepidation. Certain sects in the system have actually already activated their best formations. Though he could sense the fluctuation in powers, Li Qiye ignored all of this and leisurely arrived with a smile on his face. Chapter 2381, Vermilion was one of the strongest systems in myriad lineage. In fact, some even believed that it was only second to Yang Radiance. Martial Ancestor also spent a lot of effort when creating this system. This was a progenitor full of legends, praised to be a peerless martial artist with amazing techniques. According to the tales, he found a heavenly stone carved with a scripture containing numerous profound Tao. He greatly benefited from it and created his own path. Rumor has it that his 12 variations came from this stone. While walking on Vermilion, one would feel a mighty force resonating, different from the powers of the other systems. Normally, these were pure powers left behind by the progenitors after refining the land. As for Vermilion, its power was filled with deep intensive martial arts. Each vibration seemed to encompass a particular technique. Because of this clear sensation, some believe that the martial ancestor had fused his lifelong learning into the land, including the 12 variations. Thus, anyone who could understand the power of this system could also gain its merit laws. Numerous have tried before to no avail. It seemed that only those who have learned his legacy chants could comprehend the mysteries here. Li Qiye walked on this land and chuckled, a familiar sensation and rhythm, all derived from a single word. It didn't take long before he made it to the outskirts of the martial court despite his leisure pace. However, he was blocked by someone. This person wore a robe, concealing their face. "Young noble Li, I have a message for you from someone. Please take a look." This person handed him a letter then disappeared. Li Qiye opened it and smiled after finishing reading. The letter turned to ashes right after. It was personally written by Wu Bingning, whose goal was to beseech for the martial court. After all, this was her home, so she didn't want it to be destroyed by Li Qiye. Silly girl. He shook his head. Of course, he would act with propriety in this matter. While standing outside, one would see that the martial court was powerful and majestic, no different from a sacred ground. Vermilion was a system acting as an independent world with numerous sects and clans. The stronger clans numbered in the thousands. The center of power was the martial court. This has always been the case since its foundation. Inside were sky-piercing mountains and floating palaces with a sun and moon. Rivers and mountains, sacred legacies and sanctified grounds. Flood dragons soared around in the sky with other auspicious beasts below. Li Qiye chuckled since the gate was closed for him. They clearly didn't welcome this guest. In fact, among the citadels up in the clouds were nervous guards clenching their spear tightly. Boom! Li Qiye took the first step into the court and the massive gate crumbled instantly. The entire court trembled from the force of his stomp and walls began to fall. That's fiercest for you, domineering like no one else. People glanced at each other, some even gave him a thumbs up. The last time this happened was numerous generations ago. An older cultivator smiled wryly. Who else in the world would dare to do something like this? It was akin to slapping the martial court straight in the face and asking for an irreconcilable feud. Boom! 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 As the walls were fallen down, armored guards also descended from the sky. Each carried a great bloodthirst. Clank! They aimed their spear exuding sharp glint straight at him. Lightning currents coursed through their weapon, seemingly wielding the power of the heavenly tribulation. Imperial Guards. A sect master said, one of the strongest legions of Vermilion, I wonder what they can do. Intruder, please leave. One of the guards uttered coldly, those who enter the court must follow the rules of visiting. Otherwise? Li Qiye interrupted with a faint smile. Otherwise, it is considered an insult and an invis. The guard replied. This particular legion would find a forceful showing like this a provocation, never allowing for escalation. Li Qie interrupted him, "That's what I'm indeed doing, are you prepared to stop me?" "Kill!" The guard furiously gave out the command. Clank! The tip of their spears pulsed with sharp arcs just like the blades, virtually unstoppable. "Very well." Li Qie casually raised his hand in response. Buzz! A world appeared in his palm with resplendent stars. "Get back!" A warning shout resounded, but it was too late. Ugh! Blood gushed out after Li Qie through this tiny world like a flying dagger. The guards were skilled enough to switch to a defensive stance with their spear, but it was useless. How could they actually stop a revolving world? One by one, they were decapitated as blood scattered out of their gaping neck. This rain of blood soaked the ground. More than 1,000 members of the Imperial Guards were decapitated before finishing their first technique. They had no chance to fight before someone like Li Qie. The difference in power was immense. The spectators took a deep breath. Vermilion's powerful legion couldn't stop a single move from Li Qie. He was showing off his terrifying abilities once more. How disappointing. Li Qie gently shook his head. "Open Woodman Alley." An old woman gave out a command inside the martial court. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Windchaser Matron, Dracoform's disciple. "Won't give up until you see the coffin, I see." Li Qie shook his head and said. "Little animal, you can boast after you get through Woodman Alley." The matron shouted while gritting her teeth. She swore that the blatant humiliation suffered must be dealt with. Moreover, she was the biggest supporter of the marriage between her system and the Mu. She definitely wouldn't allow for anyone to ruin it. What a failure of a disciple taught by the so-called #1 expert of Myriad. Li Qie mocked. "We'll see about that, little animal. Woodman Alley will trap you." The matron shouted again. Rumble. Mist suddenly filled the sky while the earth quaked as if something was rising from underground. Chapter 2382, The mist engulfed the streets, turning them into a blurred mess. It eventually dispersed and a long street appeared before Li Qie, seemingly with no end. It looked to be built from an old era. The years have polished everything and left marks on the street. Both sides had willow trees stirring gently to the wind. The buildings were made from wood. This painted a simple picture with an indescribable ambience. Woodman Alley. An ancestor quietly repeated. Many didn't know what was going on. This street contained ancient architectures, looking quite cozy with an idyllic grace. "What is it?" a young genius asked right away. His ancestor answered, "It is a powerful mechanism personally made by martial ancestor. Each step is a technique. When one walks through it completely, they will learn all the techniques of the court. Furthermore, these techniques contain the power of their progenitor, so this is a place where their true emperors are tested. In other words, only powerful true emperors can finish this path." Who would have thought that the matron would use it on an outsider today? The court has produced many emperors, but not all of them could make it all the way through. "I think there have been less than 5. A different ancestor added. Everyone held their breath after hearing their ancestors. They wanted to see how Li Qie would make it through. They were relatively confident in him since he was someone on the same level as Dracoform. The question became, how? Li Qie smiled and trekked forward. After taking the first step on the street, a wooden fist appeared. It carried the might of the progenitor and the power of the stars. This punch was no different from a galaxy descending down with unlimited power, more than enough to destroy an ascender or force an eternal back. Li Qie easily deflected with a wave and took a second step only to be met with a finger strike. This wooden finger could crush the celestials, encompassing 800 changes in variations, completely surrounding him in the process. Wuxia simply knocked in the air and was able to take the third step. The third step looked like a Buddha subduing evil with a force belonging to the yang affinity. All evils would certainly turn to ashes. This was easily solved with a wave of his hand again before he took the fourth step. The 4 steps took a long time to explain but happened so quickly. Each step didn't rely on speed but rather a smooth mastery without any trouble. His speed increased continuously until the last step. To a normal mortal, the entire process from the start to the end of the street only took the blink of an eye. The other spectators only saw the after images of his swift movements before he appeared right in front of the matron. Rumble. The techniques found on the street suddenly crumbled. A wooden punch had stars in its grasp, but due to an imbalance of power, the stars moved from the initial trajectory and the punch shattered. The finger strike that could destroy the sky had all of its power condensed in the same place. This destructive power was unimaginable. However, this channeling passage was sealed so the built-up power in the finger blew up. The Buddha palm exerted an unreal pressure on everything beneath. Space itself seemed to be lifted upward. However, it also lost control of its power, resulting in a backlash from below. The palm was destroyed by its own sealing force. Wuxia used such simple motions to deal with each technique, like a flick of the finger or a hand wave. Boom! Eventually, the street itself exploded in entirety and became ruins. He didn't destroy it, but the implosions of techniques losing control over their own power had this result. Everyone was astounded because they couldn't perceive the transpired events nor his actual methods. Incredible, so cleverly done. One powerful ancestor praised after seeing some clues, enough to reach the apogee. Success or failure was determined within the tiniest margin. This was too shocking for those who could understand because Wuxia didn't waste his own power. His minute actions were perfect, the culmination of accuracy and precision. This allowed him to unstabilize the techniques from the wooden street. He had full control over such little details and imperfections from the techniques. Apogee, the profundity that he had comprehended from the cliff. He also named this merit law as such. From now on, Vermilion Martial Court would no longer have this alleyway. How about now? He chuckled while standing before the matron. The matron was naturally aghast and couldn't react until she heard his voice next to her. She retreated as fast as she humanly could. Not even in her dream would she ever see something like this, the test of true emperors being defeated so fast by Wuxia. Alas, her speed was meaningless. With a loud blast, Wuxia's palm came crashing down like a millstone. Time and space became frozen. A powerful ascender like her couldn't move at all. Boom! All shattered along with her body. "Master, save me!" she screamed, terror-stricken. Alas, Dracoform didn't appear to save his disciple. Her body immediately turned into a mist of blood and dispersed. The entire scene became silent, everyone stared at the outcome speechlessly. The most shocking thing was not her death, but rather that it had happened in Vermilion, right under Dracoform's nose. Chapter 2383, The crowd was naturally in disbelief. Why didn't the strongest of myriad try to save his own disciple when it was on his own territory? Anyone else? Wuxia stood there with the same grin as always. "Fellow Taoist, if you are here as a guest, then welcome inside. But if you want to cause trouble, please leave. My disciple was stubborn and obstreperous, she deserves what happened today for not knowing when to back off." Dracoform's voice came about. People were even more surprised to see him dropping the issue of his disciple's death. In their mind, he would surely become furious and want revenge. This didn't seem to be the case at all. Wuxia smiled, it's not hard to make me leave. First, release Wu Bingning, she'll come with me. Second, hand over Mu Xiaochen, then I can pretend as if nothing has happened. The spectators were speechless. Breaking someone's gate, killing his guards, and even taking down his disciple, then making further demands? Only Fiercest would say something so unreasonable without any qualms. Fiercest is the only one who can be this overbearing. One ancestor sighed and praised. This is our own matter, please don't interfere, fellow Taoist. Dracoform said. Incorrect. Li Qie chuckled, not to mention that the little girl is in my camp, that brat dared to oppose me. I will take his dog life and kill whoever tries to stop me. Dracoform didn't answer right away, seemingly pondering. Ha ha ha. I am right here. I'll marry Wu Bingning today, what are you going to do about it? Xiaochen laughed and didn't hold back. Pop. Before he could finish, the space in the martial court suffered a massive blow. All of the coordinates shattered. One of the palaces inside broke down due to Li Qie's appearance inside. This palace was floating up in the clouds with Xiaochen sitting on a throne. An old man stood next to him, wearing a large hat and veil. Xiaochen was scared out of his wits to see Li Qie appearing out of nowhere, causing him to jolt out of his chair. Li Qie. He faltered backward in fear. Everything became frozen as if nothing could stop Li Qie. Xiaochen was confident in hiding inside because the places were sealed by numerous spells. However, Li Qie instantly crossed through space and destroyed the defensive barriers of this world. It was an insane level of power. I'll have you know that I didn't kill you last time because I didn't feel like it. Why? Just so that I can kill you and your clan. I'm bored enough to take my time with you. I'm sure your clan members' expressions will be very amusing as they watch you die a horrific death. Li Qie looked at Xiaochen and said. Li, don't be arrogant. Xiaochen took a deep breath and strongly responded, you can only kill me in your dream. In fact, you should be praying about leaving this place alive. I can roam as I please in Vermilion. Li Qie remained nonchalant, same with killing someone. Your progenitor, Mu Yun, won't be able to do anything or I'll take him down too. You. Xiaochen trembled with rage. I think it's about time for you to open a Dao portal and run because the incoming pain won't be pleasant. Li Qie grinned. The ones who knew him would find this grin terrifying. More often than not, his fury wasn't as scary as his seemingly sadistic smile. It meant that there was no escaping for his prey. Sir, please halt. The old man next to Xiaochen walked forward to block Li Qie. He has been hiding his face the entire time. His words sent out a chill akin to soaking oneself in a jar of ice water. Despite lacking an aura and divinity, his words alone instilled fear like a sheep coming across a hungry tiger. You're his eternal? Li Qie didn't care at all. Yes, my name is Wang Shihua. Just another eternal from imperial lineage. The old man replied. Indeed, anything below the everlasting level is only an ant that can't reach the apex, that's how I view eternals. Li Qie said. Wang Shihua's eyes turned fierce like those from a venomous viper hiding in the shadows. Just his gaze alone was scary enough. I don't know what to say. An ancestor smiled wryly after hearing this. In other words, only everlasting eternals can get into Fiercest sight. These eternals are on the same level as progenitors. I guess what he's trying to say is that only progenitor-level characters matter to him. I know who he is. A different ancestor took a deep breath. Who is he? Someone else asked instantly. That's Heavenrend Viper. He was really famous in Myriad back then, even beating a young true emperor, no less famous than Dracoform martial god now. Later on, he ascended to Imperial and fell into obscurity. Who would have thought he had joined the Mu as a guest? This ancestor answered. Wang Shihua's eyes narrowed but he didn't react, continuing to hide his face. This ancestor was indeed correct. Shihua won his fame for grievously wounding a true emperor. However, there was another part to this story, unbeknown to others. Later on, this young true emperor also ascended to imperial. Alas, time has changed. The emperor was far stronger compared to the past and searched for Shihua to even the score. He easily defeated Shihua and chased him to a dead end. However, the Mu saved him and took him in. He officially became a guest member there from then on. For some unknown reasons, Mu Xiaochen was forced down to Myriad. Since Shihua was originally from here, he became the top candidate to protect Xiaochen. An Eternal naturally didn't want to come back down due to the adverse effects on his lifespan. Nevertheless, he owed the Mu, so he had no choice but to accompany Xiaochen. His presence was one of the reasons why Xiaochen became quite imperious. Chapter 2384. Wang Shihua could make others shudder just by the mention of his name. His greatest tale included wounding a young true emperor, pushing this person to the edge. Such a fierce character was now Xiaochen's guard, something quite unexpected. This painted a better picture of the Mu's power for the crowd. A famous Eternal from Myriad still needed to rely on them. Just how powerful was this clan in Imperial? Other systems in Myriad might not be a match for it. Heavenrend Viper? More like Heavenrend Insect. Those who try to stop me will die. Li Qiye declared. The crowd thought that only Fiercest would call Shihua an insect before everyone. Ha! Shihua laughed, his expression unclear due to his veiled hat, but his tone certainly changed. Back then, a true emperor wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. A man doesn't dwell on his past accomplishments. Li Qiye waved his sleeve dismissively, fierce in the past, just another servant in the present. Hurry and show off your skills so I can take care of both you and your master. Everyone could sense an anger building in Shihua, no longer able to stay as calm as before. After all, he was a big shot, but Li Qiye treated him as if he wasn't worth a single coin. Self-restraint had a limit. Even a Buddha could lose his temper. Boom! A majestic aura erupted, chilling and sharp with gales sweeping away the clouds for 10,000 miles. Everyone felt as if there was a large and ancient insect awakening underground, seemingly capable of devouring the time of others, turning them to ashes instantly. Its bloody jaws enjoyed the taste of time the most. People naturally shuddered after feeling this terrifying aura. They felt that they were no longer in this world, now trapped inside the creature's mouth. Clank! Clank! Golden plates came together around Shihua to form a complete armor. There was a substantial and evolutionary change after adorning this set of armor, even though his face was still covered. He was no longer an old man but more of a general with a brutal temperament. Just one wave of the hand could split the earth and destroy the stars. The armor flickered brightly, but this light was different from the shimmering of metals. It looked surreal, almost like the flow of time or the void affinity. Because of this, the spectators got an illusion that he was everywhere in this area. Heavenrend armor. The one who recognized him earlier murmured, he used it to defeat Warcloak True Emperor. Some might not have heard of Wang Shihua or Heavenrend Viper, but they have certainly heard of Warcloak. This was an emperor from Regalia system who ascended at a very young age. His talents were exceptional, yet he was still defeated by Wang Shihua. Shihua floated in the sky, seemingly in control of all. Though he wasn't actually that high up in the air, he gave off an unreachable and awe-inspiring feeling. Come, time to fight. He was direct and firm with his few words. Very well. Li Qiye smiled and soared to the sky. Everyone watched the incoming battle with bated breath. How is he compared to Dracoform Martial God? Another asked. I don't know, but we'll find out soon. An ancestor shook his head. Buzz. Shihua melted into space and disappeared from sight. A stealth technique? An expert asked. No, it's a higher-level technique, void refinement. An ancestor answered, he's an expert of spatial manipulation, his main offensive technique. Boom! A fist came out of nowhere straight for Wuxia's chest. The move wasn't flashy but it contained a void affinity, giving it a transparent appearance. Wuxia waved his hand and space came sweeping by like a large wave. Boom! Both the fist and the wave rumbled after the impact. This wasn't about technique or merit laws, just straight-up spatial manipulation. Few cultivators were versed in spatial manipulation, let alone refining the void. Shihua was clearly good at both. Break! Wuxia smiled and punched the air, only moving his fist a single inch. However, the power of this fist assaulted the nearby area, turning it into a black hole after a deafening explosion. Crack! Pieces of broken temporal fabrics scattered everywhere. However, these pieces suddenly had runes flowing around them. They came together to form multiple layers of armor to stop Wuxia's punch. Though the layers eventually crumbled, it was still a successful defense. His armor can melt space. An ancestor noticed something, so he is capable of void refinement, but more importantly, this armor allows him to assimilate with the area around him. Boom! In the next second, Wuxia was blown back down to the ground, buried in a huge pit of mud. He stood up and everyone could see a totem mark on his chest with the shape of a circling dragon. A movement of the yin and yang started and the totem spread. This dragon was the thing knocking him down. It seemed to be omnipresent in this area, the master of this spatial domain. This meant that while one was inside this area, there was no resisting the dragon. Yin-Yang Void Dragon Strike. An ancestor had heard of this move, Heavenren's very best, the one that defeated Warcloak True Emperor. How is his injury? This question loomed on everyone's mind. Li, still arrogant now? Our elder Wang is far stronger than that falcon god. Mu Xiaochen guffawed. Chapter 2385, The Large Pit instilled fear into the crowd. Heavenrend Viper truly deserved his fame. No wonder why he could defeat a young emperor in the past, the guy was really strong. I'm old now, my hands don't move as well as they did before, not merciless enough. Shihua lamented. Old indeed. A leisure voice came about. With a loud bang, Wuxia leaped out of the pit and was up in the sky in no time. Everyone noticed that he was untouched, not even a scratch could be found. Of course, they weren't surprised either. That's fiercest for you, able to withstand a hit from the Viper without any problem. He patted away the dirt on his clothes and said, It's not easy to see a space user with a special move, so I decided to play with you. Who would have thought that it is only a void refinement trick and nothing else? What a shame. Your turn then. Shihua became serious after seeing how ineffective his strongest move was. He knew that it was mighty. Otherwise, it wouldn't have injured Warcloak True Emperor, but this guy took it with his body and came out unscathed. Shihua knew that his opponent was a monster with that tough exterior. I have no special move, just some common punch and kick, no big deal. Wuxia smiled. With that, he flashed and appeared before the Viper. Shihua was startled and quickly made a distance. However, he found his spatial manipulation to be useless, unable to cross through space as if something was locking it. His armor was exuding a blinding light, yet he wasn't moving. Wuxia has already controlled this area. No one could move without his permission. He casually unleashed a vertical palm strike without using his own power. It utilized not just the power of space but also the entire heaven and earth, including the stars and galaxies in the sky, and the weight of 3,000 worlds. In other words, however vast the world and space were, that's how much weight would gather in his attack. Though Shihua used his best techniques and exuded his armor's great estate, that still wasn't enough to stop this attack. Boom! Wang Shihua's armor shattered under this massive strike. Keep in mind that even an imperial weapon couldn't harm it at all, but Li Qiye's bare hand was more than enough. Shihua's blood didn't only come out from his mouth but also everywhere else since the strike crushed his bones and body. He slammed into the ground like a meteor and recreated the scene of Li Qiye earlier. Blood stained the ground, his fate remained unknown. The world became quiet while everyone became slack-jawed. Everyone knew just how strong Fiercest was, but to break Heavenrend armor with a single blow? That's unimaginable. Wang Shihua was clearly stronger than the Falcon God, yet he couldn't stop a single blow from Li Qiye. This wasn't a fight on the same level at all. How dull. That's all you can do with spatial manipulation? Li Qiye shook his head with disappointment. The crowd smiled wryly. The guy wasn't weak, Li Qiye was just too strong. Mu Xiaochen was shocked, not expecting Li Qiye to be at this level. In Imperial, an eternal like Heavenrend Viper was still top-notch. He shuddered, wondering who in his clan could actually stop Li Qiye. Boom! Heavenrend Viper jumped out of the pit. His bloody form was a clear contrast to Li Qiye earlier. His entire body was crushed. The guy would be long dead if he wasn't an eternal. Any other true god would have turned to ashes. Crack! His broken bones quickly came together. This was the power of an eternal. Nevertheless, his pale face clearly indicated how much energy he had spent to do so. People heaved a sigh of relief. If another strong character were to fall to a junior like Li Qiye in one move, they wouldn't know what to do. Such unfairness was too unreasonable. I spared you because I feel that you still have something up your sleeve. Dying without showing it off will be very regrettable, so I'm doing you a favor. Go for it. Li Qiye smiled and said. This came as a surprise to the crowd, so they all stared at Heavenrend Viper. They thought that the previous attack was already his strongest. Ha ha ha, the younger generations have already surpassed us. Wang Shihua laughed. These words actually came from the heart since he finally gauged Li Qiye's strength. I meditated in Imperial for 100,000 years with my original form and got some success. He was no longer arrogant like before. Never had a chance to go all out in Imperial, so I will not waste today. He slowly floated up in the sky. The crowd naturally became excited, wanting to see what his true ace card was. After all, the culmination of 100,000 years worth of meditation should be incredible. Do it. Li Qiye lazily said. So be it. Shihua slowly took off his gigantic hat that has been hiding his face. The resulting scene made people shiver with goosebumps. He had a big mouth with 2 rows of sharp and long teeth taking a major portion of his face, even pushing his nose and eyes together. It would have been better if they lined up perfectly without gaps, but this wasn't the case. It was scarier than the jaws of a beast, making people feel nauseous. When he spoke, the rows of teeth moved and intertwined, seemingly capable of chewing everything into mincemeat. People couldn't help but imagine this gruesome image of blood and flesh being gnawed. Shit, some felt their souls leaving in fear with a chill running down their spine. People finally understood why Shihua has been hiding his face. It was simply frightening. Without the hat, he would scare people wherever he went. Excuse me. Shihua seemed to be used to this reaction. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.